Hello, and to whom this may concern. Okay. That's too far back. Come on, chair. What are you doing? Oh, shit. That's alright. What is with... Hello. For some reason, this side of the hood tends to, like, ravel itself up, and I don't like it. Bothers me. Okay. I gotta hit the princess juice real quick. It's been a long day. Yeah. Oh, that's good. It's gonna get a little toasty, because that's my first coffee. And it's gonna heat me up internally, and I've got all this floof on. So, good luck to me. Cheers. I'm really enjoying that. Getting the buzz. Caffeine, caffeine. Okay. Ugh. Anyway, so I still haven't worked out what the second half of next week's gonna be. What have we got? Thirsty Suitors for 2 streams. Likely Tuesday, Thursday. Haven't locked it in yet, but likely. And then it's just the weekend I gotta fill in. But we'll see. We'll find something funky. Possibly multiplayer. Because I don't do that much. And the last 2 weekends I've tried something multiplayer co-op that I've had sitting in my Steam library for a long time, that a friend of mine has helped me take a look at. I'd like to do more of those. That won't be every Saturday, probably, but I think I'm going to try and fill in as many Saturdays as I can with ticking those off the list. Because some of those I've had for like 4 or 5 years in my library. Things that me and a friend or two may have gotten together on like a sale or some kind of bundle, and then just never done it. I should stop putting this coffee so far away from me. Hey, Elizabeth. Hori ate like can't afford RE8. That's too big. That's a future plan for however I can fit that in. That's what she said. Hey, oh, you know what's? It's such a, what's the word? Double-edged sword. This Oodie right now, because it's like, it's not too hot tonight. It's just warm enough that I feel like this is gonna get uncomfortable, but it's so fluffy. You have no idea. You have no idea what it feels like in here. It's like a bunch of masculine, ripped, ab-bearing sheep are just like rubbing against my body. Yeah, that's not too much, is it? That's a little explicit, a little weird, but it's really what it feels like. It feels like I'm in a cloud orgy. Also, I really should get sponsored by Oodie. I don't understand. I don't understand why they wouldn't want to sponsor me. I talk them up way too much. Oh wait, that's right. It's because I'm a small person. Small streamers don't need to do sponsorships because there's no stats. You need stats. Does it feel like you're inside of a vagina? Depends on the state. A regular everyday vagina that's currently running dry? No. A suddenly aroused vagina that's dripping with moisture? No. That's that would feel ick. That'd be like being inside a sleeping bag you've just taken out of the washing machine that's still soaked. I don't think that'll feel too great. Does it feel like the inner walls of the vagina at that moment where they engorge and puff up seconds away from orgasm? Yes. That one might be accurate. If you remove the wetness aspect, that cushy, squishy, marshmallowy part, that exact moment, that's this. Once again, sponsor me, Oodie. You're getting some good shit here. Ah. Good thing Sham's not in the chat tonight. He wouldn't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Actually, I've talked to I've made a joke about that thing that I just said to male friends before, about that particular state, that marshmallowy moment that didn't even know what I was talking about. But what I find is the only way to truly know what I'm talking about is to get a woman off just with your fingers, and then you'll know what I'm talking about. I don't think the penis is quite capable of feeling the difference. All you know is it feels good, and that's about it. There's not really much acuity down there. But if you're doing one of these, or one of these with the 3, inner hook pulling up with great force, you will feel the difference. There is a moment where that entire interior structure changes. It's like you're in. For example, you know those balloon animals that are tied around each other, around themselves. It's like you're inside a balloon animal, and it's just inflated more around your hand, and you feel it like squeeze down. And it's very easy to push against because it's kind of soft and marshmallowy and squishy, like a puffer fish's bumhole. Could push 100 Oodies a minute with lines like that. I guess it depends on who I'm selling to. There's absolutely no way Jay would buy a hoodie after what I just said. I think I lost him on that one. Good thing he's not here either. I can't believe this is the first conversation. Yeah, I don't know how we ended up there. Oh yeah, because you asked me. You started that. I'm starting to feel it. I'm drinking so much of this princess juice that I can feel my interior heating up. I considered maybe not wearing this tonight, but it isn't really not that toasty. It's just the coffee right now. I need to come back down off this. Ah, God. All right. Good Lord. I'm really enjoying that. How about... Okay, wait. I have an idea. Since the conversation started off a little too nasty, I'll pivot to something completely opposite. How about that? How about something horror-based? Normally, if I've got something horror-based I want to look at, I like to get it out of the way because most of the time it's something stupid. Oh my god, I'm not even in the right spot. Hang on, sorry. Where's your spot? It's good enough. But this is actually a good one. I mean, I don't know. I haven't watched the trailer yet, but this is a franchise that is well-loved. So there's a good chance that this is going to be tasty. You hope Amnesia the movie never happens? There's a very good chance it will. Amnesia is not a large AAA franchise, but it is a franchise's staying power. The fact that they can reach like 6 games and are not going to stop, I feel like there's a pretty high chance that someone's going to take a shot at that at some point. And okay, I have a theory about that actually. I have a Amnesia film theory. If we ever see a Hollywood adaptation, a Hollywood film, horror movie, based on the Amnesia franchise, I do not think that they would adapt any specific Amnesia story. If Thomas Grip is the director, maybe it'll be okay. Thomas Grip sounds like a gay porn actor. Who is that? Wait. Let me check. Thomas Grip. Oh, he's a Frictional Games dude. Oh, I don't know, man. I think Thomas Grip should be creatively involved, but I do not think that he should direct the film. As someone with film industry training, there's a very big difference between directing a video game or any other form of art and then being expected to direct a big budget film. That's a very big leap. I don't think that... I'm not saying that he wouldn't do a good job or isn't capable of doing a good job. I just say that's a massive dice roll. It's probably very rare for a person to come from no film experience to being able to run a set that size and actually pull the whole thing together. You'd need someone with a bit more experience, I think. The difficulty with doing this kind of thing is that you need someone with filmmaking experience that can work within the studio system that also has some kind of gaming clout or pop culture understanding of what they're dealing with. There are plenty of great directors you could throw a franchise at that'll do a decent job at making a functional film, but may not entirely understand the vibe or the tone of the thing they're making from a gaming perspective. For example, someone like you who is embedded in the Amnesia franchise, I could pick 100 directors that would probably do a good job at making a film with the Amnesia name, but might not satisfy you, because as someone who's into Amnesia, it's not going to have as much of the substance that you expect from the Amnesia tone, to the point where you'll be able to notice that the person directing the tone of the film doesn't really have an inner working knowledge of the franchise, of the game itself. They're just doing a decent job of making film, of putting the blueprint together. So you end up with a mechanically good film, but one that doesn't satisfy the fans, is what I'm saying. And that's the difficulty. That's why we very rarely see good gaming film adaptations. It's very difficult to find a director that has the experience and the clout and the know-how that can make a good film, that also understands the franchise well enough. The reason Lord of the Rings works so well is that Peter Jackson worked for long enough to know what he was doing. He made a bunch of films before Lord of the Rings, and then pursued Lord of the Rings because he's a massive fan of it. He already knew what he was going to do with it and how he was going to approach it, and he worked his fucking ass off to pull that thing around. Yeah, Minx loves to ban those posts. That's all right. You can ignore it. The one thing I've noticed about those spam posts is they're one-offs. That'll be the last you hear of that one. They basically post and run. like a drive-by. Um, yeah. So the thing is, even though that worked out for Peter Jackson, Lord of the Rings, Hollywood is rife with stories of directors that did chase projects that they did have feelings about, but were shut down by the studio system because the studio didn't understand it, and they wouldn't put the faith in the director that he knew what he was doing with it. We've talked about this before on the stream, but Gore Verbinski, the guy who made the first Pirates film, and a lot of other films, that guy knows what he's doing when it comes to AAA, massive budget Hollywood blockbusters. He can make it work. He can do the job. He was mad excited to make a Bioshock film. He was digging in to make a Bioshock film. And because he understood Bioshock, he knew that it had to be R-rated. He knew the tone of Bioshock and how dark and unsettling it was. What happens in that city, that underwater city. And the studio just didn't understand. They fucked with him for a little while about it, but ultimately they just wouldn't give the final go-ahead to let him do what he wanted with it. And to his credit, and this is similar to what I think Peter Jackson would have done in Lord of the Rings if he got pushed back, he just walked because he's not going to be responsible for making a bad Bioshock movie because someone else forced him to make a shit version of it. You know what I mean? Like, if you've got any kind of love for the franchise, the kind that would allow you to make something good, you're not going to allow someone else to force you to make something bad. You would rather walk away and have it never happen. So, and that's how you know that he loves that shit, because any other director who really didn't give a shit, they knew that if they just make whatever with the Bioshock name on it, they would make tens of millions of dollars. You know, like, the studio's going to pay you a fat check to make a big budget Hollywood film for them. Easy money. So you gotta love what you do. You gotta love the franchise to not want to drive it under the bus just to make a couple of tens of million dollars. Let me just finish this off. Okay, so let me just wrap back around. What I was saying about Amnesia. If Hollywood big budget horror movie was ever made out of Amnesia, I don't think that they would adapt any of the game storylines. I don't think we would get Dark Descent, for example, which would be the obvious one to go for if you were starting from scratch. I think this is what I think would happen, but I also agree with this. Like, if I was making decisions, this is what I would do as well. Just like what the games do, I would make a standalone Amnesia story, just like every single game does, within the tapestry of Amnesia. So the tones and the things that Amnesia explores and the way the lore connects between the different stories in subtle ways that only the fans really understand, I would make a film in that vein. So I wouldn't adapt Dark Descent or Machine for Pigs or Rebirth or Bunker or whatever. Like, they are their own thing. They are perfect. They are what those games need to be. I say do exactly what the games do. Like, if we made another game, it would be Amnesia Attack of the Crypto Coin. Wow, that's terrible. Yeah, sure. The next game would be something like Amnesia Attack of the Crypto Coin. It would take place in, like, the stock market, a bunch of dudes in suits in a building that gets cursed by some crypto coin that was used to buy an artifact that comes from the other realm, that Lovecraftian realm that you go through portals to, or whatever the hell that ties it back into the story. You know what I mean? Like, you hope it gets the same respect, and if it started as a movie, it'll be abandoned too if it's not worked on. Most of these projects end up vaporware. They green light the pre-production, and then after like 10, 12 years, and they still haven't been made, they just die. You'd have to make a unique story because you'll be able to live up to what's... Yeah, and I mean, the stories are so specific to their form as well. Like, would Amnesia Dark Descent work as a film if it's just some dude walking around alone in an abandoned gothic Dracula-esque castle? I think it would be... I think in live action, by today's standards, it would come off as kind of like hokey, and I think they would struggle to find ways to make it interesting. or unique or original. Like the game is a product of its time and of its medium. You know, as a game and as a game that came out when it did in like 2010 or whatever. Um, like it's a classic. It is what it is. But yeah, do what the games do. In fact, do that across all mediums. Let amnesia exist in games, movies, novels, um, music, maybe actual painting and art, comics. Like, just let amnesia explore its universe in unique stories and vibes across different mediums. I think that'd be really cool. And you can always tie back to stuff. Imagine a story like Machine for Pigs that takes place in a specific period, where at some point you hear about what was his name? Daniel? What was the main character of the first game? Like through some characters that are connected to the family, you might hear about a character like him that went to that European country for some reason, and then the fans can put together that that was Daniel or whatever. What story would you suggest for a Bioshock movie? I think Bioshock, you could just make Bioshock. I think Bioshock is a franchise, unlike Amnesia, which is a little bit like, it's a little bit like Black Mirror or Twilight Zone or Tales from the Crypt. Amnesia is able to explore a vague horror universe in any kind of story at once, as long as it connects um, in some substantive way to the lore of like what this other realm is and those artifacts that seem to always be the cause of things. Bioshock, I think, is a more specific story that hasn't really been explored that much. There's one story. It has its sequel, which is just basically building on that first story. You could basically take elements of the sequel and put that in the first movie as well, in some small aspect. And then there's Bioshock Infinite, which is another altered, like multi-dimensional take on what could have happened with that city in like a different timeline that ties back to the multiverse and wraps the whole thing up. So you could essentially make 2 films out of those Bioshock games that are basically just perfect adaptations of Bioshock itself. I think there's enough going on in the storylines, especially Bioshock 1, that you can take all the best bits out and string them together into a 2-hour film. I'm not saying Infinite was Rapture. I'm just saying that like that is an alternate timeline multiverse thing that is used to eventually at the end wrap it back around to the story of Rapture and tie the entire thing together, which was very clever the way they did it. So that you could make an easy sequel film out of that too. And then if you really wanted to, the films could then make their own Bioshock 3 that leapfrogs off the multiverse idea and comes up with an entirely unique third concept based on that multiverse stuff, if they wanted to. Which, if those movies made a lot of money, they would. They would definitely want to. But they'd run out of games to actually base it on, so... yeah. I'd also want to work in the DLC somehow, I think. It'd be a dope movie. You know what's the one thing I'd want from the Bioshock Infinite movie? I want the barbershop quartet on the hovering float singing Beach Boys. That was my favorite part of that game. I stopped and stood there through the entire performance and listened to that entire Beach Boys cover that quartet was doing. It was amazing. I loved it so much. I actually downloaded it. It's on my computer somewhere, the MP3. That's actually one of my favorite things overall about Infinite is how many modern music tracks are like hidden in that game, but just covered in a period, a unique period 50s kind of way. You know how the portals keep opening up to France, modern day France? I love that one story. It's something you can easily miss, but there's a story beat if you're reading all the collectibles and paying attention to the side stuff, where you can see through that portal in the music shop, and the portal shows like modern day France. You can see the Eiffel Tower and stuff. And there's a cafe playing "Everybody Wants to Rule the World" by Tears for Fears. And you hear that song in the Infinite Universe, but just played through like an accordion, like a cute like 50s cover of it. And there's, if you read the documents and stuff, you learn that a lot of the music that they have in their society is discovered by artists through those portals. They hear the music in the future, in our modern time, and they translate that to their musical style and their instruments that they've got. And that's why you hear like these anachronistic songs that shouldn't exist in their universe. Like Madonna as well. No, not Madonna. Cyndi Lauper. When you're down at the beach, you can hear a Cyndi Lauper song. That's also a big question mark. Like, why would they know that? But it's, yeah, there are artists in their universe that are famous for their work, but they're actually stealing it from our universe because they've heard it and experienced it through the portals. And I love that shit. Like, one of my favorite things about games like that is how those kind of lore story beats exist in the game for you to discover. But if you were just someone who was running through the game, just shooting stuff and trying to finish it, and just following the main path and ignoring collectibles and not reading things, you would not know that stuff. Like, this is all like stuff for people to pay attention. And it's totally worth it. Eiffel Tower would be their modern or not. No, I'm not. There's no argument about what era it is. Like, the portals that they witness in Infinite are seeing into our world. Like, every time you see through one of them, it's like a modern day version that they're not familiar with. Like, I don't know if it's the 90s or the 2000s, but it's essentially our world in the future from where they're based. So if their city is like 1912, like, they're looking at Paris in like 1990 or the 2000s. And that's why they keep stealing our art and translating it. And I really love that beat so much. I had eagle ears on for I would be listening every single scene, every location I went to pick out like little secret Easter egg songs and stuff that were like hidden in their world. It was so good. Hello, Thomas Script. Get off my screen. Why are you still here? Anyway, we all love Bioshock. There's no time travel. Eiffel Tower will still be there. Well, the only reason they establish Eiffel Tower is just location. Like, you might not know it's Paris if they didn't frame it so you see the Eiffel Tower in the background. That's the only reason I mentioned it. They made a specific point to show that, just so you knew what you were looking at. Otherwise, for all we know, we're in Detroit. That's a different kind of music you'd be hearing from there. Anyway, the thing I was getting at before we rambled on a bit, there is a new Quiet Place movie, TV show. What is this? I actually have no idea. It just says official trailer. Oh, 2024 movie. Okay, it's a movie. I actually thought for a second this might be a TV show because I had no idea they were making another one of these. I have a love-hate relationship with the Quiet Place franchise. The first one was a really well-made movie that frustrated me because I hated the plot. The fact that the plot was based around a couple that decided to have a baby in a post-apocalypse alien invasion where you're not allowed to make any sound or you die. That irritated me the entire way through that movie. I'm like, why are you having a baby? It's so fucking stupid. Don't do this. Put the dick away. You're all going to die. I never saw the sequel, which I heard was actually pretty good. Which is surprising, because sequels usually take a big dive. Everyone loved the first one, so I was shocked to find out the sequel's actually good. I just haven't seen it. And now there's a third one called A Quiet Place Day One, which I'm guessing is going to be the origin story of the invasion. Which means it's probably not going to involve the main characters from the first two films. Jim from The Office, what's his name? Mr. Director. Is he still directing this? Or has he moved on? There's no names. No names in the description. The guy's face in that frame looks like Rhett from G... Oh, really? Oh, a little bit. That's Jim from The Office. Sorry, I can't remember his real name. The guy who also played the Mr. Fantastic cameo in Doctor Strange 2. He was also one of those Tom Clancy shows recently on Apple or Amazon or something. Forget the name of it. Playing the same character that's in all those Tom Clancy books that the Ben Affleck movie was based on. I don't know why I'm forgetting. Maybe his name will be in the trailer. Well, it's them again. Oh yeah, we're going back to day one. Yeah, so it's not going to be the family, I think. Is that Lupita Nyong'o? I've never actually said her name out loud. Holy shit. Maybe I'll turn that down a bit. That cat is gonna be with her the entire film, isn't it? Interesting. Hey, Jaimon Hansu. God, that man works. They put him in everything now. It's not a very quiet place, is it? It's actually quite noisy. Holy shit. Y'all are fucked. You know what's clever about the design of those aliens? They look like something you would definitely not be able to get away from. Those gangly legs and arms of theirs, those limbs, it looks like they could move at about the pace of a horse. Like you couldn't outrun one of those. They'd run you down pretty quick. I think that's the scariest thing about them. A, there's absolutely impossible to escape from one because they'd be very, very quick on their feet. And B, you can't hide from them because they're sound-based. You make so much as a whimper and they know exactly where you are. Those are two very concerning factors in one alien design. The screams turning into music was a great touch. Yes, it was. I wonder if Jaimon Hansu was in the second movie or not. I have a feeling none of the characters in the first two films are going to be in this one. Also, there's a good chance that nobody in this film survives, because if this is day one, when they first drop, where everybody essentially dies, like most of the human race is gone, I have a feeling that this might be one of those tragedy movies where all the main characters die at the end. And then maybe it ends with a cliffhanger showing the first traces of the family from the first film going into hiding. Something like that. The scream turning into music was shit. Oh, I kind of like that fact. It was eerie. But I like sound design in trailers a lot. Like I like trailers which find some kind of like rhythmic thing to drive the visuals. So that like kind of screaming, that it's not even like a normal human scream. It sounds processed, so it's a little bit alien sounding. And the fact that it keeps rhythmically building like that, I dig that. It'd be fun to make trailers. I've never had to make a film trailer. I've made kind of short trailers for my short films, just little teasers, but they're very... For a short, you don't need anything special. You just make it really basic. But it would be cool to actually do a job like this. Because I've seen so many trailers that are way better than the film. Like, if this film doesn't end up good, I feel like it's gonna be one of those things where the trailer is like heaps better than the movie. Because the trailer hits a nice vibe, whereas like the movie might not be good at all. Anyone who wants to see this is an idiot. Well, I want to see it to compare it to the first film. Because it's a very different tone. Because the first film is famous for being an alien invasion horror movie that is incredibly low-key. Because it's not about the invasion. The invasion already happened ages ago. Like, years ago. The first film is basically just a family living on a farm in total silence, communicating with sign language. Because they're just living in a world where creatures exist that if they hear you, they will crash in the house immediately and just murder you. Which is a great concept, and they pulled it off really well. That was his directorial debut. What's his name? There is no information on the director or the actors or anything. That's frustrating. Directed by Markel Sarnowski, so no, it's not him this time. John Krasinski. Sorry, that's his name. That's the actor. The one you said looked like Rhett. So the first movie was his directorial debut, and he knocked it out of the park. Everyone loves it. Did he make the second one? It says he has a story credit on the one we just saw on that trailer. So he came up with a story for that film, but someone else made it for him. He must have moved on already. Where's his IMDb? There it is. John Krasinski, upcoming. If Fountain of Youth. Tom Clancy, Jack Ryan. That's the TV series by Tom Clancy that Ben Affleck played in a movie in the past. He's that character. I don't know he was in Free Guy. Doctor Strange, Detroit, Quiet Place. Where's his other directing? He did direct the second one. It was like a budget Rhett. I think Rhett is a budget John Krasinski. I think he got it the other way around. Yeah, there's The Office. I didn't realize he directed some episodes himself. That's interesting. The Hollers, never heard of it. And then Quiet Place 1 and 2. So those are his big Hollywood movie debuts. I didn't know he directed the second one, actually. I wonder why he wouldn't direct the third. He came up with a story, but I guess he's too busy. Oh yeah, he's making that movie with Ryan Reynolds, If, the one about imaginary friends. We watched the trailer on a previous Sunday. Like 2 Sundays ago, I think. Well, that was cool. Yeah, so the thing I'm wondering is, you need to image search Rhett to be proven wrong. I know what Rhett looks like. He looks like the nerdy little brother of John Krasinski. He's got a very bullyable face. I say with utmost respect. I promise I would not. He's adorable though. He's adorable looking. His beard is majestic. They all have majestic beards. Beards in general are majestic. You can't go wrong with a beard. Yeah, so I think the thing that's going to either make or kill this movie is the fact that it's the exact opposite of what it's based on. A Quiet Place was low-key, quiet, just a couple of family members in an abandoned farmhouse. And this is like an alien invasion disaster film. This is like the day one of the invasion, New York, aliens destroying shit, people running, screaming. That's literally the opposite tone of A Quiet Place. So, I don't know. They have to kind of nail that in a unique way that doesn't make it just like every other movie that's like that. And it's not John Krasinski either. So it's someone that I've got no idea if they're a good director or not. So that's a huge crapshoot. It could be their first miss. They've got two hits, both John. There's a chance they got their first fail here, but I'm not seeing it in the trailer. I think the trailer is solid, but it's one of those things where you can make a pretty exciting trailer out of a pretty bad movie. That's not hard. We've seen that happen time and time again. Like, you know, it's a great example. Suicide Squad. The first Suicide Squad by the guy that made Training Day. That movie has a great teaser trailer. I fucking love the teaser trailer. The tone is amazing. It's got a gothic cover of "I Started a Joke" by the Bee Gees, and I just think it's magical. Nothing like the film. The tone of that teaser and the movie itself could not be further apart, and I was so disappointed when I saw the film. But that's what I mean. You get yourself a good trailer editor. They can make something unique, exciting, artistically interesting, or enthralling. And then you see the film and it's like, oh, they just let some ace editor take like a bunch of footage from this and just do his own thing and make something that's actually better than the movie in 2.5 minutes. I guess that's both the awesome thing about trailers and also the downside. If you look at trailers as their own art form, I love seeing trailers that just knock it out of the park. That they are their own 3-minute like art piece. You know what I mean? I just think that's really cool. I don't really care if it's good or bad marketing for the film itself. I just look at it as its own thing, which is not how you're supposed to look at it. Sometimes a movie's really chill and has an action-packed trailer. It depends also how the trailer is made or marketed. Some studios are worried about the tone of the film that they're trying to market because it's hard to sell, because it's arty or whatever. So they get an editor to purposely jack up the excitement because they're just trying to market the thing, but they also might be misleading an audience. Remember the lady that tried to sue Drive, the Ryan Gosling movie? Because Drive is not really an action movie. It's got action in it, and it's got some car stuff in it, but that's more like an art film and a character piece, and it's an amazing film. Like, I love that movie. It's a mood. That movie is a mood. But the trailer, because of the studio didn't know how to market the damn thing, the trailer makes it look like Fast and Furious. They pump up all the action stuff and the car stuff to the point where some stupid American woman went to see it and was angry that she got to see a really good art film instead of like a really lame Fast and Furious movie, and tried to sue the studio over it. I believe she lost because that's just embarrassing, but you'd advertise it was the opposite. Oh, advertisers chill then. Well, to be fair, that very rarely happens, because studios only care if the movie seems enticing or not, and to them, enticing is action, noise, movement, things going on. They wouldn't take something a movie that is like that is action packed and is full of, sound and fury, and then make a trailer that's just like meh. That's just like chill. Everyone's sitting around talking. There's like almost no way they'd do that. You know what's one of my favorite teasers of all time? Do you remember the Hollywood adaptation of Girl with a Dragon Tattoo with Daniel Craig and Noomi Rapace? The teaser for that is so quintessentially David Fincher. Because David Fincher was a music video director, like before he got into movies. And like the teaser for that movie is a tone piece. And I love it for that. It doesn't explain anything about what the movie's about. There's no dialogue in the film at all, in the teaser at all. All it is a grungy, almost like punk rock cover of Immigrant Song by Led Zeppelin to flashing shots from the film. So it'll be like the soundtrack is kind of like dun 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 dun, like the Immigrant Song like kind of vibe, but with every beat of that song, every dun 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 like cut, it's just flashing between like really provocative shots from the film, like Naomi Rapace on her motorcycle from behind at dusk, a shot from a basement with a guy tied to a pillar, someone pulling up to this mansion in the snow, like just these amazing like dripping with atmosphere shots to this driving Led Zeppelin beat that gets faster and faster until the name of the film is just like strobing on the screen between shots in like this grungy like text, and then it ends and it's like I've got no idea what that movie's about. I don't know who the characters are, I don't know what the plot is, no one's explained shit to me, but I want to see it because you sold me a tone, and the tone got me erect, so we're there. And that's my favorite kind of trailer. I don't need a trailer to tell me what the movie's about. I don't need to hear the plot. I don't need to hear examples of the comedy or the punchlines. Characters going blah 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 blah. Oh, blah blah blah. Punchline. Everyone laughs. Like, just make a mini music video that sells me on the tone of the piece, that gets me like grooving, and I'm like so in. If I had to make, if I was making a feature film and I had to make trailers, that's what I'd do. I wouldn't explain shit to you. I'd give you the feel of the movie. I'd give you a little bit of a taste of the cinematography, a little bit of that atmosphere. And that's it. To a good soundtrack. The psychology for liking action movies is that your own life is dull and need some virtual excitement of avarice. That is the psychology of all storytelling, not just action movies. When for example, when a woman watches a rom-com, exactly the same thing. They want to see two characters start out as enemies, go through hell and high water to stay away from each other, and end up being pulled together at the end through some great romantic gesture. And then everyone cries and wipes away their tears with little tissues. Horror movies as well. No one wants to be in a horror scenario. It's not one of those like, oh, I wish I could be in the movie experiencing this like the character is. Like maybe you'd feel like for a rom-com. But you'd be watching... People get into horror movies for the same thing, to feel something. They want to feel their emotions rattled. They want to feel fear. They want to get scared. They want to jump out of their seat because they know they get to go back to the comfort of the cinema chair surrounded by your friends. Like, you're not actually in danger, but you get that thrill from fearing for the characters in the movie. So yeah, I'm not fighting you on it. I'm just saying that you basically described every single genre of film. I'd say if you were going to be more specific about what each genre is for, action-packed movies or disaster films, or, you know, things with explosions, buildings, gunfire, buildings falling over, gunfire, martial arts, all that kind of stuff. That is about spectacle. That is about seeing money and effort and peak human performance on screen. Like when you watch an exciting action movie like John Wick or something, you want to see stuntmen putting like 110% into doing stuff that are physically impressive. You want to see people jumping out of windows. You want to see practical explosions because, you know, when I'm down in the coffee shop in the middle of the day having a latte, I'm not going to see a building explode. That's the only place I can see you know, action on that level. Like exciting, crazy, destructive things. Horror is more respectful adrenaline. I mean, that's a weird way to describe it, respectful adrenaline mine. I don't know, I see it as the opposite. I see horror as less respectful adrenaline. It's more cheap. There's less artistry. You can do great production design and cinematography in a horror film. So low budget horror films usually try to focus on that. You know, great set design, great lighting to get a mood going. That's probably the best you can get out of those films artistically. But to be honest, like story-wise, acting-wise, directing, the rest of it, I find horror movies cripplingly boring sometimes because as someone who doesn't really care about ghosts or serial killers, like, I'm not particularly rattled by that. I'm usually just in it for the filmmaking. A lot of horror movies to me get very boring because it's after 50 minutes of someone walking around a dark corridor with a lantern, breathing heavily, and occasionally looking around because they heard a sound. It's like, okay, I get it. You're burning screen time to get to 90 minutes because this is the easiest way to make a movie. Like, Spare me with that. Like, can we be a little bit more creative? Can we tell more story? I'm really tired of ghost is haunting X object or location, and person is possessed by the demon Kazuzu or whatever, and we have to exorcise him, and it's screaming "Your mother sucks cocks at hell" at the priest and throwing up bean juice everywhere. It's like, all right, man. Like, it's always the same shit. Can you just read the passage from the Bible, do the little cross thing with your finger, and tell the demon to fuck off already? Because nothing's happening. Everyone's just standing around sweating, looking freaked out. Endless car chases with rocket launches, explosions, helicopters, crashing highways, megatons of carnage. It's weird that you translate that to "fuck, I wish I had a sex life," because most people involved in that stuff have more sex lives than we do. You know how alluring a stuntman is to a woman? If you walked up to a woman in a bar and was like, "Oh, I'm a Hollywood pyrotechnics technician. Did you see the newest Chris Hemsworth movie? I'm the guy that pressed the button that blew up that building." You're probably getting laid that night. Horror movies like The Others is I want to feel anxious. Oh, The Others is a good movie though. But the thing is, some horror movies like The Others have a clever premise built around a twist that is unique that no one's done yet. Before The Others, I can't think of a movie that had ever done that particular twist, where it's like you think you're following a character that's dealing with a supernatural scary thing, and then you discover at the end that the character you're focusing is the supernatural scary thing, and what you thought were the supernatural scary things were actually the real people that are scared of you. Good twist. Great reveal. Has the slight problem that it only really works once. Like, I've seen The Others maybe once since I first saw it, back when it came out. And when you know what's going to happen at the end, all you're really left with is like 2 hours of waiting for it to happen again, and people standing around being creeped out by things. But there's nothing wrong with a oneer. It's like The Sixth Sense. That's not a horror movie, but good example of a movie that's good because of how well it works on you the first time you see it, even if you can't really watch it ever the same time again. I don't mind movies that are one-offs. A movie doesn't have to stand up to scrutiny multiple times. If it does what it needs to do the first time, that's fine. Just never watch it again. Don't ruin it for yourself. But yeah, as someone who loves film, I believe all genres have their purpose and have their artistry. You're particularly hard on action movies or disaster films or things that are about action, but those films as well, they do have their artistry. Like in some ways, depending on the studio or the level of production, it can be harder to make those movies than a good drama or a good horror movie, because it's too easy to make a trashy action movie, just as it is too easy to make a trashy horror movie. Because if all you care about is guns going off and explosions, it's still not going to be a good movie. Those things by themselves do not a good movie make. You have to do something with it. There are a couple of exceptions nowadays which get away with very simple plots, but are designed to drive another level of stunt work, that it's almost like this movie exists as an excuse for the best stuntmen and choreographers in the world to like flex their muscles, and they get away with it on that level. And I can think of two examples of that. John Wick is one. The John Wick movie storylines are fairly straightforward, don't really matter, but if you were to just to excise the action scenes from those movies, they are little mini works of art. Like the things, the concepts the stuntmen get away with in that. Like everyone is like a different concept, and they get very creative. And sometimes you watch them and you're like, I can't believe people are actually doing this. Like, there's some shit they do in those movies where it's like, a stuntman did that for real, and I hope he's okay. The other example is the Chris Hemsworth movie on Netflix, Extraction. Extraction is a first-time directorial debut by a stuntman turned stunt choreographer. He was a stuntman for most of his life. He then became a stunt choreographer, like actually designing the scenes in action movies. And then with Extraction, that was his chance to like direct his own action film. So it's literally a movie directed by a stuntman slash stunt choreographer for the sole purposes of like putting all his stunt teams and his stunt performers like through their paces. Like there are scenes in that movie that are just straight practical, like dudes doing stuff to each other where you just cringe. You're just like, oh fuck. You know, like Chris Hemsworth tackling a guy through a wall and then out of a window and then falling 2 stories and bouncing off metal awnings and then hitting a van and crushing the roof in. And you're like, that wasn't CG. Those are two guys actually tackling each other out of a 2, 3 story window and actually hitting all those things on the way down. In fact, like I watched the behind the scenes thing because I was curious how far they went with it. And the other guy, the Chris Hemsworth's nemesis in that scene, who's a big stunt performer in his own right, he actually like broke things and injured himself in that fall. And they did it multiple times. Like people got fucked up on that movie. I don't know, you got to be a certain kind of crazy person, I think, to be an action movie stunt performer. Like your life is, your entire purpose in life is, you know, set up a camera and fuck me up and make it look good. In fact, if something really bad happens to me, please put that in the movie. Like I would be so proud to put myself almost dying or almost getting my head knocked off in your movie so I can point to my family and friends and go, I almost died there. Do you see that? My leg didn't survive. That's why I have a peg leg now. That van actually took it clean off. Whenever explosions get in your face, it feels like it's tailored to people with mundane lives. But that's what I'm saying about movies, though. Storytelling in general is a thing that humans do to heighten each other's lives. We tell each other stories to make each other feel something. It is exactly about that. Life is mundane, generally speaking. And that's why we are storytellers. And that makes way for books. It goes from verbal to books to filmmaking. Oh, to theater and then to filmmaking. Like, we're just escalating the ways in which we tell each other stories in order to make us feel certain levels of excitement or immersion, depending on what you're looking for. Some people lean more towards, you know, I want to see the cages rattle off their hinges. I want action. Some people want to see very attractive people with more exciting love lives than us, which is the rom-com thing. In real life, we might have no boyfriends or girlfriends, and we might be super ugly, but if we watch a rom-com, we get to see someone super pretty that we can pretend we relate to, having an amazing romantic erotic journey that we can only ever hope to experience. It's basically an action movie. If you're a dude that's just, if you're watching a martial arts film and getting like riled up and excited by how cool it would be to be that much of a badass, you're doing the exact same thing that a lovelorn woman is watching a rom-com. You know, it's exactly the same thing. In fact, aren't you bored of huge explosions yet? Isn't everyone? But you're making the mistake of you're making the mistake of not understanding one person's yum and yucking it while holding yours up like this is the only thing you're supposed to like. You know what I mean? Like, for example, if you were saying that about action movies and explosions and gunfires, like, aren't you bored of that yet? I don't understand. Like, it's so shit. There is also someone else that's saying that about a genre of movie that you like, because they don't understand. They think what you just said is exciting and fun, but they don't understand the genre of movie that you like. Like, it's not worth being so confused about it or being too argumentative about it, because there's someone who feels the exact opposite of you, and they're not wrong or right either. It's, you know, it's all subjective. Life is not mundane. Generally speaking, I'm saying. I'm not specifically saying that life is mundane for everyone at all times equally. I'm just saying, for the most part, life is a mundane thing. It's 24/7 going through the process. I have to eat toast, then I gotta go piss, and then I gotta drink water, and then I gotta go shit out the toast, and then I gotta go piss out the water, then I gotta go do work for 5 hours, and then I gotta go talk to someone at the shops because I'm trying to buy some cereal, and then I gotta walk home, then I gotta piss again, and then I'm gonna watch a TV show on Netflix because, you know, something interesting and exciting, tell me a story, because my entire day was about buying cereal and pissing. That's life, you know what I mean? Just innocently puzzled. It just depends. Like, I've had a similar conversation that we just had with men who don't understand musicals. Because musicals are my favorite genre of film. And I've talked to other straight white males who love action movies. They'll watch a Donnie Yen martial arts film or an Arnold Schwarzenegger gunfire 80s movie or whatever, and they think that shit is sick. And then they talk shit about musicals and they think it's stupid or boring, or they wrinkle their nose and they scowl and they're like, what a shitty fucking genre. Who would like this? Who would watch this? And I'm like, I love that shit. Musicals are dope. And I've had this conversation, and the thing I tried to get across was they're the same thing. They're the exact same thing. A Donnie Yen martial arts movie is the exact same fucking thing to me, in my brain, to a musical or to a dance film like Step Up. Step Up to the Streets. Whatever. Those aren't technically musicals, but that is its own genre, you know, like dance flicks. They kind of play like musicals in a way because it's all set piece dance sequences, but it's diegetic. It's all happening in the world. It's not magical like in musicals. You've seen your fair share of explosions. Watched all the Terminator movies. You watch them for Arnie's comedy. I like the original Terminators, but they went off the rails. They got a little bit boring to me, to be honest. I just think that they're trying too hard to keep doing the Terminator thing, but they never have anything interesting to say or do with it. That's my problem with them. So here's the thing. This is how it works, right? A musical is about set pieces. There is a wraparound story going on. It's probably something rom-com-y. There's a story happening. But every so often, the movie takes an excuse to do a set piece where a character will stop the plot to sing a song which says something about their character or about the thing they're trying to do. There's some storytelling in the musical sequence, but it's a set piece the movie stops to do that's like, okay, here we go. We're doing a musical scene. And then you're in it for the music, for the choreography, the dancing, the singing. It's a human performance. Like, all the bits and pieces of it are a human performance. A martial arts action movie is the same thing. It's a simple story, just like the musical's got, as an excuse to tie together set pieces, just like a musical. In the case of the martial arts film, people aren't stopping to dance and sing. They're stopping to just dance. They go away, huh? No, they do. That's a different guy. If we'd banned the previous one, that wouldn't have stopped this one. That's a whole new chatter. I don't know why we're getting so many today. Weird coincidence, I guess. Hi, Negan. You make cool music in Russian? Can I give you a listen? Yeah, I can check that out. In a minute, though. Once we're done talking about what we're talking about. Do you see what I mean, though? Like, the reason why a martial arts film is fun and exciting is because at various intervals in the plot, we stop the story to have a human performance. When Donnie Yen and a couple of henchmen or the main villain are having a martial arts fight, we're watching peak human choreography. We're watching skill. We're watching clever filmmaking. We want to see how the camera's used. We want to see what the martial arts moves are like. How do they go together? What's the choreography like? Does it lead to cool moments where they do like an awesome move where you're like, oh wow, like how did he even do that? I've never even seen a human do a backflip and then a triple kick. And the camera was at a really cool spot to see it. Like, it's all human performance and stylistic filmmaking. Exactly the same thing as a musical. Exactly the same concept. We're in it to see human performance and to be impressed by the singing and the dancing, or to be impressed by the bodily choreography of martial arts. Dancing and martial arts are the same fucking thing. No one's actually fighting and hurting each other in the martial arts film. It's just choreography, the exact same as the dance flick. They're dancing around. They're just doing it in the style of, like, making it look like it's combat, like they're throwing punches and kicks. But it's dance moves, man. It's just choreography. And men are always telling me how cool martial arts movies are, and like, look what fucking Jet Li did in this fight scene with this dude. And they're ripping on musicals. I'm like, dude, it's the same thing. It makes no sense that you hate on musicals so much when we're watching the same goddamn movie. Anyone who says I make cool whatever has lost my respect. It's an attempt at marketing. That's all it is. That's kind of what people are trained to do, especially on the internet nowadays. You have to, you have to push yourself. You can't be like self-deprecating when you're trying to push content on the internet because people just look the other way. If anything, people will hate watch you if they feel the same way about you about that. Like if they're like, "Oh, this guy thinks he's so cool," they're more likely to watch your stuff because they want to prove you wrong. They want to see if you're right. Oh yeah, don't worry about Negan. I'll have a look in a second. Dancing is feminine. Guys that never idolize dancing. Depends on the kind of guy. If the kind of guy that only likes action movies and martial arts, then you're probably right. But I know plenty of guys that are into dance type stuff. Sometimes it depends on the kind of dancing, like hip hop. Like if you watch like Chris Brown busting a move and stuff, I know plenty of guys that think that's heaps cool, and they would love to be able to dance like that because they think it would get them chicks. I've known a couple of guys that can dance like that. Like they've done hip hop when they were a teenager, and they still go to the clubs when they're older, and they know what they're doing on the dance floor. Anyway, yeah. So just to wrap it up, while I get that you wouldn't really enjoy watching something like Extraction 2 on Netflix, which is mostly just like Crims Hemsworth and these crazy stump teams doing amazing action scenes, but there is artistry there. Like I was very impressed by the prison scene, where it's basically one long action scene with an unbroken camera, obviously hidden cuts because of that's how you do this kind of thing. But just the filmmaking of this unbroken camera following the scene through the building out into a rioting prison yard for this huge like riot brawl where he's trying to protect this woman, at which point he gets caught on fire and continues to fight even though his arm is on fire. And it's all done in a style that it feels like the camera never cuts once. It's impressive. Like, as someone who's made films, it's exhausting to watch because I'm like, I can't imagine how many weeks it took to plan and stitch that entire thing together and get it all correct. Tip my hat to them. You get your money's worth, that's for sure. Is dancing fundamentally feminine? I don't think it would have started out that way, but the more society went more patriarchal, where men were men and women were expected to be women, 50s, 60s type stuff. I feel like it became like that. Dancing was seen it as a feminine thing. But we're not much like that anymore. Lots of dudes are into dancing nowadays. Except they just make it cooler, like a lot of guys are only into dancing if it can be like some kind of cool hip hop or whatever. Just because they feel like, badasses or whatever for doing it. If you can do a nice windmill or a head spin, dudes are into that. Anyway, what was the thing that Negan said? Yeah, so ballet is an example that is not often liked by many men. Lingerie hardcore. Lingerie. I don't even know if I'm saying that correctly. I've been to the ballet like more than once as well, though. It is impressive. I've seen Swan Lake on stage with a male friend, actually, believe it or not. We were just curious. It was kind of spur of the moment, just whatever. Let's go see Swan Lake. Everyone always talks it up. It's not going to be something that's too copyright, is it? Sometimes YouTube gets really mad at me for watching things that are really copyright. Ba-ba-ba. Is this it? I can't tell because the name might be in Russian. Hang on. Translate. Hardcore techno. Oh, hardcore. That must be it. I think I found it. The one thing I would like to take from ballet is the physique. I love that look. Like, as in terms of like how I want myself to look as a guy, like I would love to have the ballet dancer male physique. The lean muscle that male ballet dancers have, I think that's sick. I don't want to be bulky like a gym junkie weightlifter. I want to be like that lean ballet, like a swimmer. I think I've mentioned this before. Ballet dancers and Olympic swimmers, that's like the peak performance male body, I reckon. It's all in Russian. I can't tell what anyone's saying. Oh, I can hear the word hardcore in English. You know what? Hang on, sorry, just to pause it. You know what's really funny? For some reason, the third most related thing that they're trying to link me to on the right-hand side is the main menu music from Vigilante 8 on the Nintendo 64. What the fuck? YouTube, you weirdo. You've got the ballet physique, you're just missing the muscle. So you're just skinny. You're basically Sally from Nightmare Before Christmas. Oh damn. There's a pretty full-on rap verse. You know what it really reminds me of? You know when you hear a song, like a Mexican or a Spanish song, that suddenly breaks into like a rap, beat sequence? I don't know why I got that vibe. For some reason, I can imagine this song in the movie Hardcore Henry. You ever seen Hardcore Henry? It's an action movie that's made entirely in first person, POV. It plays out a little bit like a video game, but it's a wildly creative movie. It's a bit one note, but such an aggressive rap. I should have brought out the lyrics. Damn, it's in Russian again. Hang on, I'll translate it. Yeah, they are. The song's over. I'm a little late, but this is definitely the right song. I can see the word hardcore. Hardcore, fires dancing over me with the tongues of flame. Ayo, give me a fight, my street wants to see blood. Hardcore, fire is dancing with tongues of flame above me. Ayo, give me a fight, my street wants to see blood. That's that chorus. When you read it in English, it doesn't really sound like it fits the rhythm of the chorus we just heard. It's amazing how much language changes it. The verses must be those hardcore rap bits. In the little catacombs, my boys flew out the cage. There are 1,000 dissatisfied people with pain near me. They tied bullets and cocoons in the house. They said, how do we like this fuss? Life is a field in which we have to gas. All the way your head caught in a drum. You could hear this drummer on the beats, his technique that you can't make out. Other music has flown into cities. Gangster's Paradise and Honestly the Beard. You tempt... What? Your attempts to pass yourself off as someone at home. Your strength is in the money. My strength is in the pride. I won't tear you off a piece of this hype. I embossed the tribunal on the skin so you can see the spirit of the boys. After all, it's still only... And then it goes back into hardcore, the chorus. It's so wild trying to read it in English because like there's no rhyming scheme in English and the pacing of the length of the sentences is like completely different. So they don't really fit the same like stanzas. It's not one-to-one. Yeah, that makes it even worse. Like... You can't fit it into what the song sounded like when you try to do this in English, but it still makes it fascinating to read. My street was packed like Zombie Boy. Cool. Worthless freestyle with God on FaceTime. Cool line. Check this line out. 10 and 4 on the beats. Children wet the certificate. I really hope that's a mistranslation because I don't want to know what children wet the certificate means. FBI? Some of these translations are wild, man. In taverns and gruel, I was hungry, but that's okay. Seems so mundane when you say it out loud in English like that. People like me who lost love and didn't look for it. That's deep. That sounds correct. Heavy. In your language, there are lots of words and pronouns. You can say one word in 10 variants. Makes it difficult to understand translation. That sounds like it would be a boon to writing rap lyrics, though. Because that means like there's so many creative ways to use your language. With the many ways you can combine words and pronouns differently. With all those variants. Like, that would help out being a rapper. It just makes translation impossible. Like, in a one-for-one clean way. KGB don't care. They got bigger fish to fry. Cool beans. I still want to know why Vigilante 8 on an N64 was recommended to me based on this song. That's really random. Is the KGB still a thing, or are they disbanded? I'm pretty sure they're still a thing. I don't know what they're doing. Wasn't Putin involved in the KGB? Before he became... I almost said president, but let's be real, dictator. Maybe this track will be good in translation? Oh, really? Hang on. This must be it. Translate page. Naaman featuring Dramatics. Yeah, that's correct. A black-red moon will fall from sky to the ground. Shots are broken in the bones. There is pain in the hands. That sounds pretty accurate so far. Arrows fly in battle. They want blood. The earth has fallen into the coffin and dirt into the armor. The head will fall into the night under fire. The leaves of the grass are written in blood. The wind drives mysticism, smoke. Under the trenches, dampness and rot. This is pretty provocative, actually. A lot of blood. Actually, yeah, I just noticed that too. There are a lot of references in this music to things like they want blood. Things are written in blood. Craving blood. Under the trenches, dampness and rot. The drums will pierce my skull to the flesh. I wake up and see worms walking on my fingers. Again, the black war. Somewhere above it dances an unforgiving moon. It gets randomly poetic at times as well. Doomed to suffer, scorched, unbroken in the rays. Naaman abandoned by everyone. Fights and we extinguish the candles in churches and cold villages. We wipe away tears on icons, having fun. We are tired of losing everything. We danced in circles. Wait. That's weird. I just added the word circles in my own brain. We danced in round dances. Oh, my brain changed round dances to circles. That's interesting. In the fires, our feet become hotter than coal after we woke up in chains. I will braid my hair under the black moon. I won't find the answers in the black eyes. I will share my worthiness, my worthless soul with you. I'm guilty no matter what anyone says, and we bury love drunk. In that we have someone to remember, so we'll lie down quietly next to her and we'll never wake up. Damn, dude. Dark as hell. This one sounds very lovelorn as well. Like, it's dark, gothic war imagery on the one hand, but then it's also very, like, lost love, never to be reclaimed kind of stuff on the other. The black moon leads me to the temple we need to protect, because you and I will sing again. Love, it gives me strength. The blood is frozen on my hands, and I won't return to you for a long time. I'm still the same lonely Naaman, whom death loves, so much so that loves death, so loves so much, so loves death. So loves death, so loves death. That's probably a tricky part to translate. It's hard to get your head around, like, what that's meant to be doing in English. Probably makes more sense in music. I weave thorns into my braids. The tightrope walker of fate walks along a nervous cable. Why should we breathe ash? Give me air. I would go blind in the morning not to see the request. About how it hurts my chest. That rhymed. How not to sprinkle this snow. There's only one inside us all. I want to forget about everything. It was a bad trip. Although I'm silent, but it gives me a moment, I'll break into a scream. It will be louder than any gunfire. He won't be able to argue. Whether it's war front full of graves, 1,000 winters long. This actually, when you translate it and read it as is, it actually reads like poetry. Like, just straight up poetry. Like, I could slam poetry read this. In like a club. No matter whose lips they ask to crush with my hands and my voice, remember the tears of the Creator, wear away any stone. If there were no place to put but pain, I would move that slab in a roundabout way to my afterlife home. I'm here, that means I'll go whenever these spirits call. But whom is the common path, because they don't lie. There's the chorus again. All the way down to the whole, whom death loves so much, so loves death, so loves death. And that repeats for a while. Like, you know, dark poetry, like when you're talking about love and like pain and loss of loved ones and being romantically lovelorn, but at the same time juxtaposing it with like darker imagery because it's the way you feel. It's a love story and a war story. Going to war and girls waiting back home. Oh, like that's the concept. I think it's the one right at the top. So now I gotta try to imagine those lyrics that I just read in this, like translated to in this style. Because the way I read it was just like reading it like poetry. I have never seen a microphone that looks like that before. With that little gold, the little gold mic part on the top. I've never seen that design. There's the chorus. I should have kept it open. I just want to hear what that last part of the chorus sounds. That when that repeats like so long death, so love death, or whatever it was saying. It's catchy. I like this one better than the other one. Like, the sound, the cadences of the chorus, when it sounds like this, it reminds me so much of like Arabic music when I'm down at the barber shop that they're always playing on the speaker. He looks like me. Unfortunately, I have 0 tats. I'm tatless. I love this recording room, by the way. I want a room with just full foam walls like that. This chick's going off. Inked with lewd things. You just drew dicks on your arm with the texter. I'm not opposed to tats. I like singing other people, but my issue is that I've never felt strongly enough about anything tangible or conceptual that I care enough about to put permanently on my body. Because for all I know, tomorrow I'm going to be like, I don't actually care about this anymore. Now it's on me forever. Although if the Yakuza will let me join, I don't mind getting one of those big dragons on my back. That's pretty badass. At least then people know not to fuck with you. You have geometric sleeves. Oh, nice. So it's got symmetry. I'm a big fan of symmetry myself. That's part of my OCD, though. Nothing cool about that. I'm gonna have that chorus stuck in my head, actually. That no 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 no. That stuff. That rhythm is already like rattling around my brain. I think that's why I like that one better. I like rhythmic stuff. When something rhythmically catchy like that happens, it gets stuck in my head quickly. It's like I saw Encanto recently, the Disney movie, and that "We Don't Talk About Bruno" song is so fucking stuck in my head. I'm furious. I've watched it countlessly on YouTube. I've left that one part of the movie, just that song. I've had it looping on YouTube on my other screen while I was working. I'm obsessed with that song. I can see why it was nominated for the Oscar for best song in a movie that year. I think it won too, didn't it? I think it might have won. I didn't understand it first, but by the time I get to the end of the song and they go full madrigal, you know, when all the different characters' parts start playing over each other and they're all like singing 5 different verses simultaneously layered on top of each other. By the time I got to that part, I was sold. I was locked in. I love madrigals. I understand that Lin-Manuel Miranda loved them too because he puts them in all his writing apparently. I'm pretty sure there's a couple of them in Hamilton as well. Man, I'm gonna get distracted by Encanto. I'm not playing We Don't Talk About Bruno on stream though because Disney will come get my ass. You know what they're like. I do have to actually post about that. I forgot to post about it on Instagram. I usually post about when I see a movie and I forgot to talk about Encanto. We don't talk about Kanto, no, no, no. Thanks for sharing, Negan. I have to admit, out of all the stuff that people have shared on my stream musically like that, I haven't heard your style before. That was new. I can see myself getting into that type of thing where it's like very aggressive rap, but going into very melodic, rhythmic, like musical chorus stuff. Because I like both of those things separately, but you don't often see them flow from one to the other. I like that combo. That's why I like the second song heaps, because it put the two things together. Whereas the first one was more about the aggressive rap side of things, but like it built. Bleeps and bloops and vibrations. What? Are you cheating in a chess game? Is that the you keep hearing a vibration? Wait, what vibration? What does it sound like? I can't hear anything. No, I can't hear anything. Your phone? Oh, it might be social media. I use the what do you call it? Opera GX browser, which is like a gamer-centric version of Opera that's designed for like I guess like internet / gaming power users or whatever. But the whole cool thing about it is that it's like their GX browser is designed to be more like balanced for system. It's not a system hog. It's designed to be balanced in terms of like being able to play a game and have your browser open, but also it's got built-in tabs. Let me show you actually. See, I don't know if you've ever noticed the left side of my screen when I've got a browser open. Not only do I have like a black and orange color scheme thematic thing that they let me choose, so it goes with all my other stuff, but this left-hand bar here. Why is this not logged in? Let me fix it. There. I can pull open this tab of Twitch. So it shows my Twitch information and also all the people I follow and who's online on one little tab. I can pull out Facebook. I can pull out Instagram. There's the Instagram slider. Oh, she's pretty. Let me hit the heart on that. More of this, please. Yeah, she's gorgeous. Liking that photo. I like that one too. Also this one. Let's close Instagram before it gets too sexy. There's TikTok. Boom. Then I can slide out Twitter. Boom. Then I can slide out my Discord. It's taking a little longer to load each one because I'm opening for the first time since opening this tab. See, there's my Discord. There's me. Looking at booba. Oh, the microphone. Soyuz microphone SU17 large diaphragm tube condenser. That's a name and a half. Best microphone in the world. Yeah, I'd never seen that style before. The way that it's like, the bottom part looks like my microphone, just white and gold, whereas mine is black. But the way the top turns into that little lollipop bit, I've never seen that before. I'm sure there's a really high-tech technical reason for why that's good, that design. Maybe the way it siphons the audio or something into the device. Looks nice, though. Oh, and here's my bookmark slider. And there's history, extensions, settings. What else is there? Aria. Oh, this is AI. There's a slider for the browser AI that you can talk to. You can type stuff and it'll talk back. System status slider. Downloads, cookies, browser files that I can clean up just to free up disk cache space. And look at this one. GX control. Sure, it allows me to set a RAM limiter, a CPU limiter, network limiter. Just things to control my computer from the side piece, which is really cool. I don't really use this part though. It's just kind of rad that it exists. Just, you know, whatever. It costs $4,000 to $5,000. Oh fuck. Okay, yeah, it does look expensive. Like the white and gold made it look expensive. My microphone is like $250, which is not a cheap microphone, but it's not like mad high end like yours. Mine is like the entry tier of expensive mic. Because you can get mics for like $20 to $50, which are shit. Have you heard of Graphene OS on Android? Meant to be a huge middle finger to Google's tracking and spying. Oh, really? Interesting. So, I mean, I'm not the kind of thing that the person that cares about the tracking stuff enough to bother to use something like that, but it is interesting that it exists. They say Google Chrome follows you when you're in incognito. I mean, incognito is basically just to get away with looking at porn without anyone being able to see your history, that's all. I never assumed that incognito would make you invisible to Google themselves. I feel like that was a little naive on the part of people. I don't know why they assumed that. Incognito was only ever for very shallow uses. Like, it's not meant to, I don't think it was ever meant to stop, like, the company itself from knowing what you're doing or getting your data or anything. You just don't want your wife to see that you were on Pornhub looking at, like, trans stuff or something. That's what a lot of straight husbands are doing, looking at the trans porn. Especially the conservative men. Incognito doesn't remember any cookies of history. Yeah, that's all it is. I don't know why people assumed it did all this other extra shit. It was never to make you invisible to the man. Like, you're using the man's software. Of course they're going to still be keeping an eye on you. I just don't think it matters if they know what porn you're using. If Google wants to look at what porn I want to watch, then they can look. I don't care. In fact, I'll leave my webcam on. They can watch if they want to. It doesn't bother me. Localized use, nothing to do with anonymity. Yeah, exactly. I think it's naive to think anything else about that. But yeah, like I said, I'm not a person that's technology spooked. I don't really care if I'm being tracked by companies or the government or whatever. They can do what they want. I'm doing what I want. They can do what they want. They can see all my shit. If you want to look at the information about what I'm buying from Woolworths, like my grocery shopping receipt, they can look at that too. Sell me some cheaper toothpaste if you want from that data. It's all good. I buy toothpaste. I'd like it cheaper. Pitch to me. Steal my data and then use it to pitch product at me. I am product consumer. I would like to purchase product. Please use my data efficiently against me. I am willing and ready. I have got my pants off. I'm ready to go. Bending over for the government. I know a lot of people that whine about that. Like, oh, I don't want the government to know what I'm doing or where I'm at. I'm like, why? Are you a criminal? Are you literally doing illegal things right now? Are you selling cocaine to school children? Like, why do you care if the government knows where you are? You walk around with a smartphone in your pocket that has GPS at all times. Everyone's always known where you were at all times. Does it matter, is my question. I don't think it does. If I decide to be a rebel and join a domestic terrorism group against the government, maybe then it's a problem, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to work, make money. I'm going to eat ice cream. I'm going to drink lattes. I'm going to stream, play video games. Like, I don't need to fight the man on nothing. In fact, the more the man wants to steal my data and use it to sell to companies to then pitch product back to me through my browser, that's cool too, because I am here to buy that shit. You know, if I'm gonna buy a pallet load of Cornetto ice creams anyway, if they know that I buy those and they want to sell me them at half price, fuck yeah, pitch it at me. I'm ready to click on the pop-ups. It's really handy for that without having to sign out shit in your main tabs. Well, that's fair. You get to see your profile from other people's perspectives. Yeah, that can be useful too. I just think people are they're too quick or too obsessed with fighting the power, but the general idea of fighting the power, where they don't actually know what that means or what they're fighting for. They just think it's cool to like flip the bird to the man, and it's like, I don't care. I'm not trying to look like cool Mr. Rebel guy by getting mad at a politician or at how things are run. You know, nothing's going to change. We're going to get old and die regardless. Just enjoy your Cornettos and your lattes in the meantime. Useful for checking links are shared and people are seeing the same thing as you. Yeah, those are very practical uses too. We're getting very tech savvy. People just need to get over a certain amount of tech fear, that's all. There's a bit too much that I think. A little bit too much. Oh, And now people are getting spooked by the what's that new Apple headset? Remember? Anyone remember what that's called? Apple Vision Pro. Like everyone's memeing on that right now because it's super expensive, and it's actually kind of funny to see someone walk around in public wearing it because it looks a little dorky. You don't care about people watching me. I'm a sub after all. Yeah, I know people that that put tape over their webcam because they're scared that like someone's gonna hack into it and spy on them. And I've got cams everywhere, and I don't really care if someone hacked into it and saw me naked, and then recorded it, and then tried to blackmail me over email saying they'll release my dick to the internet and to all my family and friends if I don't pay up. I just do it. I'll release it myself. Dare me? I will take my own nudes and I'll put them on Twitter. You ain't getting shit out of me. I'm not easily blackmailable, my man. You disable the webcam hardware from control panel. I don't even bother. I don't really care. If people want to... I've had people like rant at me like about how easy it might be for some random to hack it. And I'm like, so? Go for it. If you can pull that off, then you deserve what you get to see. Enjoy the fruits of your labor. Here's my package. You put in the effort, you should get a treat. You don't use it and don't want to randomly get detected. Well, if you don't use that stuff anyway, then there's no point in having them plugged in or turned on in the first place, so it's not a big deal. I'm curious if people can hack that Vision Pro, though. The Apple Vision Pro headset. Because now that that's the new big thing, it's going to take a while for it to catch on because it's way too expensive for the common man. But now that we're actually seeing like randos walking around in public wearing it and like touching the sky and doing their Minority Report stuff, I'm wondering if the cameras embedded in that thing are hackable so you can actually see the POV of someone, of total strangers, and see what they get up to. That's going to be the new wave, I think, of piracy and hacking, is messing with people's Vision Pros. I do think people are way too quick to make fun of it, and they don't seem to realize just how high-tech it is. It is actually very impressive, if you care about that kind of stuff. It's kind of hardcore. It's impressive how perfect the motion tracking is. Like, when you see people with their hands in the air, just like pinching and poking at stuff, when you see from inside the headset what they're looking at and how they're controlling stuff, it's amazing how well it works, especially since you don't have anything on your hands. It's just your open, free hands doing it. They must have really hardcore tech in those headsets for detecting and mapping the skeleton of the human hand and understanding the gestures one for one perfectly. You have a $20 USB webcam. Amazing microphone, pick up a heartbeat. That's surprising that a $20 headcam would have a good microphone. Because I've had $20 webcams and they've never had a good microphone. You were doing stuff, showing people science. Someone was cam girling. I'm on to you. I've done it. I've cam girled. I've been nude on the internet. I'm not too proud. Made some money too. Easy street. What was I saying? Oh, I think one of the problems is, okay, this fucking headset, the fact that it's so expensive and the fact that they don't really do a good job of marketing it to the cheaper people, the cheaper seats, I think is the problem. Because I saw a video on Twitter of a guy showing off how it works by just using it around his house. And it was the best marketing I've ever seen for this headset. He did a better job at selling that thing than fucking Apple. Like how do they do it? Oh. Bro. I wish I was rich. If I was rich, I'd buy this just for shits and giggles. Who the hell is Marquis Brownlee? What it's actually like. Guided tour. I thought that... Okay. Nice jingle.
Introducing Apple Vision.
I'm not gonna lie, the shape does kind of look like snorkeling goggles a little bit, which is not like the coolest aesthetic, in the world. Make them the size of regular sunglasses.
Vision Pro.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you see someone walking around in public with it on, it's not the coolest looking thing in the world. It's very easy to laugh at people and to call them dorks. But it's this weird juxtaposition where it looks dorky, it looks funny and embarrassing, and I wouldn't want to be seen in public wearing one. But the tech is amazing. Like,
The era of spatial
I'm actually
computing
quite impressed with what it can do.
is here.
I don't know how you bridge that gap though with the aesthetics and the form and function.
When you put on Apple Vision
That's
Pro,
probably the key though, what you just said. They need to find a way to make it more streamlined and slim. They need to make it more like a sunglasses. I just don't know how you do that with how much tech is packed into this fucker.
you see your world and everything in it. Your favorite apps live right in front of you. But now, they're in your...
You know what this app list is missing? Where's Tinder? There needs to be a Tinder icon. You know that people are going to be sitting in that helmet in their living room just like doing this and swiping right with their hand the entire time? Black women and Chinese women? Well, the Chinese women make sense because American companies do love to sell technology to Asian markets first.
space.
There's a bigger...
This is Vision OS.
There's a bigger
Apple's
uptake
first ever
in tech over
spatial
there.
operating system. It's familiar yet groundbreaking. You navigate with your eyes.
It's kind of how they... Ooh.
Simply tap to select, flick to scroll, and use your voice to dictate.
It's the future, man.
It's like magic.
If only we could afford it, us regular people.
Apps have dimension. React to light.
See, the aesthetics is something that I think are more important than people realize. That whole the things you just said about the apps having dimension, the fact that the windows and the icons, they look 3D and they have layering to them. So when you see them at an angle, it's like got this like pleasing layered aesthetic to it. I think that's like really tasty. Have you seen the Tinder subreddit? Yes, I have. Didn't I mentioned on the other stream that I've got a collection of the we went through them, didn't we? That section of my Discord. Here in Russia, they cost $6,000. Yeah, they're expensive no matter what country you're in. I think in America, they're very expensive, but they're even more expensive in Australia. Like the markup from America to Australia is like absurd. We always get horrible markups on tech here. I don't know why. You did get it. They are cool. Still little content. Yeah, that makes sense. Like at this point, if you picked it up now, you're an early adopter. So having to deal with low content is something that is pretty common.
And cast shadows.
The casting shadows thing, they did not need to do that. This is what I'm talking about, aesthetics. Like, that's kind of genius. Like, as someone who gets easily triggered by novelty and gimmicks when it comes to tech, like, that's the kind of thing that's so overboard that I love.
Even though these spatial experiences are happening inside Vision Pro, it looks, sounds, and feels like they are physically there.
It's a very high-res video.
Foundational to Apple Vision Pro is that you're not isolated from other people.
Okay, time out slightly. It's true that you're technically not isolated from other people. Like, you can see your friend just fine and still communicate inside the headset, which some VR headsets don't do because you're just basically locked in a different environment. I do think it's still hilarious though, because your friend's point of view of looking at you in these like snorkel goggles and seeing like your blurry faded eyes through that blackness is kind of surreal. Like, it looks fine to you in the headset, but to your friend, it's fucking goofy. Unless both of you are in the headsets and you just both get used to it. What does a PS5 cost? $799.95, I think, currently at JB Hi-Fi, in Oz dollars.
When someone else is in the room, you can see them, and they can see
Can
you.
I record them? Can I record them from my POV with the built-in camera? Is what I want to know. You can collect like video clips of friends and people you talk to as like evidence for later. Remember when you said that thing earlier about what's her name? Replay, broadcast on wall.
Because you're not limited by a display. Apps live in your space. Your photos can be life-size.
What's the
Or
exchange rate?
Any size.
Oh,
So
the number is lower in euro. I don't know what the exact exchange rate is, but if something's 800 Oz dollars, then in euro it's a lower number. Ours goes up from euro.
Living room becomes a gallery.
Oh, hey, Sham.
And panoramas wrap around you as if you're right where you took them.
Pretty sexy. I don't have much use for panoramas because I don't care
Apple
about the
Vision
outside
Pro
world, but
is
cool.
Apple's first ever 3D camera. Now, you can capture photos and videos with remarkable depth.
This is what I was just asking. Oh my god. Ooh, the potential of that. If you're the kind of person who just walks around in your Apple headset, you can literally record anyone at any time when they're talking to you or doing something in front of you, and they don't even know you're doing it. Imagine the blackmail you could amass. Or the funny shit you could collect that you could put on social media later to, like, throw your friends under the bus. That's incredible.
And relive a memory as if you're right back in the exact moment.
They're not real. That actually gave me Minority Report vibes. You know how Tom Cruise lost his kids? And, like, he watches home videos of them, but they're actually dead? It's really bleak. The sunglasses, they would be good. See, they tried that once. You know Google Glass? How you could wear that little glasses-y thing that had, like, a little visor in front of your eye? I feel like, even as glasses, they were still kind of goofy. They hadn't quite figured out the aesthetics, but those glasses weren't quite as advanced as these as well. So I don't know how you package this down into a sunglass-sized kit. I think that'd be really difficult.
Experiences on
I feel like
Vision
we're going to
Pro
get there eventually,
can
though.
also expand in 3 dimensions, filling the entirety of your space.
What is this? Is this just meditation?
Like in the Mindfulness app,
Oh my god.
where you can create a moment of calm.
Okay, I don't think I'd use the Zen app. I don't really need this one. But cool. Cut open
Apple
a
Vision
UFO and
Pro
jack that
brings the
shit?
scale and wonder of a movie theater to whatever space you're in. It automatically darkens and casts a beautiful glow into the room. And you can make the
How does
screen
it do that?
as big as you want. Spatial audio surrounds you
Dope.
and makes you feel like you're a part of the
Although,
action.
to be fair, some people I don't think are gonna like the fact that you have to constantly feel the immersion breaking feeling of the headset constantly wrapped around your head while watching a movie. Although the fact that you can just have a cinema screen in front of you is dope. I didn't realize that it color corrected your room. Like it filter color corrects your room to give it a darker hue, and also shifts the hues to match the actual footage of the film. That's pretty clever. When they mention adult films, they will not. Can you imagine that being part of the Apple presentation? You can watch the very finest pornography from Pornhub. You can enlarge the screen until the tallywhacker is big enough to be the size of your arm. Do you like BBC? How about BBC? Very, very big black cocks. Right in front of you, wrapped around the room, throbbing, every vein cresting with every bead of sweat. You can almost touch it in front of you. That Why don't we make our own? Let's make our own Apple Vision Pro trailer, basically just focusing on the dodgy shit that people are going to do with it. Having your own personal rave. Actually, yeah, if you watch some crazy YouTube video that's just psychedelic colors, like rave graphics kind of shit, and you made that really big and just let the Apple Pro just hue change the room, like you literally would turn the room into a rave of color. That'd be worth trying.
And for an extraordinary cinematic experience, you can bring in a beautiful environment
And then
make your
Roadworks.
screen feel 100 feet
Are we just gonna
wide.
edit the Roadworks gag from Peppa Pig into every single thing I make?
Vision Pro is a wonderful way to play your favorite games.
Oh,
Just
neat.
connect your controller and play on a massive screen with incredible audio.
It's pretty cool. I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't ever get to use it for this because, like, I stream, so I can't really do this and stream on Twitch at the same time. But if it wasn't for being a streamer, like, this would be pretty rad. Negan's hitting
With
the bisc
Apple
off.
Vision Pro, you can create the
Hang on, I should also turn on... Sorry, Sham. I don't have on the share request thing because we were busy with other stuff. I just didn't get around to it yet. Let me turn on that for now. Biscoff. Yes. That's the good stuff. Hey, Jay. We're just eating Biscoff. Incredible audio. You see no headphones? That is a good question. When they talk about audio, how are you getting the audio? Because they haven't shown them use headphones once.
Perfect workspace, no matter where you are.
Is there
The web
speakers
comes
built
to
into the
life
strap
at
next to your head?
fantastic scale. Text is crisp and easy to read. Browsing the internet.
I don't see any trace of... Or is there? Hang on, check this out. Can you see that little black slit? There's like a little curvy black slit right here where the mouse cursor is on the side of the strap. And the curve is kind of angled towards the earlobe. So I'm thinking that maybe it's doing directional sound from that slit downwards at your ear. So it's not anything that's actually penetrating your ear, but it might be aiming sound down towards your ear from that. Because I'm not exactly sure what else that little black slit could be. That's what she said.
Feels new. And Safari expands so you can see all your open tabs.
See, this is where Bumdeck's porn tabs would come into play. There's a good part to talk about it.
Your favorite apps from Apple.
You could have tabs of Pornhub, X videos, OnlyFans, anything you want. I've actually forgotten the names of other... RedTube, that was another one. Forgot about RedTube. I love how Elizabeth is like anti-Pornhub all of a sudden. What did you say? Pornhub is shit? Man, Pornhub is like the premier site. What are you talking about? There's no other site that beats it in terms of pure volume. It's got everything you could need. Like Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory. But for pussy. Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory. Oh my god, what a great idea. Can we make a porn parody film based on Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, but we'll call it Willy Wonka's Porn Factory, and it's exactly the same plot, except it's taking a couple of pervs through a porn factory, where you've got like all these magical vistas of pornography. There's people having orgies on those grassy hills with the candy trees in front of the chocolate river. Hell yeah. This might be too big a budget for a porno, actually. I don't think we can build a chocolate river. We don't have the means. We don't have the funding.
And the App Store are there.
Instead of chocolate waterfalls, it's semen. Where are you getting all that semen from, Elizabeth? To fill your semen river? Oh, you know what? It's got to have one of those milking rooms. You know, like, we've got all the men, like, strapped to tables with the fleshlight-like milking device attached to each one of them with a pipe coming from it. And there's walls of them. 2 stories. I've actually got a clip like that on my computer that I sent to someone as a joke, and I haven't deleted it. I could show you, but then I'd get banned from Twitch. But it is literally what I just said. It's like a room with a bunch of like medical cots, and there's like a fat guy in every cot, and like this weird pipe-like fleshlighty thing attached to each one's junk. Harvesting. I don't know what the video is from, but it's creepy. Which is why I sent it to everybody I know.
There.
Including my
You can
mom.
arrange them however you like, and work
Yeah, I did have a
seamlessly
haircut.
across them.
Just recently.
Hi. Hey.
Hi, did you receive the deck?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. Oh, great. You got it.
So, what did you think?
Fucking fluff.
FaceTime looks and sounds amazing in Apple Vision Pro.
Although,
You see
everyone has to look at you wearing the snorkel goggles over FaceTime, which is unfortunate.
people life size, and with spatial audio, you hear them as if they're right in front of you. So conversation is more natural, and collaborating becomes even easier. And because you see the world around you, you can glance at a notification
Of course they're going to show an Apple Watch.
and even connect
And
to
a
your Mac
laptop.
simply by looking at it.
Get all the software and
Turning
hardware
a
in there.
13-inch screen into a giant display.
Oh, that would actually be handy for me. For editing and stuff, I could use that. Making extra screens that are even bigger.
In Apple Vision Pro, you can also
You could
trace
have the editing timeline on the laptop and then the actual output in the giant screen. of what you're actually editing.
Form your space with environments, like on a plane. You can now watch a movie.
How is it
on a
projecting your
huge
face?
screen.
That's actually a good question. It didn't. It showed how she was looking at her friends. It didn't actually show or explain how her friends were looking at her. I feel like in real life, maybe them seeing you might require an external webcam, just like it would normally work. Because if there's a camera inside the headset, they'd only be looking at your eyes, like this bit, which would be really creepy.
In a stunning location. And you control just how immersed you want to be.
Oh, I have seen people do this on Twitter. This is actually a cool feature. You can basically edit out your entire surroundings, like green screen it out, and put yourself in a different environment while you're like computing or watching a film. So like you can be on a mountaintop or sitting in a desert or whatever.
To make all these digital experiences feel real in your space takes an extraordinary amount of technology. Yet Apple Vision Pro is remarkably compact
The
and
back of the
beautiful.
strap looks quite comfortable,
A single
actually.
piece
The way
of
it is
three-dimensionally
wide and covers the whole back of your
laminated
head.
glass acts as a lens through which the cameras and sensors view the world. It flows seamlessly into a lightweight aluminum alloy frame that gently curves to wrap around your face. And
That
we
looks very
designed a
fabric-y, though. I
modular
feel like you'd have to
system
watch.
so
You'd have to
you
wash
can
it.
find the right fit.
It would absorb sweat.
The light seal keeps stray light from your eyes. And a soft frame gently flexes.
Yeah, you
and
definitely have to
conforms
wash that.
to your unique features.
Thank God it can be
The
attached.
headband is 3D
Detached.
knitted to provide cushioning, breathability, and stretch.
Nice. I mean, it better be that high
And a
quality if it's
high-performance
$6,000
battery
plus.
reduces weight to a minimum and slips easily into your pocket. Because you wear Apple Vision Pro and your eyes are covered, we engineered a system that uses advanced machine learning to represent you realistically when
What?
you're in FaceTime. Your
Oh,
persona
there's your
dynamically reflects your face
there's your answer, Elizabeth.
and hand movements.
Your FaceTime isn't on camera. You're a digital avatar that's being motion tracked from the inside of the thing.
I'm doing well, thank you.
So when you're chatting,
How's Berlin?
people see your eyes, hands, and true expressions.
It's a little bit uncanny, but it's more high quality than I expected.
To convincingly place content in
Yeah,
your
basically you're
space
rendered
took
and motion tracked.
thousands of groundbreaking innovations and custom technologies. Since your eyes see the world with incredible resolution, we built a micro OLED display system that fits 64 pixels in the same amount of space as a single iPhone pixel, and packs
Whoa.
23 million into two panels
That is actually
the size of a postage
that's actually
stamp.
crazy high resolution.
That's more than
That's-
a 4K TV.
If anything, that's probably the main reason why this thing is so expensive. That's one of the things. This kind of pixel resolution level is one of the things that was difficult with VR headsets, because the more high quality you make that lens, the more expensive your headset is, and the less people buy it. So Apple just went all out with it and was like, yeah, if you want it, you'll have to spend
For each eye,
$6+ grand.
giving you jaw-dropping,
Take it or leave it.
lifelike clarity. Apple Vision Pro also features our most advanced spatial audio system ever.
Oh, whoa.
Personalized
I called it. I called it exactly. It actually projects audio out of that slit. I just had to wait for the answer.
sound is delivered directionally to your ear.
I'm
and
a smart
audio ray
cookie.
tracing uses sophisticated sensors to understand the materials and objects in your room, so sound feels like it's coming from the world around you.
It's cool
3D
that they actually
mapping
got the
provides a detailed
surround
understanding
sound elements
of
into it as
walls,
well.
furniture, and even people. So all experiences look, sound, and feel like they are physically there.
That is true. I've seen examples of
To
people
power
showing
a
it off
spatial
on Twitter.
computer like Apple
It's actually very impressive how you can fill your house with screens and different like pop-ups and things, and they actually just are there in your house. Like they don't move. You can walk around them and see behind them. Like it all just stays where you put it, and it remembers. It has your whole like house motion tracked in the headset basically.
Vision Pro required an innovative dual chip design. M2 provides phenomenal
Audio out of the
performance, and a brand new chip, R1,
Hey, all slits give off audio. It's just most of them only make that wet macaroni sound.
processes sensor data at incredible speed, virtually eliminating lag. so experiences take place in real time, right
No
in
lag.
front of
They
your
should have
eyes.
opened with that one. That's an important thing for most people.
A stunning new way to use the apps we love. A powerful way to relive our
It's exactly what was
memories.
predicted in the Tom Cruise film
A
Minority Report.
profound new
Yeah,
way
pretty much.
to be together.
But I mean, I don't know why it took this long, because when Minority Report came out, that's what everybody wanted. They were like, when are we going to get to this level of technology? And it's only in the last couple of years that we're actually finally kind of reaching it. It's taken too long in a way.
And a magical
But science
way
fiction
to
always
be
predicts...
immersed in entertainment.
See, this is what I was talking about. The fact that you can actually change your entire environment so that you can be like sitting lakeside while watching a movie. I think that's really tasty.
The era of spatial computing is here. This
Yeah, we mentioned
is
that
Apple
scene
Vision
earlier,
Pro.
Jay, before you came in, actually. Good call. We exactly talked about that scene because this dude was looking at a pre-recorded video of his kids, and they were like waving and saying hi, Dad, and he was in real life looking back at them like it was happening in real time. And I was like, that's actually the scene out of Minority Report, except this guy's kids are probably not dead. Although that would be good lore. That'd be good Apple Vision Pro lore. I find it interesting. Like, if I was rich, if I just had money to throw away, I would definitely buy one just to fuck around with. I wouldn't wear it in public like some weirdos seem to be doing, because it's just kind of embarrassing, but I would definitely have my house set up. You know what I mean? Like, I'd have a couple of screens specifically set up in different parts of the house. Like, there's a guy on Twitter that posted a video of, he's got his social media window set up in front of the toilet. So if you're walking around the house in your headset, you can walk into the bathroom, sit on the toilet, and just start scrolling while you're pooping, like through your messages and stuff, which I think is an amazing idea. A friend of mine actually pointed out a really good point. He was like, a friend of mine was like, this is actually the perfect use of this technology, because one of the problems with scrolling on your phone on the toilet is that you're touching your phone screen and your technology while you're sitting on the toilet taking a shit. It's not really that... It's not that hygienic, because you're about to wipe your ass with that same hand. It's, you know, ew. With the Vision Pro, you never have to touch any technology. The thing's just on your head, and you're just swiping through virtual YouTube tabs or virtual social media messages just with your hands in the air, and you're not actually, like, contaminating anything. He would not be caught dead in one. Yeah, see, I wouldn't want to leave the house with it, that's all. I hope that I die before this shit takes over the world and the way human beings live. See, yeah, my issue's always been the opposite. I'm sad that I won't live long enough to be part of that. I do want to live in the cyberpunk dystopia. I can't wait to replace my limbs and skin and parts of my brain to eliminate the sleep center and all that stuff. The future is wild. Yeah, actually, Elizabeth just said it after I said it. I didn't even see that message until just then. Cyberpunk wet dream. You want to go back to nature? You can. When you're sitting on the toilet in your headset, you can change the entirety of nature around you to like a lush rainforest, complete with the sounds and the dripping water and everything. And you can poop amongst nature the way God intended. What is this?
Hi,
Why do we have
I'm
to go through the
Alessandra,
O?
And I'm here to tell you about Apple Vision Pro.
Oh my god.
The best way to truly experience Vision Pro is to try it yourself in an Apple store.
I'm curious if they're going to show anything unique here, or if we're just going to see the same fucking
Today,
ad again.
you'll see it through the eyes of someone who's never tried it before. Like Will. Let's get started.
I'm excited.
Also, that's a lie. Bill has definitely tried it. They're not going to put some rando here and put the headset on for the first time who's never used it before. That's an absolute lie.
And go ahead and put on Vision Pro.
This man is an actor. He's already practiced using all these
When you
apps.
put on Apple Vision Pro, what you see is your space and everything in it.
Oh wow. Okay, I'm seeing
Can you see
everything.
me?
I can see you.
Hi.
Hi. Oh my god, this is so
You
weird.
can see me. What's also amazing is I can see you. I can see
You know what he reminds me of? He reminds me of a minion. You know, in Despicable Me, the minions, when they've got the goggles on? There's something minion-like about
your
this.
eyes and your expressions.
You can see my eyes.
Yeah. Now let's explore how to navigate
Hey,
Apple
Lysander.
Vision Pro.
Pinch.
So this is the home view of Vision Pro. The home view is where you access
Still no
all
Tinder
your
app.
apps and
I want to see
experiences.
someone swiping the Tinder
Anytime
app.
you want to get back there, just simply reach up with your right hand and press the digital grill.
You can't see his eyes at all.
Exactly. You navigate using your eyes.
Yeah, that's true. That actually might not be a thing though. As someone who's used to media production and having to film stuff, the camera can't always see things the same way as the human eye can. So there's a good chance that she can see his eyes in that shot, but the camera's not picking it up because we're getting reflections from the lighting in the room in a way that makes it look darker. So we can't see through it in the same way. It could just be an ISO thing.
Hands and voice. You
What if
simply
you don't
look
have
at-
eyes? I think if you don't have eyes, you're probably not using the Vision Pro. I think someone who's blind would not necessarily be using a device that's called Vision, unless it's giving you vision, which is probably the next. The Vision Pro 2 is actually going to solve blindness.
at something and tap your fingers together to select.
Dope.
Yeah, I'm seeing the photos right now. It's like right there. It's just this huge thing right here in front of it.
Oh, one thing I think is, like, I didn't actually realize this before. The one thing I think is kind of clever about this too, not just the fact that it's eye tracking, like you're just looking at the icon you want to select, but the fact that you don't actually have to raise your hand and actually do something in camera with it. The fact that, like, you can have your hand in your lap, not even in camera shot, and you can just do the little finger tap to select, because the camera is seeing the entire room, not just what you see. So the headset can actually see your hands out of frame. So when you're doing things like doing a little finger tap or making your controlling motions, you can just do it anywhere on your body you want and just sit there casually. You don't have to, like, hold your hands in the air and do Minority Report shit.
But
I didn't really
Let's start by
acknowledge that
selecting
before
one
when we saw
photo.
the trailer.
You'll notice that the room
thanks,
dims
Lysander.
around the picture.
oh yeah.
To make the photo bigger, simply look at the corner.
Where is the
and
camera?
Pinch and drag.
Oh, the cameras would be all over the thing. Inside the lens, there's some, like, under here, and there'd be cameras underneath, little holes looking around. The Oculus is the same. The Oculus, the Vive, and even the Index to some degree, they all have, like, extra cameras that are basically just looking at the entire room and making, like, a 3D map of everything. So they're not really cameras designed to see through, like, you're not recording through them or looking through them in POV. They're just there to basically, like, 3D map the environment and also your body. So, like, it maps your skeleton. So it has your skeleton, like, form. So when you do this, it's got your 3D hands that are invisible, that are mapped over them. So it knows exactly what you're doing with your fingers. The Valve Index, which is a headset that I've got, it does the same thing. But you do have controllers strapped around your hands, but there are sensors in the controller that are actually looking at the skeletal structure of your hands. So when I wiggle my fingers open like this inside a VR game, it actually, you can see the 3D hands doing the same thing, like one for one. What stops other people from controlling it? Those cameras are not tied to vision. They're only tied to 3D tracking. So they wouldn't be usable for that. There would be one central camera somewhere right in the middle that would be getting everything at high res for when you want to record video and camera footage. So maybe that camera would be a hacking risk. But like I said before, like, I don't really care if someone sees what I'm seeing, because I got nothing to hide. And what am I going to be using this thing for anyway? Just sitting on the toilet,
this
basically.
is amazing.
To zoom is what you'd expect.
Look where you want to zoom, pinch your fingers together, and pull both hands apart.
Like
What?
conducting an orchestra.
And you don't have to have your hands up in the air. They can rest comfortably down in your lap.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay, let's zoom back out. Okay, there we go.
How would it know it wasn't your fingers? It can differentiate between different people because it knows that you're here and it's tracked your entire body and skeleton. So if there's someone else there, then it would be tracking that as another person, not as you. It's very easy to differentiate that.
Zoom out.
So how do I move it around?
It's easy. Just look at the window bar beneath the
In
app.
fact,
Do you
with
see it?
tech like this, I wouldn't be surprised if it could actually facially detect who that person is. So if you've actually seen that person before and it's 3D tracked them to know what they look like, get the whole face, you could apply a profile to them, like from your Facebook, your Instagram, or whatever, you know, maybe a built-in profile into the Apple headset itself with their name, and it would know who they are. Like, you could turn around and their name could be floating above their head. It would know who that person is, and it would also tie their messaging, their social media, and their phone number to them. So you could look at them and you could maybe press a button and you could pop open a little text box and you could see like that's what their phone number is, that's their email, that's their Instagram, that's their OnlyFans, blah, blah, blah.
Huh?
What if I have a twin? Oh, but it knows that you're not over there. That's the thing. Even if they look like you, you're here. It knows that you're the one in the headset. It would be seeing another person, but the only thing it would be difficult, it wouldn't be able to differentiate between you and your twin if you swapped headsets. Like, if you said, okay, the person who looks like that is my twin Brad, and you put the headset on them and they looked at you, it would still think that you are Brad, because it would see the same person. So then it would get confused. But it wouldn't get confused between who's in the headset and who's out of the headset.
Pinch your fingers together, and you could push it out, pull it in.
What if my twin was originally in the headset? Either or. Like, it wouldn't know the difference between you, except for the fact that the current user is in the thing, and someone else is not in the thing as somebody else. It's just that if you swapped headsets, it would still think that's the same Brad, because it would see the same face. Wait, what does Elizabeth say? If you're engaged in doggy style and your man reaches around in front of you and pinches stuff, how would it distinguish between whose hands are coming out from behind? Can I ask why you're wearing the Apple Pro Vision headset during doggy style? That doesn't seem sexy to me. Imagine looking back and seeing your man wearing that fucking Minions goggle. I think you'd be instantly dry. The macaroni would stop slooping and slopping, if you know what I mean. What if I was wearing the headset's twin? I mean, once it's recorded who Brad is, I don't think you record the second twin because it would look at the second twin and see the same person. And if you overwrote that, Brad would be gone and it would now be Steve, and it would think both people are Steve. I think there's a complication there. I don't think we can properly answer that one. Just answer the question. How would it distinguish by whose hands are coming up from behind whose? The camera can see everything from the POV. Like, it knows your body's here. It knows your hands are coming out from here. It's got your whole skeleton mapped. It's not getting you confused with another skeleton. It knows there's another person there, you know, taking a fucking twat beating from you. It's complicated enough to figure that stuff out. The stuff is advanced as fuck, man. In fact, that might answer what we were just saying to Sham. It might actually be able to differentiate twins if the facial tracking is advanced enough to see the difference in your eyes. Because two twins can have different reticles. What do you call them? Fuck. Is that the word? Retinas. What did I say? Reticles? No. Okay, fuck that. Retinas. Like, even if you're twins, you can have different retinas just the way you could have different fingerprints. So if it's looking deep enough to see differences in the eye print, then the difference in the face might not even matter.
Side to side,
So crazy.
and you can even put it on the ceiling.
Oh, wow.
Why are we putting it on the ceiling, though? Unless you're going to lie in bed and jack off to some, like, your
When you're
friend's
ready,
Instagram
I want to
account.
show you a panorama.
Let's do it.
Actually, no, that's a stupid question, because if you're lying in bed, you don't want to have to look up at your phone, because that makes your neck sore after a while. If you just want to lie down and stare at the ceiling and look at Instagram or whatever, that actually
So
makes perfect
navigate to
sense.
panoramas on the left sidebar. Choose one. And expand the image in the upper right-hand corner.
It will decide future investments. I don't think you're going to get enough use out of this thing to justify over $6,000, Elizabeth. I don't think that's ever going to happen. As oppressive as it might be.
For the first time, you can see panoramas at life size.
It's wrapping around me. So you can just take this panorama with your phone.
Where is the mics? Their voices are coming through really crisp on the recording, but I don't see any boom mics or lav mics picking up their voices.
Right? And then
Yeah.
put it on here.
How are we getting this audio?
Any
be able to
panorama
be in it.
you've ever taken on your iPhone, you can experience like this.
Wow.
Next, let's explore a brand new realm of photography called spatial videos.
Okay, I went back.
Yeah, I don't see any labs.
Spatial?
There's no hidden
This
labs
is one
on
of
their
my
clothes.
favorite parts about Apple Vision Pro. There's
Wait,
an
she might have
added
one on her
dimension to
collar. I
them.
saw something.
You really have to experience it for yourself. It's almost like peering
Mics
into a
are
moment
inside
in
them.
time.
It's exactly like
Apple is moving into invasive technology now. We can build a microphone under your skin, just in your collarbone, just as part of the bone muscle. You never need a microphone again. You just speak, and it picks up everything.
Like that. And I can look at this from different angles.
Oh shit!
I can almost smell the smoke.
It's
And
3D
you can
video.
actually take these
That's
spatial
cool.
videos with your iPhone 15 Pro
Yeah.
or with Apple Vision Pro. All right, want to go to the movies?
Sure.
Open the TV app. You can
Yeah, but
actually navigate
copyright?
with your voice.
We can't really watch too much of a movie in their YouTube ad because they're gonna get copyright struck by Paramount.
Siri, open Apple TV.
Sorry.
Cool.
To scroll, you pinch your fingers together and you pull it in the direction that you want the content to go. It's almost like pulling on a piece of invisible string.
All right.
So
Okay.
the first thing you're gonna
It's
do
like pulling out a tampon vertically, very gently, and then many of them, one after the other, until you've pulled out 65 separate tampons.
is you're gonna scale up the screen so it really takes over your
You
space.
can almost smell the smoke.
Like this? What?
Actually, that is something they can do now. Things like VR headsets and stuff like this, they technically can do smell-o-vision pretty easily. That's not a hard one to do. I just don't think most apps. I don't think it's a very. I don't think it's a very sexy function. I don't think many people are asking for the smell-o-vision thing, especially if they're watching porn. Because smell is the one thing that'll ruin that very quickly. It's like, hey, this seems sexy. Oh no. Okay, now it just smells like an all-you-can-eat sushi buffet.
It's so big.
It's so big. He's actually
Like I
watching
have my
Monarch.
own movie theater.
Oh my god, my boy. Thank you for showing me Godzilla. I'm erect.
You've used this before, right? So you know what I'm looking at.
Yes.
This is incredible.
That's what she said. Bleach
With
and
Apple
fake
Vision
tan
Pro,
all of a sudden.
Your workspace isn't
Hey, if you could smell bleach and tan before you're about to hook up with a chick, you're in for a good night. That's a hussy.
confined to the size of a monitor. You can use your whole space, so it can take on an entirely new dimension. First, open mail. And you can
I like
place
this
it
part.
wherever you want.
They're going to show how you can attach things to the
I'm gonna
environment.
put it right
And they just stay there forever.
here.
Now, we're gonna turn on some music.
Like having a fake desktop
Go ahead and play
PC.
Sungulic.
Okay.
Girl, you mute out
Oh.
all the nonsense, all the toxic. We can talk on it.
Oh, copyright.
Let's put it right.
God damn it.
Right over your shoulder, right there.
Okay. And how's it sound?
Put the copyright song next to her
The
face.
sound is surrounding. It's surround sound. It's all around.
So that spatial audio is actually coming from the audio pods. They sit just outside your ears. They deliver that sound, which is that rich spatial
They should have
audio.
played WAP
Next,
by Cardi B.
let's scale up Safari so it's nice and big right in
They
front
picked the
of you.
most family-friendly hip-hop they could find.
There it is.
The sound is
how do you
surrounding.
feel about your workspace?
Bro, my surround sound is like all around me, like surrounding me. It's like surround. Is that why it's called surround sound? Bro. That's where you get stoners to do your Apple ad.
I mean, it's huge.
Okay, I want
So
you to
she
close
said
the
again.
apps
God, there's a lot of those in this ad.
and follow me. Someone's gonna give you a quick call.
Hey, Will, how's it going? My name is Yuri. Nice to meet
Why do you look like a minion? Are
Hey.
Hey.
you going snorkeling
So,
later?
I'm actually calling from a Mac, and I wanted to show you how FaceTime feels like on Apple Vision Pro today.
Okay.
Can have the same VR
so
functions by
let's
smoking
scale the
weed.
window so I'm life size, and it's gonna feel like I'm in the room with you.
Let me try it.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what they're going for, is minimizing the physical
Pretty
hardware
cool.
thing.
My
That's going to be the way of the
Kristen's gonna call you
future.
now, so have fun.
Less
I'll talk to
junk.
you later.
Thank you. Have a good one.
More minimalist spaces.
Hey, Will.
Very postmodern.
It's Kristen.
Hey. Why does your FaceTime look different from Yuri?
Oh, she's got that that VR character model we were seeing before.
I'm wearing Apple Vision Pro, just like you.
She's in
This
3D.
is my persona. You can see my facial expressions, my hand gestures, and it's all in real time.
Huh.
Can we see his?
Wow. Yeah, do I
I want
look
to
the
see his
same way?
avatar.
Yeah, your persona's awesome. Anyways, I'll let you get back to Alejandra.
You're not going to show it.
See you later.
If you can have a persona, do you think you can have a fursona? Like, can you override the 3D modeling of your body and face and replace it with, like, a furry? Can he be like a sexy fox boy with titties? Or is Apple not going to allow that? Because it'll make them look bad. People will make fun of the Apple headset too much. Why do you look so HD and ugly? It's called Uncanny Valley. They'll figure that eventually. It's close enough. At least it's tracked well.
All right, take care.
Sometimes you just need a little peace and quiet to get things done.
Yeah, we have
Open
to wait for Apple Pro
environments
2
from the home
for
view.
the first Sona.
Now, choose one.
How about
You're good with technological
this
world
one?
disappearing if you just take off some
Wow.
goggles? Yeah.
Environments
Hey,
let
look
you
how neat that
expand your
is.
space.
Now this is an office.
It could be an office.
I
but
reckon so many
environments
people are
also
going to
work
use
with
this
any
feature.
app.
Just
So
working in
now,
a
look at me.
sexy, natural environment.
What? You're coming through the scene.
Exactly. Breakthrough lets you stay connected to the people around you, even if you're fully immersed. You can also control the level of immersion in an environment simply by spinning the
Do the
digital
clouds
crown.
move? That depends on the image. Like if you're just using a panoramic image, then nothing's gonna move. But if you're using a panoramic video, then yeah, it'll all be in motion.
Yeah, it's disappearing.
Now, I've got something cool to show you.
Looks like bad CGI.
You can
Well,
bring
that
your
wasn't
Mac
CGI. That was
right
a photo.
into Vision Pro,
That's why it wasn't
and
moving.
it instantly turns your screen.
But if you
into
used a
an
video,
enormous
a
display.
panoramic video, then it would be even better.
Go ahead and select Connect.
Whoa.
Reminds me of that Rick and Morty episode.
So the lap.
The toilet one? Oh, I saw someone on Twitter already did it. I'll show it to you after this. Someone on Twitter already did the toilet thing where you change the environment when you're on the toilet shitting while like using the social media scrolling app. It's amazing.
Top screen just appeared into the space in front of me. It's amazing.
All right, enough work, yeah?
Yeah.
Time for porn.
Okay, yeah, enough work.
Yeah, porn.
Let's open mindfulness.
What's your favorite category? Just say, Siri, please open Big Busty MILFs.
Okay.
Okay.
So this is an app
Big
that
busty
fully
milfs.
expands into
do
your
it.
space. Enjoy a moment of peace.
This is where the ad gets really awkward when she's just sitting there like in the chair, just watching him like quietly like breathing heavily and jacking off in the chair next to her. Just give him a moment. He'll be done in about 5 minutes.
And I'll be here when you're done.
Yeah, see, she'll be here when you're done. Just watching him nut.
Inhale appreciation.
Try not to come on the Vision Pro. It's very expensive.
Exhale care.
I doubt the Vision Pro is cum proof.
It's beautiful.
That'll be the
Can they do
Vision
a
Pro 2.
20-minute version of this?
If there's going to be a furry version of the Vision Pro, they definitely have to make it cum proof.
I'm just kidding.
Let's keep going. I want to show you some other fun experiences in Apple Vision Pro. Scroll to the second page of apps.
Go
on
to
the
my
home view
OnlyFans
and select
and subscribe.
Encounter Dinosaurs.
Oh
And
my
if you hold
god.
out your finger, something may land on it.
Oh my god.
No way.
Okay, this is just a novelty. This
You
is not
can
very
even bring it
practical,
closer
but
to
it's
you.
still pretty cool. But a butterfly is not a dinosaur.
This is an interactive narrative that brings prehistoric times right into your living room.
Oh yeah.
Oh, dope.
I've seen the world open up.
I get nervous
Butterfly
when
is
I'm
my
not even
favorite
doing the demo.
dinosaur.
Is that a raptor?
Oh,
a
it's coming in the room.
Rajasaurus. If you shift from side to side, the Rajasaurus will follow you.
Oh, it's live animating the dinosaur so it can follow you.
Wow.
I thought it was gonna be pre-rendered. Crazy.
So that's what we've got for you today.
Oh, is that all?
That was amazing.
What if he took off the headset and his eyes were fucking bleeding? Just down his cheeks. It's like, oh, that's a side effect. You might have to deal with that sometimes.
Only skim the surface of what you can do today with Apple Vision Pro. Check out the brand new App Store for over 1 million apps available on day one. Thanks for watching. So nice to meet you.
Permanently cross-eyed, yeah. I can actually do that, you know. If I take this clip into After Effects, I can re-edit this trailer to make his eyes cross-eyed and bleeding in that last shot. Although Apple might sue me. A little bit of motion tracking. Does he get one for free for being in the ad like that? Because he probably wants one now. He seemed pretty impressed. Hey guys, just walking my dinosaur. Do you reckon you could take the dinosaur on the road with you? It seems like it's a in one room kind of experience. I don't think you can just walk around town in your headset with your dinosaur following you around. Although that would be so cute. I would name him and everything. This is my dinosaur, Hubert Cumberdale. He likes long walks on the beach and eating your face. Do not touch him. He is very volatile. And testy. What am I related to? Ooh. Hang on, this could be interesting. You hit my dinosaur with your car. Actually, that'd be hilarious if in your headset you saw someone's car hit your dinosaur's leg and like crash, and you take the headset off and there's no dinosaur, but the car is still destroyed. That'd be really confusing, actually. When you buy yours, you're going to let us know. Are you actually going to do it? Are you loaded, Lysander? See you all in 2080. Oh, that's when you can afford it? Yeah, same. There's only one person in this entire chat that can afford it. And that was the Russian rapper from before, Negan. Didn't he say he's got one? I could have sworn he said he has one. Yeah. Here in Russia, they cost $6,000, but I bought it for myself. It's cool, but there's little content. Yeah, Negan's the one who's got it. Oh yeah, you just missed him, Sham. We watched 2 of his songs. And then he hung around for a bit and he mentioned that he's got the Vision Pro. But he's like literally the only one here that can afford that damn thing. Here's hang on, this just popped up. Apple Vision Pro's Game Room app, which I think lets you play games multiplayer with people in the same room. Watch 2 of his songs. Yeah, we went to the YouTube videos. That counts as watching. Let's check this out. Chess, chess, chess. Yeah, it's probably going to be all in-room board games and stuff. Solitaire. Battleship. Fuck is this? Yahtzee? I think that was Yahtzee. Something poker looking. Oh wait, there it is. Hearts, Solitaire, Yacht, Sea Battle, and Chess. I don't know what Yacht is, but I think they had to call it Sea Battle because Battleships is actually trademark by Hasbro. They can't actually make their own game based on Battleship. They have to do a rip-off with a new name. If 2 people share a headset in the same room, can they share the game of chess? Probably. I would be shocked if it didn't work that way, because that would be pretty easy to set up. How about some actual games like Russian Roulette with realistic results? I have a Russian Roulette game on my my VR headset. I've got the Valve Index in the cupboard, and I've got a Russian Roulette VR game on Steam, and it's literally what it sounds like. You and 3 other human players through online multiplayer. You're all sitting around like a table, like a poker type table, and you take turns loading the bullets into your revolver and choosing to either shoot yourself or shoot someone else at the table. You get, I can't remember how it works. You either get points if you point it at your own head and you don't kill yourself, and then it goes to the next person. But if you point it at somebody else and pull the trigger and it kills them, then you're out of the game. I think. No, if you point it at somebody else and it doesn't kill them, I think you're out. So that's the gamble. You either pick yourself or somebody else to point it at. But either way, it's a gamble. It's pretty hilarious because every person at the table is also motion tracked. So all your arm flailing and head turning when you talk to each other and at the table is all like tracked. So it's really funny. Especially when your mate puts a gun to their own head and pulls the trigger and their fucking ragdoll goes limp and they're out of the game. It's so fucking good. There's toy guns you can get in this crazy thing called Real Life for like $2. I'm not sitting playing pretend Russian roulette with a bunch of toy guns. That's lame. This is VR Russian roulette where you actually get to shoot people in the head. Yourself including, for real. It's good. It's very good. There's a couple other games like that I've got. There's one called Bomb Defusal, or I can't remember the actual name, but it's something like that, where you and up to 3 other friends, like 4 of you, are standing around a table in VR, and you have to cooperatively try to defuse a bomb, which has like very elaborate puzzle-like mechanics and stuff. And it's very easy for one of you to fuck up and blow up everybody in the room. So it becomes like this madcap, hilarious Three Stooges shit with you all like desperately trying to poke away and figure out this bomb's mechanics and hoping that your mates don't blow you up from being a dickhead. Did you ever have the Biscoff? Yeah, I had it on camera. How'd you miss that? I was eating out of the jar and everything. Why would I try to defuse it if I've planted the bomb? Oh no, you didn't plant it. Like in the game, it's just you and your mates trying to disarm a bomb on the table, that's all. It's very simple. It's just really funny because it's easy to fuck up. Hilarity ensues. My memory is good. Well, you know what? I'll have a second Biscoff just for you without anyone even claiming it. Just because I like eating this shit. Yes. Goddamn. I have a feeling that's probably what it would taste like if you were eating out the gingerbread man. If you were eating his ass, it would taste like Biscoff spread. You like the hoodie? It's an Oodie. Oodie. It's basically like a bathrobe, but it's designed like a giant, thick, woolly blanket that you can sleep in. It's fucking amazing. They're a little expensive, but they're the best. I only own two. I own this Barbie one and I own a Space Jam one. The website's got like hundreds of them in different styles. Check this out. Yeah, boy. Oh, they're worth it. Hell yeah, they are. My mum actually lives in this thing. Like, she just falls asleep on the couch wearing it because it's basically like wearing a blanket off your bed. It's very thick and fluffy. This stuff, it's actually more comfy than my real bed. My blanket is nowhere near as comfy as this fabric. It's like being hugged by a cloud. I keep telling everyone that I should be sponsored by Oodie because I love talking them up. These things are good. He shoves his mum aside when he puts the Oodie on. Gotta steal hers. I've only got two. I need more. Give them the sales pitch we did at the beginning. Oh yeah, that got dirty. Someone gonna have to clip that for later. I'll clip it and send it to everybody. Then no one's gonna buy an Oodie after hearing that. That got nasty. Buy a game room? Well, cool. I'm impressed. I would buy it if I had money. Actually, let me show you the guy on the toilet real quick. I know that's not a good sales pitch. Also, I'm going to do this off screen because my Twitter is not safe for work. I don't know how many of you use Twitter or are used to Twitter, but you can put porn on Twitter, and it does come up quite frequently in my feed. You'll be scrolling through some pretty innocent stuff, and the next minute, titties. What was I looking for? Did you see in the news that guy that got pulled over in his Tesla truck wearing the Vision Pro Apple headset? He just got the award for world's biggest dork, basically. His titties strike again. Day 3 of waiting for Sean to watch the video. Hang on, Sham. I don't want to forget what we're on right now. Holy shit. This is not what I was looking for, but... This guy's skydiving in his Vision Pro. I would not. Can you imagine if that came off your head mid-skydive? You would just lose $6 grand worth of tech. It's not surviving that fall. How do I get out of this? Oh, there we go. Well, that's content. Oh, here it is. Second video. This has been going viral. This guy has a screen pre-set up at his toilet. It's good. This is good marketing right here. This is what I think that Elizabeth should be doing. You should be sitting in nature like this while you're pooping. I think you would love that. You can hear the wind. I didn't realize that before. They must have, like, added wind and other stuff to the picture. I have a feeling that this viral video has probably sold more of those headsets than, like, the Apple's advertising. Because everyone wants to sit on the toilet and use a pro headset to virtually scroll stuff. Same scene as last time. I bet it's, there's a short list of preloaded scenes that are on the headset to begin with, and then you can probably add your own. So he just picked one, like, probably from the top of the list. That's the same one they use in the ad. You need one from the White House. You probably get that. If you can find a panoramic photo of the White House, like the president's room with the desk and everything, you could do exactly that. There's one virtual... No, well, it's just... He's just using the same one from the ad. They would come with a short list, I'd say. There's probably at least 5 in there. Off rip, and then you just put your own in. Seem like a shy pooper. Everyone is shy pooper. Who wants to poop in front of other people? Oh, what's this? Hang on. Working on cars in 2024. See, this is practical right here. Being able to work hands-free while having actual like screens up showing all the data you need to know while you're working. This is good. This is another app seller right here. I mean hardware seller. I think one of the problems is though is that people are legitimately using this while driving now, like wearing it on their heads, and the police don't like that. Cool beans. Just don't do this. Don't do this one. This is not worth it, man. When that parachute comes out and yanks your body, that's exactly when your headset's gonna come flying off. The police like it because there'll be more tickets. They do like to bust people for like barely jack shit because they need to meet quotas. I heard that's actually a true thing. A lot of cops need to read quotas in terms of busting people, which is why they're not cool about it. They don't really let people off the hook very often. This is what I want. I want to not have to be able to... I want to not need to touch my phone while I'm pooping. That would be ideal. Take the dirty, gross part out. What's the point of wearing it when you're skydiving? I mean, he's just doing it for content. Like, you wouldn't normally do that, but it's one of those things where the headset's currently viral. It's hot right now. So if you make TikTok videos of you using it in funky places, you'll get views. I mean, it's an easy form of content. Think of a context that'll be funny to use your headset in, or some kind of crazy shit. And you'll probably get clicks. Using headset in coffee shop. I look like a dork, won't get laid. No, everyone thinks that I'm a yuppie. Kill a puppy. Sorry, I just needed something to rhyme with that last one. Oh, it's a remix. Sham. Drop some verse. Oh, it's a lo-fi beat. It's a lo-fi dance beat. We got some twerking, we just need some rap. Alright. This guy's going off in this coffee shop. You know what I don't like about this particular use? This is fun and all, but as soon as you turned on that wallpaper everyone uses to show this fucking thing off, the mountain range that Elizabeth was roasting before, that bit scares me a bit, because there's nothing wrong with, you know, wearing your dorky headset in a coffee shop and having your screens and doing your work or whatever, you know, go nuts. But the second you can't see everybody else, I think that makes me a little nervous. Because, you know, at least with the screens up, you can see everybody else in the distance. You can keep an eye on your surroundings. If you're blocking all that out while you're in public, I think that's a little dangerous. Because all you need is one guy, like, running up to you and then, like, square kicking you right in the face and then robbing you of that headset, and you will never see it coming. Who wants a Twitter feed by your side constantly to scroll? Elizabeth, do you realize I have 3 computer screens, and the one on the left has always got the Twitter feed up? If I could take this camera and turn it around right now and show you, there's just Twitter on my left. Actually, well, it's Twitter... Twitter, Instagram, and Discord is on my left. My main screen that you guys are seeing is right in front of me, and my right-hand screen is where my Twitch chat and my activity window is with Sham's link that I haven't clicked on yet. Dystopia. Just don't block out your surroundings when you're in public around other people, because I'm telling you, if you can't see what other people are doing around you, someone's gonna mug you. You're gonna get shanked and have that headset stolen. That's like over $6,000. You be careful, especially if you live in New York or Detroit or something. Anyway, wait, it has night vision? Hang on a sec. Hang on, this is new. They haven't showed us this before. Oh, it's mapping the terrain that the camera can see that you can't see, and using like a neon wireframe mesh to show you the environment. That's fucking rad, man. Why didn't they show this off? This is clever. Like, it's not night vision as you'd expect it to be, like where it shows like the black and white or the bright green thing through like the goggles that the military wears. It's like a much more Blade Runner techie version of it. You get mugged regardless of your vision is. Yeah, but at least you'd see it coming. You have a chance at fighting back or avoiding it if you see it coming, at least. If you're sitting on a mountaintop in your fake Vision Pro environment, you're going to have no chance. This is way more interesting to me. Yeah, it's kind of like they realize that this wireframing already exists as a built-in way that the headset maps your environment, and they probably realized if we actually use this wireframe to output in a neon color, it can actually work as a form of night vision to see where you're going, because the camera can see the environment even when it's pitch dark. So that's pretty clever. These geeks trying to get a VR, you can work in public even in the yard. This wasn't expensive. I'd guarantee girls to not approach and show them tits. It'll guarantee girls to not approach and show them tits. What the fuck? Oh, this might be the guy I was talking about. The doofus that got pulled over by the cops for being in a Tesla while wearing a Vision Pro. Look at that knob. See, like, I'm so in the middle with this stuff. I love the headset. I love the tech. I love what it's capable of. I love where we're at technology-wise, right? But I still laugh at this shit. Like, I still think it's really embarrassing to drive your Tesla around with your fucking headset on. Like, you think you're the main character of some sci-fi anime. Like, come on now. Why are they emoji yellow? The cop is shining a flashlight in his face. It's probably a tungsten bulb flashlight. They make great snowboarding goggles. Yeah, I mean, when we first started looking at this, we pretty much started out by joking that it looks like snorkeling or snowboarding goggles. Look at this. I've seen this one as well. Look at this fucker. I can't believe this. He's at a NBA basketball game in his Vision Pro. I don't know what he's looking at through those headsets. He's pinching. You can see him doing a couple of gestures while he's watching, so he's definitely got some kind of screens up. I think Elizabeth's probably right about the recording. He's probably getting snapshots of the game, like little plays and stuff. But if I had to hazard a guess of what else he might be doing, I wouldn't be surprised if he had some stats screens up about the game he's watching. Like scoreboard statistics or the kind of HUD stuff you'd see when you're playing like an NBA simulation video game. Like an EA Sports game. Didn't see the pinch though. He does it right at the start here. Look at his left hand. He's kind of making that finger shape. He might just be enlarging or minimizing one of the windows he's got with like the basketball game stats or score or something to get it out of the way. I don't know what that was. Did you see him do his spirit fingers for a second? Like he's playing with a titty? Well, that was hilarious. There's a dog. There's my dog using Vision Pro. Why is the dog swiping?
You too. Hey, can you help?
Oh my god. I didn't say he's playing with a titty well. He clearly thinks that you're supposed to spirit finger on the nipples. I think the dog is confused, man. Don't put the dog on the moon. How the dog pinch? By receding and exposing his lipstick tube. It zooms in and out the screen. Oh, look, it's Linus from Linus Tech Tips. He's already got the Vision Pro tan going on. He must be reviewing on his channel or something. He's probably used it way too much. I wonder if that screen does block UV light. Where is the... What am I looking at here? Oh, this guy is basically showing how to use normal TV and laptop computers without the Vision Pro. I think he's trying to make a point. Boring.
You in the meeting? Yeah. Do you see what I put on the screen?
She's actually wearing snowboarding goggles. She can't afford the Vision Pro for her piss take video. Linus tan tips. You know what my problem is with these videos, though? Oh god. Okay, it's not very funny. My problem with these videos is that they're not witty. Like, they think they're being funny because they're making a point about, oh, look how technology is making you look stupid and making life weird and complicated. But it's like, you're not making a joke just by showing an exaggerated version of what people look like while wearing the tech. Like, we already know, we get it. Like, what's the joke? This is like not funny people trying to be funny about technology. Also, that little joke she did of like, oh, Siri, you didn't tell me that table was there. It's like the whole point is you're able to see your entire environment normally, unrestricted. Like, that joke didn't even make sense. Yeah, nice try. How to get arrested with the Apple Vision Pro. Oh, boy. Another Tesla Vision Pro user. Why is it always ones with the Vision Pro and the Tesla? They're the biggest knobs. Amazing. This one's funny. Getting the haircut in the Vision Pro and being in the shower, that's funny. Wow, the TSA actually stopped him in the airport with the Vision Pro. Why? I don't really understand that. If you could be stopped at an airport for wearing a Vision Pro, you could be stopped for having a telephone, for having a smartphone. Anyway, that was a good one. If you're gonna make fun of it, that's a way to do it. That had some wit to it. I think we should move on now. Someone's actually snowboarding in it. Cool. Yeah, right. Let's go. Sham's been waiting. You're watching Disney Channel. Everyone looks schizophrenic when they're doing the gesture control. The difference is that, like, everyone knows what you're doing. You might look silly and it's easy to laugh at, but we know what you're doing. You're using a computer with touchscreen controls. Like, you'd see someone doing it, you'd be like, ha, they've got a Vision Pro. And then you'd already be over it. It would stop being funny because it is what it is. It's the kind of thing where It's funny now because it's new and we're only just seeing people in public doing it with the hand gestures in the air and stuff. So it's easy to point and go hee hee. But if this takes on and everyone ends up being able to afford it, then if you fast forward like 5 years from now, it's going to be so normal, there's going to be no joke anymore. Seeing someone touching the air and doing all that stuff with their goggles on is just going to be like so embedded in culture. We're not even going to give a shit. You're going to see people doing the flailing schizophrenic thing, and it's not even going to register as a thing. You prefer to see what people are doing? Oh, like the whole, you know they're doing something, but you can't see what it is they're doing, so it just looks odd. But that's what I'm saying. That part of it is going to get unlearned. If you give it another 5 to 10 years of everyone doing it, you're just going to stop thinking that way, and it's going to not seem odd anymore. But that's how all technology and how culture moves. Things start out being kind of weird and funky, and then eventually it's just part of life. Like a phone in your pocket was weird. Someone being able to pull out something and talk to it in public. You know how weird it was to see someone talking to someone else you can't see? Like, culturally, that was a weird moment in history. And you look like a douchebag by pulling out a phone in public. It's like everyone had tethered phones in their houses. But doing it in public, wirelessly, you were an asshole for doing that. And people would point and laugh at you. Now it's normal. TVs. Having like a mirror, like a frame in your house that could show moving pictures on it and people talking at you. And you and your friends would be like, look at this. Oh, you can look around it. And it's like, it's not real. It's all inside this one little box. How fucking random is that? How strange. There's just a guy telling me the news in my living room. Like he's talking to me, but he's not, because I'm in the kitchen. What's happening? Now it's normal. Nobody pointed and laughed at portable phones. They definitely did. Any yuppie that pulled out one of those chunky phones with the aerial you have to pull out, which was the first version of portable phones, hilarious. This is the first time we've had a literal invisible interface. Just like there was a first time when we had portable phones. I'm telling you, like all technology, at first, is weird and easy to laugh at and makes you look like a douchebag for being an early adopter. And then you fast forward 5 to 10 years and everyone's doing it and it's like, it's just culture. It's just totally normal. Like you're hung up on the invisibility part of it, and that is the part that makes it kind of goofy. But we're going to stop caring eventually. It's not going to be an issue one day. VR's been around for years, so I don't think it's too weird. I mean, true, like there's been a build up to it, but the new aspect that we're dealing with now is the portability and the public thing. People weren't walking around in a Valve Index or a Vive in public, like playing Beat Saber in the fucking mall cafeteria in front of the KFC. It's the fact that people are now walking around in the Apple Vision Pro, like doing augmented reality in front of others, in front of strangers, and like Elizabeth said, poking and pinching at like invisible stuff in the air. That's the new aspect. That's easy to point and laugh at, but we'll get over it eventually, and then the future us's will find it weird that we ever thought it was strange. You know what I mean? We'll look back and be like, oh, once we thought that was silly. Now it's normal. I mean, there will be a grace period, but it will be normalized eventually. Just depends on how long. And that usually depends on the kind of tech it is. This one's particularly trippy and high tech, so this one might take a bit longer, to be fair. We won't see people playing Beat Saber in public and it being normal for a long time. Get the stuff to project in the environment for everyone to see. We will eventually be able to do that, but it won't be the norm because that is not as desirable as seeing it for yourself only. Because most people want to go on with their business without anyone else seeing their business. It looks goofy, but I don't want people seeing the movie I'm watching or the YouTube video or the email I'm typing. Like all the stuff that you're doing in that headset, like it's good that it's not polluting the environment and forcing other people to see it. It's kind of like boomboxes versus headphones. The fact that music became portable was potentially a problem because nobody in public wants to hear your shit. Like If you're not into Wu-Tang Clan, you don't want to be hearing other people's Wu-Tang Clan. And then headphones came along, which is like the invisible VR headset, where it's like, now I can have something in my ear and I can be hearing my own beats and not have to project that on other people. And that is a weird thing. Seeing someone walking around with little things in their ears, being able to hear music you can't hear, that's weird. We don't think about it as weird anymore because it's now established in culture. Like, now it's normal. When I see people walk around with these little wireless buds sticking out of their earlobes, someone from 20, 30 years ago would think they look like a freak. Like something out of Star Trek. These little diodes sticking out of your ear. And the very idea that they're listening to, like, hip-hop or fucking Destiny's Child or whatever in their brain as they're walking around in public, that would be weird. But we don't even think about it anymore. It's just so ingrained. And that's what you have to think about with technology. Anytime you're getting willied out by technology like this VR shit or whatever comes next, you have to kind of think about it in those terms. Think about what we've got now that we take for granted. And whatever we find weird now is going to be that in 10 years. We should get to Sham. Sham, is that link you highlighted earlier, is that the first one on this list? Remember when you highlighted one before I had the share a link open? It's probably too far up to scroll now to actually check. Yeah, my thing doesn't scroll up high enough just to double check. Or does it? No, it doesn't. Oh, it was that one? Okay, cool. It's an awkward position because you're right, it looks like dystopian, but it also kept contained within user. I mean, and that's kind of what you were saying before as well. About using it around your house and not having to fill your house with technology that's always omnipresent. You can literally take off the headset and shut it all down and then be back in nature. Like, there's elements of it that are actually beneficial to how you think about this stuff. But then there's also other elements that still weird you out. So you're kind of like stuck in the middle of that a little bit. You just have to wait. Just let it be. I mean, you're not an early adopter of this stuff anyway, so, you know, just let time do its thing and see where it goes. Let me get Sham's link. Blah. POV Logic listens to new single Fear on Apple Vision goggles. Oh, this is thematic. No audio yet. Is this actually him? Just don't take it outside? Yeah, I wouldn't take mine outside. Especially since I know someone's going to make a go at it. I'm not giving anyone the chance of stealing my $7,000 headset. Also, you look like a goofer. You look goof troop. Is he playing Dead Cells? In the Apple Vision Pro? Oh shit. There's that fucking background that Elizabeth loves so much. Why is everyone so obsessed with this background? This is neat. Do you need an actual controller? No, you need an actual controller for sure. I mean, every time I've seen someone use this, they're using either a PlayStation 5 DualSense, or like a Xbox controller. That's the same with the PC though. I mean, these controllers are used for everything now. You can play a game on your phone through the cloud off the Xbox service if you can link a controller to it. It's the only background. It's definitely the preloaded one. I still think there'd be a couple others, but this is probably the coolest one. So everyone just uses it. And also, you'd be able to put your own in. I just don't think anyone has bothered to try and make their own panoramic environment to hang out in. I mean, most people where we see this footage from are people who have owned their headset for like 2 days and are still like getting high off it, showing it off on Twitter. We can maybe, hang on, let me check something. Apple Vision Pro backgrounds. Let's see if we can actually look it up. Use environments. Let's have a look. Environments that you transform your physical surroundings, like Yosemite, Mount Hood, or the moon. Oh, we did see the moon. How did I forget about that? You paid $7,000. You haven't done anything custom with it. They will. It's just that most of the videos we see are people who have only owned it for like a day or two, and they're just really keen to show it off on social media for the clout. So no one's really had the time to do anything fancy of their own, like custom-wise. So we know at least you can go to Yosemite, Mount Hood, or the moon. I think the one we keep seeing is Mount Hood. We did see the moon briefly in another video. Actually twice. One of the videos we saw it in was on Twitter. Remember the guy who put his dog in the headset? He changed the environment to the moon for his dog. Because I remember making a joke about don't put your dog on the moon. It'll confuse it. It says some apps will have their own built-in environments as well. Like conference rooms for keynote speeches. You can change the lighting of the environment. For example, summer light or winter light. You can change whether you want the environment to be light or dark. And also change the volume of the environment sounds. So these backgrounds are more elaborate than just panoramic photos. They've actually got soundscapes, so it sounds like the environment you're in. And it's also controllable light levels. So it's a bit more fancy than just a photo. So it's probably not the easiest thing in the world to make your own custom one, unless you're just not going to have those extra bells and whistles. It's just a photo wrapped around you. Figures the moon would be on there. Same movie set as the 1969 landing. Triggerable. I'm pretty sure I heard someone say that you can use technically any panoramic video or photo can be used like this. It's just that you don't get all the bells and whistles, like the light control and the audio of the environment. But if you take a very good 4K video, you would have like the wind blowing the leaves and the clouds moving and stuff like you were asking before. But at some point, it would also have to loop. There'd be a jump cut where it would loop back to the beginning because the video can only go for so long. Let me get Sham's other link real quick.
When the actors arrived on the set of The Abyss, director James Cameron greeted them with a "Welcome to my nightmare." Whether an exasperated joke or a foreboding warning, he wasn't kidding.
Why is this?
Much like the film itself,
There we go. Oh, it's a YouTube essay about The Abyss. This is a good movie. What channel is this? I don't think I've watched this channel. It was a shit show. Making stuff is hard.
There are only 5
Don't talk to me. Especially in the entertainment world where there are millions of dollars on the line. So it just talks about the difficulties of on-set production. So all we know for a fact is it comes preloaded with 3 environments that Apple's made themselves. And I'm guessing that there's going to be an app store where they're going to be putting up new ones, possibly for free and also paid, depending on the complexity. So you can add to your collection.
Production on The Abyss was a tense, claustrophobic thriller, full of inescapable water, near drownings, and frequent disasters.
Jesus
At the center
Christ.
of all of it was a meticulous auteur who believed his art was worth the suffering, regardless of it being a shit show.
Turn that up a little bit.
If there's one...
If you recall correctly, it had tons of challenges. Isn't this the director that brought that huge tank to fill up? Yeah, James Cameron. Titanic, Terminator. One of the Alien movies. Which one? 2. Aliens.
thing
Avatar.
to know about writer-director James Cameron, it's that he loves the ocean. He practically made a career out of it, from his films to his
Oh yeah, I forgot Piranha 2. How can I forget Piranha?
documentaries to his insane ocean floor excursions. This all started back when he was in high school and saw a lecture about deep sea diving.
Yeah, you're probably
by the
right about
first
this
man
one.
To breathe oxygen
Every time he makes a movie involving water, it tends to be a huge production. Like massive sets. So they can have things be as real as possible with real water. But I guess that makes it dangerous as well, which is why it causes lots of problems.
Instantly infatuated, Cameron went home and wrote a short
I've seen this
story
movie a
about
lot, quite a few
scientists at
times
the
when I was a
bottom of
kid.
the
I had it on
sea.
VHS.
Decades later, while directing Aliens, he saw a National Geographic documentary about deep sea submersibles and recalled his short story. He began writing the screenplay to The Abyss, named after the Friedrich Nietzsche quote, "And if you gaze too long into an abyss, the abyss gazes also into you." Since Aliens and his previous film Terminator were such
that
big
water
financial
alien,
hits for 20th Century Fox,
the one that's like a
with
tube of
Aliens
water
receiving
that comes
7
up to you and it
Oscar
replicates your
Cameron
face.
had enough clout to pick
That was
his next
actually
project.
pretty high
He
tech
chose
for
to
its
stay
for
with
its day.
Fox and make The Abyss with his wife and producing
Like
partner,
digital effects
Gale
weren't really
Ann
that
Hurd.
big at
His
the
finished
time.
script was about a group of underwater oil riggers inadvertently dealing with Cold War tensions when they are tasked with a rescue mission of a crashed nuclear submarine. And things take an
Got that
unexpected
fully loaded
turn
ultimate
when they run
cheese,
into
buddy.
non-terrestrial intelligence.
Sorry,
or NTIs.
got distracted by cheesy
When Cameron
biscuits.
turned in the script, the studio assumed he planned to use visual effects and models to do most of the underwater sequences. But Cameron wanted it to be real.
If I couldn't do what 2001: A Space
There's
Odyssey
Jay.
did for science
Jay did
fiction,
not like the Apple Vision
taking
Pro.
place in
He
space,
took off
if
for the
I
night.
didn't feel that I could do that in the underwater
Jay's too much of a naturalist.
arena, then I didn't want to make the movie.
They went back and forth on the budget until Fox greenlit the project for $33 million. The search began for a suitable place to film an underwater epic.
Why does that guy look like Jack Reacher? This movie's way too old for that to be him, but tell me that doesn't look like Reacher. What's that actor's name? The one that I keep saying should play, the Doomslayer? Oh, there's Jay. He's lurking. He's probably lurking he was lurking in the background just fuming. Alan Michael Richardson? Something like that? Alan Richardson? God, he looks so much like him. Maybe that's his dad. Maybe it's nepotism. Alan Richardson. Why did I add the Michael? Probably just sounds cool. Yeah, I'm still championing him for the Doomslayer if they do a proper Doom movie one day. I think he would do such a good job.
No freshwater take.
Oh. Sham, did you see the trailer? What was it called? Something Ungentlemanly Warfare by Guy Ritchie. I watched it on last Sunday's stream. I don't believe you were here. It's about a World War II British Special Forces group, one of the first ever, made up of just complete madmen, and it's got Henry Cavill and Alan Richardson in it, running around killing Nazis and basically hamming it up. They actually look like psychopaths. There's a shot in the trailer of Henry Cavill gunning down a bunch of Nazis in a tower with a Tommy gun, with his tongue hanging out, just laughing manically. Looks good. Oh, yeah, we both just said looks good. Yours popped up right as I said it. Jinx, you owe me a Coke. Jay's having a bad day. Bad things happened. Oh, damn. What are the snacks? Oh, I showed them before. You must have missed it. My leftover ultimate cheese fully loadeds. They were sold out of pizza shapes, so I tried these. Oh, shit. Jay, you're dropping some Riz on Elizabeth there with the prithee. Jay knows how to talk to French women. It's too bad if you don't have the package he needs. It's the wrong person rizzing up the wrong person.
would be big enough for Cameron's vision, and they certainly didn't want to film
Are
in
they
the
good?
uncontrollable
They're very
environment
cheesy,
of the actual
and they're very
ocean,
thin,
a
so
lesson
it's mostly
Steven
just
Spielberg
cheese.
learned the hard way on Jaws.
More
In
cheese
the
than
most
cracker.
unlikely of places to film an underwater movie, the filmmakers chose the Cherokee Nuclear Power Plant in South Carolina, which was abandoned mid-construction.
He has
the
the
first
package.
option was a turbine pit that could easily hold 2.5 million gallons of water. Referred to as B-Tank, they used the pit to film multiple smaller sets.
There's the tank you were talking about,
such as
Elizabeth.
the crashed sub. For the second set, they
Look at the size
determined
of
they
that.
could convert a partially constructed reactor containment vessel into the largest filtered freshwater tank in the world. A-Tank is where they constructed an entire rock face. And
I'm pretty sure this movie didn't make the kind of profits that justified
for
spending all this money,
the 11 million gallons
unfortunately.
of water necessary for both tanks, they tapped a nearby
It was
river.
kind of a niche
the
film.
water was then processed, filtered for clarity, and heated to 84 degrees. To make a film of this scale, with 40% of it being shot underwater, clever workarounds and equipment were invented, from an air refilling station to the housing units for the cameras. The diving suits were made expressly for the film, as they not only had to light the actors' faces, but include a communication system and independently record dialogue.
Yeah, I
which
didn't
had
actually
never
think of
been
that
done
before. One of the problems with underwater and space movies in general is that in real life, the helmets and the equipment that is designed for the actual real deal, underwater and space stuff, they're not designed to highlight your face. Because in real life, there's no reason to actually illuminate your face. But in a movie, you can't see people in scuba gear and in spacesuits very well, because you're dark inside the helmet. So like every single movie has to come up with excuses to have built-in lights so that the audience can see the person inside. It's always been an interesting
To achieve the look
challenge.
of 2,000 feet under the sea, the filmmakers had to block out any sunlight. They covered A-Tank with a gigantic black tarp. Then over the water, they poured an obscene amount of black beads. Beads? This allowed the crew to safely surface without any obstruction. Then they had to figure out how to light the set.
One engineer told us,
Beads.
"You're all going to die. You're all going to get electrocuted." The other engineer said, "Oh, I know what to do. We'll use HMI bulbs and we'll use double inline ground fault interrupters to make sure that there's no short circuiting that injures anybody." And that's what we did. So we went with engineer B, clearly, a guy named Pete Romano.
The main cast trained for
Engineer
2
A
weeks
must
to
have been
become
mortified.
certified divers. And when they got to the set in early August 1988, they had to train for another 2 weeks in the new hard hat diving suits. Though they ran endless safety drills, their unstructured pool time would be the only moments they enjoyed themselves on the abyss.
I don't think there will ever be.
Maybe
a
your vision
film,
for the film was
certainly
kind of
before
shit.
the end of this
The
century,
vision for the film wasn't
as
shit.
much of a
It's just
challenge
the
as abyss was, not
mechanics
only
behind how he wanted to
technologically,
make it,
but also
the reality,
physically and emotionally
was
on all of
problematic.
us involved with it.
The
Sometimes
construction of
filmmakers
the
want things to be
A-Tank
so
set
real
was
that
such
it
a
makes the actual
colossal
making of it a bit of a
undertaking.
nightmare.
It took longer than expected and delayed filming by 6 weeks. Since it would take 5 days to fill the 55-foot deep structure with 7.5 million gallons of water, they chose to start filling it anyway. Construction had to keep up.
It's like that thing, you ever hear that anecdote about Tom Cruise? How, when Tom Cruise became a producer and wanted to do his own stunts, he had a safety guy that was like, okay, insurance-wise, we can't let you do this because you're the producer and you're the star. We can't cover or risk anything happening to you because you're Tom Cruise. So Tom Cruise fired that safety guy and then hired another one that would let him do whatever he wants. Which is like kind of fucked up, because that man's just trying to do his job and trying to keep people safe. But James Cameron, just like Tom Cruise, they're just like, I just want to get the thing done no matter how dangerous or problematic things are. I'm trying to make cinema history, but it's a little bit scary how they go about it sometimes.
Up with the rising water. Already behind schedule, a frustrated
risking
Cameron
numerous
started
actors.
filming in B-Tank, even
true.
though they weren't supposed to shoot there for another few weeks. The crew had to work day and night to complete the sunken submarine set. Once done, the cast finally got to show off their new skills, but the set was deliberately rotated 45 degrees, with debris littered about, making
Awesome.
things awkward as hell. The actors were disoriented and could barely complete a shot. They stumbled around like newborns, crashing into objects and each other. Very little was being accomplished.
Skill issue.
And in rushing to get B-Tank ready, the crew didn't know what to expect, so the pH levels hadn't been properly balanced yet. It quickly became murky and unsuitable for shooting. They began pouring extra chlorine.
I mean, that
into
looks
the
pretty
mix.
cool, actually.
It helped with visibility, but it soon showed
I like
its
the look of the
effects
murky
on
shit.
The crew. Those not in full scuba suits and diving helmets found their hair bleached blonde. Then their body hair fell out. And then came the chemical burns. This was their first week.
I shouldn't find that funny.
And that's how we started. And then it got worse.
Each day underwater was a logistical horror show. Because of the limited technology at the time, communication with every submerged individual was nearly one way. Cameron essentially used a PA system to speak to everyone, but only the actors could speak directly back to him. Everyone else had to use hand signals and lip reading. To make this work, Cameron and his crew spent hours
Spielberg?
beforehand planning
That guy looks like
every
Spielberg.
single shot. With 20 to sometimes 45 people underwater, every scenario imaginable was required to be meticulously thought out. How to move the lighting without electrocuting everyone, making sure the actors knew where the cameras were, when the submersibles needed to hit their mark, when the safety divers had to provide air, and what steps had to be taken if something went wrong. The list goes on. It would take days to complete a single scene. Only a couple of weeks in, the filtration system began to break regularly. And on days off, wild goats would wander onto set, chew up cables, trample the
What the
piping,
fuck?
and pee on everything. The crew were engineering
After spending all
fixes
that
on
money,
a
they couldn't
daily
hire a goat
basis.
wrangler?
Between repairing the pumps and the time it took to set up shots, the actors had a lot of downtime. It was common for them to suit up, jump in the tanks, then wait for hours on end. And they couldn't leave the set in the unlikely scenario they could actually film something.
That would actually kind of drive you
Michael
crazy.
Biehn summed up his experience, saying he was in South Carolina for 5 months and only acted for 3 or 4 weeks.
Being able to stand there underwater, about 30,
Like spending all that time just standing around underwater,
and just
waiting for
just stand
hours
there.
would drive
I
you
mean,
nuts.
Pretend like you're waiting for a bus.
You go
for 4
crazy.
hours.
The actors never went to a depth that required decompression. But for most of the crew, they would spend up to 2 hours at the end of a long day decompressing to avoid the bends, a fun condition where gas bubbles bubble up in your bloodstream that can cause paralysis or
Jesus
even
Christ.
death. Then hang out in their hotel rooms wearing oxygen masks. And with no bathroom breaks, everyone just peed in their wetsuits. An experience referred to as diver's delight.
It well went down your leg and
That's
came up
fucked up.
on your body, and it just felt.
That's
really
probably the worst
warm,
part to me.
And it was a nice.
I don't mind almost dying underwater, but I don't
For
want to be in the
some,
water when
the
you're
filming
peeing.
of The Abyss was
Thanks
a fun
very much.
one. But for most, the insanity led to breaking points. It was almost immediately for J.C. Quinn. He had a near mental breakdown, asking to be fired.
Just want to get out of this.
From the possibility of dying to the
Good line choice.
consistently annoying respirator sound that was later edited out.
How you guys doing?
Everything had the cast and crew on edge.
The biggest problem that we encountered early on was that sense of panic, was that sense of being on the brink of panic, relying on equipment, which as an actor you normally don't have to do except as a prop, and these were not props. These were life support.
To ease the pressure, they'd often break anything in sight or kick in windows.
I
Oh,
grew to
wow.
compare everything else to doing The Abyss. Believe me, I mean, you walk around, you hear actors bitching and moaning, and people bitching and moaning.
I mean, I'd be annoyed, but
Dude,
I think I keep my shit together
Though
pretty
she
well.
made it through a lifeless
I have a
swim
lot
scene
of
without
patience.
A stunt double. Mary Elizabeth Mastrantonio's worst moment was not in the water. During her resuscitation scene, she laid on cold steel, wet and exposed in front of dozens of people, while Ed Harris pounded on her chest and slapped her in the face. Cameron wanted take after take until the camera ran out of film in the middle of a shot.
And she heard that and she just like freaked. She just said, hey man, we are not animals. I don't know what you're doing here, but we are not animals.
The rest was shot without
Ed
her,
Harris is so
with the
fucking
camera
cool.
pointed up from the floor. To this day, Mastrantonio will not discuss her time on The Abyss. For Harris,
Wow,
he enjoyed the
traumatized.
challenge and is super proud of what he accomplished in the movie. But after a near-death experience in the fluid breathing suit, even he couldn't keep it together. Breathing liquid exists and was used for real
Damn.
with Benny the Rat. In 5 takes, 5 different rats went through the same thing.
I
all
didn't
coming out
realize.
fine,
I
according
didn't
to
realize you could actually do that.
But Harris had to fake it. Each shot was determined by how long he was able to withstand the chlorine burning his eyes and pretending he was breathing while his helmet was filled with water while underwater.
It'll feel a little strange.
Yeah, no shit.
Harris was in constant danger.
It was extraordinary. I mean, there was the line between movie and reality that didn't exist.
To pull off his descent into an abyssal trench, they towed Harris sideways along the rock face in A tank, then tilted the camera to simulate the fall. On
Cool.
the third take, Harris's safety diver got tangled in the wires. So when Harris needed air, a crew member took it upon themselves to help, but they mistakenly gave him the regulator upside down. Harris inhaled half air, half water. He perched the regulator and tried again. Same effect. He began to panic before the cameraman swam over, pushed the other guy out of the way, and gave Harris his air correctly. That night, on his drive to the hotel, Harris pulled over and broke down crying,
Far out.
surprisingly mad at himself for not being able to complete the shot.
There was a part of me
That's
that
a
was
consummate
really,
professional right there.
disappointed in myself for not being able to do this thing. And I really thought I was going to die for a second, and it also pissed me off that I was afraid of that I got scared of that.
You shouldn't. When you're
As
playing
filming
make
dragged
believe, when
into
you're
fall,
making
the
fiction,
weather got worse.
when you're filming a
Thunderstorms
film,
ravaged the tarp over A tank, and it eventually
things should never
gave
get
out.
so dangerous that
Cameron
people
was
feel
forced
like
to
their
move
lives are
production
in
to
jeopardy.
night
I think
shifts,
that's
just when it was getting
a pretty
cold.
constant. I mean,
Gale
you're
and
not
Hurd
dealing
fought
with
the studio to get hot tubs for the set.
you're not dealing
They
with
thought it
heart
was an
surgery
expensive
here. Life
luxury,
shouldn't be on the
but
line. We're
filmmakers
making
needed
fun
them to keep
story
from
things.
freezing between dives. Ultimately, it got so cold that all shot briefings were held in them. Fox
Stanley
would
Kubrick
often
had a
send
similar issue.
executives to the set to discuss
He
budget
he took his movies too
darn
seriously and tended to torture his actors.
They questioned
He made
everything,
great
but
movies,
rarely
but he was kind of an
understood
asshole.
what the filmmakers were going through. They didn't understand that chemicals were eating their wetsuits, so they needed to keep buying more. Nor did they get that a lot of these expensive props were also life support. The chaos wasn't apparent to Fox
He looks
until
like the Lord of the
studio
Rings guy.
head happened to visit when the
Oh,
water
Strider,
retake
Aragorn,
became
the king of
cloudy.
men.
They discovered later that the glue used in one section of the submarine set was water soluble.
Candle.
But as they floated around in confusion, the generators failed suddenly, plunging everyone into darkness.
And, you know, the heart starts pumping, and you say to yourself, oh, I can't see anybody.
I actually
guess that
forgot
means
it was
nobody
Michael
can see
Biehn in this
me.
movie.
Gee, I wonder how much
As that guy
I
that
had in my tank.
loses
I
his
don't
fucking
really
mind,
remember.
tries to kill them.
Gee, I wonder where the tank is. Gee, I wonder where anybody else is.
In Cameron's own words, he was the
I mean, he's famous for
architect of this
being,
misery. He wanted to prove
what's his
to
name in
himself
Alien?
that he could make such a technically
Aliens.
difficult film. He pushed people beyond what they were capable
Like that's
of,
his
just
that's
to
his
get the
role that he's
perfect
known
shot.
for.
Blunt and candid.
But I just
he moved
forgot
like an
completely he was in the
autocrat,
abyss.
with short patience and a complete lack of bedside manner. He knew the actors grew to hate him, but he didn't care for their pampered lifestyle sob stories, saying, "For every hour they spent trying to figure out what magazine to read, we spent an hour at the bottom of the tank breathing compressed air." He never crossed a line with the crew, and none of them could accuse him of exploiting his position of power or phoning it in. He was unwavering in his commitment to making the film. Even though he and Hurd were going through a divorce during
he does put
production,
himself through it.
Again, the parallels to the film itself are
It's like with
uncanny.
Titanic. He was down there
He
in the
never let that
submersible,
interfere.
visiting
He
this
was putting in
the wreck
15-hour
himself.
days, planning every detail, solving every problem.
So when you got that kind of leadership, you either come up to it or you get the hell out of there. One or the other, and not one
Yeah,
of
as
them.
long as you can.
He was so nonstop,
As long as you can take the
he
lead and
watched
set the
dailies
example.
underwater while decompressing. But even Cameron wasn't spared from the mishaps. He got a taste of his own misery when his assistant failed to tell him the state of his air supply. Caught off guard, he ditched his gear and swam upward. He met a safety diver 15 feet below the surface. They gave Cameron a broken regulator and he inhaled water. The diver didn't know what was wrong and hugged Cameron tighter to keep him from panicking. Cameron resulted to punching the diver just to get away. A few hours later, a
This is
Fox
awesome.
executive showed up to talk about budget cuts.
Who's he in Aliens?
Cameron snapped.
Hicks.
He put his helmet on the
He's
guy,
the only
sealed
survivor,
it,
along
and
with
made
Ripley
him
and the little
choke
girl
for a few
at the end of
seconds,
Aliens,
then ripped
the
off the
sequel.
helmet and yelled, "That's what it feels like when you're running out of air in a diving helmet and you think you're going to die." Which happened to me a few hours ago. So if you think you know more about this shit than we do, then feel free to tell me what's on your mind. Otherwise, just shut the up and go home. Cameron then fired the safety diver and his assistant.
Damn.
It was pretty much your basic day on the Abyss.
When the
I mean,
Abyss
yeah, they
finished
almost
its
killed him.
grueling 140-day principal photography, it was 5
You
weeks
can't
behind
afford that on
schedule
a
and $4
set
million
like
over
this.
budget. Like most of Cameron's films, he wanted to push the boundaries of what was possible, and in 1989, that was asking a lot. The film's greatest advancement was the water tentacle.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before.
Cameron suggested projecting water
This was
ripples
like
on stop
new
motion clay,
CG.
but ILM's Dennis Murin convinced Cameron they could do it with computer-generated imagery.
Like computer effects weren't that big yet. It was quite rare in movies.
Felt like it would be so opaque that I
Like just
wouldn't be,
completely
as a
CG
director,
things
really able
were like
to
not much of a
control it
thing
or
yet.
even know what to ask for.
Murin demoed a crude 2-second test, and Cameron chose to trust that ILM would eventually be able to figure it out.
But Dennis said, it's going to take this many months. We're going to need X amount of time to develop a new tool set. And so I thought, 1, total leap of faith. 2, it will be so cool.
ILM had to develop
You know what's
technology-
similar? You know what's interesting? The Abyss had that water worm creature that was full CG, which is rare at the time, like was new tech. But then Cameron went and made Terminator 2, which had the T-1000 liquid Terminator, which is almost the same technology, that like silvery, liquid, watery, like CG stuff. I feel like almost like doing this almost like encouraged that. Like you would have got the idea for that type of Terminator from knowing what this CG was capable of from the water
that
worm
simply
creature.
didn't exist. They built one of the first scanners to digitize human faces and wrote the book on how to make realistic water effects in a computer.
Is a
From
worm
reflections
confirmed?
To rippling.
I mean,
After
it can
6
be
months
one
of
if you
work,
look. That looks like
ILM
the same
created
liquid that
first
makes up the
digital
T-1000.
3D character in film. Those 75 seconds were revolutionary for its time, and it still holds up today.
Hey, Ace, you done impressing yourself?
The film's first cut was far too long for Fox, hitting nearly 3 hours, which at the time was considered a death nail for box office potential. Instead of
Yeah,
cutting
you can do
bits
that
and
nowadays,
pieces,
but-
Cameron took a machete to the film's Cold War subplot. Almost any mention of the tensions between the US and Russia were removed. The biggest
That's a
cut
shame.
came with the ending encounter with the NTIs, where they revealed they were about to drown the world for humanity's petty warmongering. Cameron was not happy with ILM's practical tidal wave effects and was okay with removing all of it. Still, Cameron toiled away with the edit and visual effects, forcing Fox to keep pushing
Those
the
aliens
release
are great, though.
date. Originally set for July 5th,
They look
it was
like what
moved
creatures
to
underwater
July
kind of look
28th
like.
to give
The
Cameron
bioluminescence.
extra time, but under the condition that he forfeit half of his salary to help finish the VFX. Yet even then, Cameron asked if they could delay it more. What? After a year of dealing with Cameron's constant nitpicky perfectionism, Fox reached the end of their rope. An executive barged into the editing room, threatening Cameron, "You can either finish the movie some way, or you can personally go to 1,200 theaters and describe the movie for the audience 4 shows a day." Cameron gave up. Now $10 million over budget, production on The Abyss finally came to an end.
You alright? Everybody okay? Yeah.
I wonder what he still wanted to do with it. Like if he'd been given all the time he
Back
needed,
when
I
Fox
wonder what it would have
announced their next
changed.
feature from their new Golden Boy, rival studios fast-tracked their own underwater thrillers. Horror films Deep Star 6
Boo.
and Leviathan
Boo.
were both released in early 1989,
Lame.
beating The Abyss to theaters. And both bombed. Fox grew scared audiences were sick of underwater movies, or uninterested in them. Fox didn't even know how to succinctly market such a complex film that couldn't be boiled down to a single tagline. Adding to the troubles, the media kept incorrectly calling The Abyss a horror flick.
Oh,
And
God.
internal testing found that most Americans couldn't even pronounce Abyss. So when the film
That's
finally
embarrassing.
released on August 9th, the
Who in here is
reception
American?
was lukewarm. Widely
Nobody,
appreciated for the
I think.
performances and the craftsmanship on
Sham
display.
and Jay are
Most
Australian,
agreed
Elizabeth
that
is
the final
French.
act with the NTIs
Okay.
was a
We can rag on the
jarring and
Americans.
abrupt left turn, perhaps souring everything that preceded it. Grossing only $54 million in the US, the film barely broke even. Cameron would bounce back 2 years later with the enormously successful Terminator 2: Judgment Day.
I'm
Easily
surprised
one
he
of
was
the
allowed to
greatest
do
action
this
films
after
ever
Abyss
made.
kind of bombed.
It pushed visual effects further than ever before. Thanks
Look,
to
it's the worm.
advancements
Did you see that worm
pioneered
shape?
on the Abyss.
Confirmed.
Fox was eager to keep Cameron around and signed him for a
T-1000
5-year
literally
deal
did Shape of
worth
Worm just then.
$500 million. It gave Cameron unprecedented control of his future projects. The contract also allowed extra
We are
funding
cultured
so
here?
ILM could complete
I don't know
their
if anyone's
work
ever
on The
accused
Abyss.
Australia of being
They returned to
cultured.
the tidal wave sequence, ditched the practical effect, and rebuilt it entirely with CGI. The special edition released on Laserdisc in 1993, restoring 28 minutes of cut footage, including the world-ending scenario.
I still think it's a damn good movie at 2 hours and 20 minutes. I think it's a better movie at close to 3 hours.
However, the inclusion of that footage...
I don't know if I've ever seen the version that didn't include the world-ending scenario at the end, because I was too young to see it in the cinema. I ended up watching it heaps on VHS, which then probably did include the tidal waves and stuff at the end.
Drastically changes the message of the film, furthering the divisive opinions about its ending. That said, The Abyss has aged very well and is hardly the black sheep of Cameron's
Ahead of his
filmography
runtime,
that some
but
might expect.
tish.
Cameron stated he'd probably never invest as much of his soul and energy into a film again.
Where are we next with the 4 sequels that are planned for Avatar?
There's going to be 4 films coming out, one after the other, hopefully a year apart if we can do that.
Well, at least he didn't deal with water again.
We were training for 18 months, a full year before we ever started.
This dude needs to get out of the water, fuck's
and
sake.
I think you can really tell looking at the movie.
Piranha.
Dude, I did The Abyss.
Abyss.
In Under Pressure,
Avatar
Making
2,
the
Titanic.
Abyss, a documentary commissioned by Cameron himself. He
This man's
begins
half
with
fish.
this gem.
I'm James Cameron, and I want to take you into a world of cold, darkness, and unrelenting pressure.
Also purple.
The movie business.
Cameron seems to imply that the cost of filmmaking
What do you mean
is
there's
a
an
high
Avatar
one,
2?
and it takes the hardest of hearts to survive. As if Cameron is simply a product of his environment.
There's an Avatar
a
4.
symptom of this movie business. And every unbearable
You're a bit
moment
behind,
that his
Elizabeth.
cast and crew went through was a stepping stone to achieve his vision.
Was it necessary to go to
Yeah, the
all
second
that?
one, the first one was all
Well,
about jungle.
I think
the
so. I think,
the first one's all about jungle. The second one's all about
That's
water.
the way I did it, so you're asking.
The third
asking wrong
one's
person.
all
Do
about
everything to
fire.
place them in jeopardy. You yourself
That's
would
the
not
fire
have wanted to be
Navi.
in.
Well, some people
The
like to
more
challenge
tribal,
themselves, and I think we
warlike
all were trying
race
to push ourselves
version
a
of
little
them.
bit. You know, jeopardy.
And I don't
is
know what the
relative.
fourth one's going
You
to
know,
be.
I may have lost a little perspective on that movie and pushed beyond what it should be, but you know that's the nature of filmmaking.
This is why James Cameron can be considered one of the most difficult people to work with in Hollywood. His desire to be the first and constant need to raise the bar on everything he does
30
is
in March? Is that all?
relentless. No budget
You got a
is
long
too
way to go
steep,
still.
And to the studios, the tickets sold justify his methods. Whether or not you agree that his films
Is that
are
True
worth the
Lies?
suffering, James Cameron is going
Almost
to
forgot
do
he made True
what
Lies.
James Cameron does.
True Lies
for
is a fun
James
movie.
Cameron.
James Cameron does what James Cameron does because James Cameron is James Cameron.
His name is James.
It's true.
Cameron,
He is James
the
Cameron.
bravest pioneer. No budget too steep, no sea too deep. Who's that? It's him, James Cameron.
Systems are normal. You guys hearing the song okay up there?
James Cameron,
That's amazing.
of the sea.
Yes, James, we hear the song.
With a dying thirst to be the first. Could it be? Yeah, it's him, James Cameron.
James Cameron is pretty James Cameron. You can't ever accuse him of not being James Cameron. Oh. Speaking of blockbusters, we're talking about James Cameron and Avatar. But talking about real blockbusters, there's a teaser trailer for Sonic 3. Check it. Paramount Pictures. The real deal. Oh wait, it's a title treatment reveal. Oh damn it. That's not a real teaser. Fuck's sake. Oh come on. Damn it. That means it's gonna be, how long is it? 20 seconds. Oh, I'm disappointed now. I got too riled up. I want to see some Sonic. Looks cool. Lots of After Effects electricity. Who just laughed? Is that? Probably Eggman. Well, that wasn't too much of a thing. I thought we were going to actually get to see something there. I got bamboozled. Whatever the knuckle is? No, this is a reference to Shadow. The red part of the logo is referencing Shadow. It's Sonic and Shadow. The second movie was about Knuckles being introduced. Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles as a little three-way. And the third movie is going to be about Sonic and Shadow. Isn't Jim Carrey out? He did say he was out, and then he said he was going to come back for the third one. He changed his mind. He's like, if it's Sonic 3, I'll come back. It's like, really? If it's Sonic? Of all things? That was your line? Okay. You do you, buddy. I am super curious about how they're going to do that storyline, though, because as someone who's played Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 on the Dreamcast, which was the introduction of Shadow, it's actually kind of dark. The backstory of Shadow is super dark, because he's like a cloned creature that is befriended by a little white girl that's the daughter of the scientist on the space station facility, right? And in the finale, the soldiers from Earth, the Earth government, they go in and start shooting everybody up. And in the meantime, Shadow escapes from his captivity. And the little girl, who's his only friend, tries to lead him out to safety before the soldiers kill all the scientists and him and, like, clean out the entire facility. So, like, they pretend nothing ever happened to you. It's like Operation Clean Slate, basically. And in order for him to escape, she gets in the way of the soldiers and gets shot. So the backstory of Shadow is that he's befriended by a little white girl that's his only friend, and she gets gunned down by army soldiers in front of him and fucking dies. And I can't imagine that in these movies, because these movies are too jokey. They're too family friendly, I think, to do the Shadow plot one for one. Like, they have to do something different. You don't like Jim Carrey? You're the only person on planet Earth that doesn't like Jim Carrey. You didn't like what he heard about the girlfriend he had, the one that killed himself? Well, he went through a massive amount of depression as well, and then ended up coming back as a more hippie dude. Like, he stopped acting for a while and just started painting. He spends all his time in his like country house just painting. And now he's a bit more of a weirdo, but I mean, he's acting again, so whatever. I guess he got the therapy he needed. There's something off about him. He's Jim Carrey. Of course there's something off about him. He's a live-action Looney Tunes man. He's so much of your childhood. I mean, yeah, for a lot of us around our age, he is. Like, I was a kid when The Mask was around, when Ace Ventura was around. Dumb and Dumber was a thing. Like, there were so many things that were so Jim Carrey. I remember seeing Cable Guy and getting kind of freaked out by it because I was younger and I wasn't expecting to see Jim Carrey in a more sinister role, like a thriller, like a black comedy thriller. That movie kind of freaked me out a bit, not gonna lie. But yeah, I can't wait for the first trailer of this because I want to see how hard they go on the Shadow plot. Because I guarantee they're not going to go all the way with it. These movies are too lighthearted. It got dark quick. You know what I liked? Do you remember the period when he was in Living Color? Which was like the black SNL. But he was like the token white guy on that show. He did some really funny stuff on that show. I liked when he did impressions of Vanilla Ice. His Vanilla Ice was amazing. That was a good period. Hang on. Good times. There's something coming up here that I did not expect. Paramount Plus as well. 2 days ago, it says Knuckles series, official trailer. Are we getting a Knuckles spin-off TV show that no one told me about? This has already got 6 million views. I'm sorry. I came here looking for a Sonic 3 trailer, and I got something I didn't even know existed. Beg your pardon?
You're an alien. You're super powerful.
It's got the hip-hop already. You reckon Idris Elba's still voicing him?
What do you like to do for fun?
Vengeance.
I was thinking more like reading or
I hate that guy. I really don't like that actor. No, okay, wait. I don't dislike the actor. I just don't like the character. Like, he was not funny in the previous movies at all. Every time he was on screen, he made me cringe.
Hey, buddy. Isn't it great to finally...
Oh, Sonic is actually in the show? Okay, cool.
I've been a kid, no warrior. I only remain on Earth because I made a vow to you.
That sounds like
and
Idris
the
Elba to me.
So I made myself at home.
Nope, we are not
Awesome.
turning our living room into some kind of gladiator fighting pit. What's
Tribal.
Chelsea doing here?
He will be challenging his greatest enemy.
Is that our mailman?
That poor woman is acting to like nothing. Like Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles are all in that room, but she's alone on a green screen. She has nobody to talk to.
Place of battle, so I will begin my quest.
Play Gangster's Paradise again. It'd be more fitting for Knuckles, to be honest.
I do not make jokes. I make warriors.
Let's go get him.
Oh, this show's gonna have heaps of that guy.
Without his little friends, he's vulnerable. He's the key to my newest creation.
You worked for Robotnik.
Really?
Knuckles.
Sorry, this lane is reserved.
They built Knuckles fists for the humans.
Do I look like I need your power?
What are you talking about? Of course we need his power. It's the whole reason we're here.
That's a callback to his line against Sonic from the other movie. They're just being cute.
I made a promise.
I don't know how that guy knows that Knuckles said that to Sonic. That's a bit of a plot hole.
I am ready.
Oh, snap! Someone's about to get slapped.
Why are these fists on fire? I don't think Knuckles can do that. 6-episode event.
I think today is gonna be a beautiful day.
Whoa, that stuntman just took one.
You gonna rescue him?
No, he must learn to rescue himself.
That stuntman was just had his legs pulled out from under him on a staircase made of brick. I really hope he was wearing like back padding on that one. That was brutal. That's interesting. Spy Kids TV show? It did vibe like that, didn't it? Sonic is over, no one cares, not even the games, let it die. Oh, that's blasphemy. I'm a Sonic kid. I might be an adult now, but I still have a Sonic the Hedgehog on my keychain. On my house keys and my motorcycle keys. Also, there's a Sonic poster on the wall, out of shot. It's on the other side of the room that you can't see on stream. I also own all the games, both the old ones on the Sega Mega Drive, Master System, and the Dreamcast, the ones on handhelds, and I own all the new ones in collector editions on the back wall. I've seen the anime and own it on DVD, the Sonic anime. I own the entire Sonic X cartoon Saturday morning TV show collection. About 26 volumes of it. It's a really long box set, about this big. I've also got the lesser-known spin-off Sonic cartoon from the 90s called Sonic Underground, where he was part of a resistance movement against the government, and he was in a band where he played a 3-neck guitar. I have played Sonic 06 all the way through, even though it's terrible. Because, you know, I got to represent. I can take you. No. The Sonic games have struggled over the years. They haven't been doing as well as, like, the Mario franchise, for example. There's some pretty bad games. There's some pretty okay games. And there's some kind of decent ones. But that's about it. Nothing above kind of decent. The rest are kind of mid to kind of awful. Like, I played Sonic and the Black Knight on the Wii, and it was almost passable, but that game was frustrating, man. All the motion controls with the Wiimotes he had to do was a bit random and a bit exhausting for a Sonic game. There was struggle to recapture Sonic Magic over the years. Yeah, it flounders. It's up and down. You know, I heard that Frontiers is good, and I plan to play that on stream at some point when I can actually afford to get it. I can't wait to try that out. Apparently that's a bit of an uptick in the Sonic games. Not perfect, but I saw a lot of 7 out of 10 kind of reviews for it, which is not bad. As a Sonic fan, like, I can enjoy a Sonic game much lower than that on the rating scale, so it's looking good for me. When do we watch all the Peppa Pig episodes? You know how many of those there are? We'll literally be here for like 72 hours straight. And everyone will want to kill themselves, especially me. Oh, I've also written a screenplay treatment for how I would do a Sonic movie. That exists on my hard drive somewhere. It's like 16, 17 pages long. A full like 3-act structure plot breakdown with detailed descriptions of certain action sequences. I have a fully planned out Sonic feature film, like an actual screenplay treatment. For real, because I've been to film school. I know how to write those. But yeah, if someone came up to me tomorrow from Sega HQ and said, we're going to make a Sonic Hollywood movie, fully animated, not live action, I have a pitch. I have a long pitch. There's a mood. I have a folder of mood board images as well. Basically like mini mood board, storyboardy kind of things, just getting the tone of how I would do it as well. I probably shouldn't be telling everybody this, because this is like some nerdy shit. You using that as a pickup line? What, the nighty night from Jay? Mr. J going to bed? Or everything I just said about having a Sonic screenplay in my back pocket? I have a long pitch. No. Sham, I dare you. If you're ever out at a club or a bar or whatever and you get a chance to like hit on a chick, I want you to attempt to flirt with a woman by bragging about your Sonic screenplay treatment for your Sonic movie pitch, and see if you get anywhere with that. I would love to see how that goes down. Film it if you can. Honestly, I'm going to be very upset if you get laid from that. Because then I'm going to be like, well, that's my Sonic screenplay pitch. That should be my vagina. God damn you, Sham. I thought that was going to crash and burn. I was suggesting it for fun. You'll film it on your Vision Pro? Oh my god, you just won up to this. You're wearing a Vision Pro while hitting on the girl at the bar? That's amazing. Please, wear the Vision Pro while talking about your Sonic screenplay. If you can pick up with this collection of elements, you're the Riz Master Supreme. I will be incredibly impressed if you pull that off. That is a 0.65% chance of success. That's lower than 1%. I'm Seankichu. I'm actually streaming right now. You stealing my my gamer tag as part of this pickup attempt? Actually, that might work for you, Sham. If they find out that you're the famous Seankichu from Twitch, that might be all they need to hear. After that, the Vision Pro, the Sonic pitch, all that's just rah, 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 suck my dick. That's all they hear. Suckle the Seankichu weenus. That's all they're going to be hearing. Also wear an Oodie. Avatar. Yeah. Wait. In the middle of hitting on this girl, like, just suddenly stop yourself and be like, oh, by the way, would you like some Biscoff? And just pull the jar out of your Oodie pocket. That's incredible. Hear about your skincare routine. Now you're going into Patrick Bateman territory. That's getting serial killy. Although, if you come off as a Patrick Bateman style serial killer, you probably have a better chance than the Vision Pro Sonic Pitch Oodie. Because I don't think that's happening. What have you sent? I don't know how to feel about this Knuckles TV show. I feel like all the things that I don't like about those live action Sonic movies might be encapsulated in this. Because, like, I go see them because of, like, I'm obsessed with Sonic. But there's like 50% things in those movies that drive me crazy that I would never do the way they do it in the film. If a guy came up to you in this Oodie, you'd laugh in a good way. I guess maybe it'd show personality, but you'd also have to question why he's wearing a bedroom Oodie, like, at a bar or a club. That could come off as a little too weird. You've seen it before? Oh, Sonic the Hedgehog rap cipher. I don't remember. Anyway. Yeah, One of my main issues with the Sonic movies, though, I won't go into it, like the details, but I don't like the fact that they constantly forget what the power set of Sonic the Hedgehog is in order to make scenes happen. Like, there are so many scenes that he could solve easily with no problem because he has super speed, and he just doesn't do it. It's like the movie has to keep forgetting that he has super speed in order for scenes to be able to happen and for there to be drama. And it drives me fucking crazy. Like, there's a long scene that they clearly wanted to do because they thought the kids would love it, where they have to sneak into that, like, Russian bar in the mountains and figure out a way to, like, trick the Russians into a dance contest so they could steal the plans that the Russian gang leader has in his pocket. And it's such a long scene, and they do, like, a whole dance routine, and it's like a musical, and all this stuff happens, and they become friends with the bikers, and Sonic could run into the bar at the speed of light and take it out of his pocket and leave, and they don't even know he was there. At one point, he'll look down, and the thing will just be missing from his pocket, and he won't know why. Like, why did that not happen? That's what pisses me off. I constantly think throughout the whole movie why things like that aren't happening. Because, you know, the movie's dumb, basically. I mean, in the first movie, he wins a bar fight by walking around casually with everyone else in slow motion by doing all this stuff, like a Quicksilver scene from X-Men. That's how fast he can move. He could just take the plans out of his jeans, walk out. Why are we in it? Why are we having a dance sequence? Anyway, I'll stop ranting. I'm getting mad. Sonic Cypher, let's do that instead. Yo.
Silva, what the heck is this?
Blue Quill coming at you. Twin Twales. Twin Twales with a lisp. Knuckles, get fisted, y'all.
Sega made the Dreamcast with the Dream Team, undisputed champion with these rings, but it ain't Seattle cause the Sonics never leave.
I love Sonic Adventure 2, that's such a good game.
To the big screen, see me, I be well known. I'm in mountains with my revenue, that's Green Hill Zone. I get just a step ahead of you, it's looking like infinity. The way that I'm running this, I'ma love you, then I'll run it back again for the fun of it all. Came in on the second like my debut. They gon' try to play me, might as well have been a player too. Chasing Big Blue, now I'm moving like a player too.
I feel like this guy drew the short straw in the rap cipher. Like, no one would have picked Tails on purpose. He just ended up with Tails, and he's like, God damn it, okay, I'll get writing. Give me a sec.
The kid has been unplayable. I'm that mechanic that never fails. The panic used to be frail, now I'm going off the rails. Way I ball and grab the rings, I probably rule NBA.
I'm sorry, what?
The panic too. They gon' try to play me, might as well have been a player too. Chasing Big Blue, now I'm moving like a player too.
Not bad.
Since 06, I swear the kid has been unplayable. I'm that mechanic that never fails.
Not bad.
The panic used to be frail, now I'm going
That part I don't like. The panic used to be frail. I feel like he's trying to make the rhyming scheme work there, and that one sentence just was not very clean. What does that even mean? The panic used to be frail. This guy sounds like Knuckles. He picked his character well.
Rings fly when I fight y'all. Punch you in the face, the only rings you'll have left are the ones around your eyeballs. Aiming at your jaw, these jabs are
Eyeballs didn't really fit well there. Little forced. Oh shit. Oh. Okay, this is very fitting for Amy. I don't like the rap part at the beginning. It's very blandly written. But I like when she goes into the more singing bit there. That feels like an Amy thing to do.
Always AG when I'm in my element. Telekin and telekinetic with shit that I'm doing. I can move a mountain if I put my mind to it. If she hot as blaze, kill the pussy and be built for murder. She a rider, so I'm calling her the Silver Surfer. 06 was a miss, but still sticking to show you. Any trick to
This is the Dan Bull sounding motherfucker. Wait. Who is it? Fun request, okay. For a second I thought it might have been Dan Bull. Blaze. I control the chaos, call me Laura Bailey. That is a very unexpected and confusing Laura Bailey reference. I'm not really sure how Laura Bailey feels it fits into this. Did Laura Bailey voice Blaze? Is that just something I didn't know? Oh, you think Laura Bailey did voice Blaze? Okay, that makes sense then. Because I know Laura Bailey from other stuff. I was not familiar with this connection though. All right, never mind. That worked.
Something like a mercenary, but no mercy in my name. Judging a book by its cover, not bring a pledge, I'm bringing
Rouge is responsible for so many furries just jumping nuts because of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Baby, I am more than a trophy in the front row.
It's pretty hot though. And all Sega did was put tits on a bag. Easiest character design ever.
Metal to your skull and have you closer to my likeness, G. That boy trying to flex, sticky savage, too lost in his Z. 3 different bullets ripping through his spleen.
Oh, damn.
Try to copy, but they lesser. Light a beta up like gamma rays, I'm the alpha omega. Targets I annihilate, no sympathy, I'm heartless. Team dark bitch, we violate. My laser beam, I spark it.
Oh no.
What you doing in my ruins while I fish for myself? My best froggy buddy got a joke about some love shit. Spishy drip bitch. Bend over, did I start?
Big the Cat might have this. I was not expecting Big to go that hard.
Around the gun to grab a knuckle, show the cat some disrespect. Pussies always skip the pussy on the character select. Who you better best my levels if you want to see the end. Truth is, I miss my friend.
This is his actual voice. How did fucking Big the Cat go so hard?
I'm not a blue, I'm a black hedgehog, so you dead dog when I'm pulling out the lead rod, then they sped off. You cannot outrun the bullets that'll blow your head clean off. I'll be driving by in a Maserati, I'm the edgy boss, doing anything to be on top like working with robotics.
Shadow's part comes off a little bit try-hard, but it fits with the character perfectly, because Shadow is a bit try-hard. So this makes sense. I like the percussion on the instrumental on this as well, on the Shadow bit.
Back the way you lap, you on the track though. I wish you coming in last, you stay behind me like a backbone. Tagging them with the dash, the way they spin it from the fast flow. Carry the team in the back, the way you rap is like it's Smash Bros. Check the mission, blast foes, opposition past those. Never switch and shift the transmission. I kick the pistons at 0 to aberration in half of a minute. Grab hold of anything you can't get supersonic and I rap slow.
Cannot rap slow. I feel like if you're doing like a Sonic cipher, if you're dropping some bars as the Sonic part, I feel like you need to go into it like Eminem's Rap God. I feel like the Sonic bars should lead to a part where you do one of those speed raps. You know what I mean? I know that's hard to perform and also just as hard to write, but I feel like Sonic needs like a Rap God part, where you can barely even make out what he's saying. It's so fast. That would have been super cool. That's the main. If I had to make this rap cipher better, that's what I would. I'd suggest. Kill him with the venom. Venom! Knock knock, let the devil in. I don't like the fact that Venom chorus from the Eminem tie-in song gets stuck in my head so easily. It's not really that great a song, but something catchy about that chorus and it's annoying. Oh, I should do this now so I don't forget. I'm gonna do the spin-off State of Play. I watched the Sony State of Play last Sunday, and they mentioned at the end that they're doing another State of Play 1 week later, just for Final Fantasy, because they had so much content for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth that they were just going to give it its own State of Play episode. So I think I better jump on that now. I was considering not bothering, just because it's only Final Fantasy, and I get it, like, cool, we've seen heaps of it already. But I just feel like I probably should anyway. Their State of Play was pretty good. Yeah, Death Stranding was a roller coaster, man. The Death Stranding part of that State of Play, that trailer would not end. It just kept going. And before you can get bored of it or annoyed by the fact that it was so long, they would just show, like, the craziest shit. Like, Troy Baker showing up as that freak with the electric guitar weapon was like, what the fuck? The girl with the self-puppeting extra set of hands that lit a cigarette, that was trippy. The stop-motion puppet that was actually stop-motion, like claymation style, mixed in with the regular graphics, which is like fucking with my brain, just watching that thing move and talk. That just kept getting weirder and weirder. But I love it. You know, that's why we love Kojima. I want him to lean into his most self-indulgent bullshit, because that's when he's the most interesting. Dipping his toes at the first game and now prepared to go balls to the wall anime with it. Yeah, I don't understand the name though. Death Stranding 2 On the Beach. I think the name On the Beach is... It's not very provocative. It sounds like a sequel to Dead or Alive Beach, Extreme Beach Volleyball. I don't understand why the name is so confusingly generic. I mean, I guess it still fits in with the whole everything about this is weird. It's the beach episode, yeah. That's how they're going ball to the wall anime. It's going to be full of waifus and misunderstandings on the beach. And the main character played by what's his name from Walking Dead? Shit. How am I forgetting his name? I've been a fan of him ever since Boondock Saints. And then Walking Dead like made his career. Like Daryl is like him. Fuck. Okay, let me just look it up real quick. Final Fantasy, get over here. Daryl Walking Dead. Norman Reedus. I can't believe I forgot his name. I never forget his name. That's embarrassing. Anyway, Norman Reedus. I want to see the the beach episode thing where Norman Reedus is hanging out with waifus on the beach. And there's like a misunderstanding where they think he's perving on them when they're getting changed in their swimsuits. And they do that like Team Rocket blasting off again uppercut where the anime girl like punches him into the sun and you see him twinkling off in the distance. I want to see some Love Hina shit with Norman Reedus. Norman Reedus transports a fetus. Are you writing bars as we speak for Death Stranding? There's a challenge, Sham. Can you make an entirely Death Stranding themed rap? I don't know what instrumental you're going to do it to because that's a really weird series. The instrumental has to be suitably weird and surreal and sci-fi-esque. Norman Reedus transports a fetus. If he doesn't make his delivery, we ain't gonna feed us. There's black tar creatures. They can't see us. We're sneaking around the back of the facility. I don't have anything to rhymes with the rhyming scheme anymore. I'm out. Let's just see how long I can keep it going. Rhyming things with fetus. Didn't work out for too long. How long is this state of play? 19 minutes. That's not bad. That's less than halfway. I give up too. Fetus, Reedus, feed us. Can't see us. Meet us? Reeboks? No, it doesn't work. Fuck, this is actually stuck in my brain. I kind of want to make rhymes to this now. Anyway, let me not get us too distracted. State of play time. They better have some cool shit to show because I'm not really in the mood to sit through a 20-minute Final Fantasy trailer. New shit and
What
stuff that
happened to
pushes
this place?
the limits of the PlayStation.
He wants to finish what he started and rule over the planet.
The music is always so good.
You coming?
Way ahead of you.
Let's get to
Final
work.
Fantasy never gets the music wrong.
I will reclaim our world.
Yeah, boy.
皆さんこんにちは。
Hello.
スクエアエニックスの北瀬義則です。私がシリーズプロデューサーを。皆さんこんにちは。スクエアエニック
Yoshinori Katase. Yoshinori Katase.
の北瀬義則で
Right, got
す
it.。
私がシリーズプロデューサーを務めるファイナルファンタジー7の
You're
最
against
新
Final
作
Fantasy this
ファイ
year
ナルファンタ
because
ジー
it's
7リ
Dragon
バース
Dogma's
が
closest
ついに
competitor.
2月
Wait,
29日
does Rebirth come out this year? Close to Dragon's Dogma? I'm so used to Final Fantasy never coming out. Like they take like 7-8 years to make one of these remakes that I just forget that eventually they do actually have to come out. This month. Oh shit. That's close. Next month. Do you reckon people could finish Rebirth in a month? That's 4 weeks. I reckon I could do that. If you play like 6 hours minimum of it every day, you can do that. Oh my god, it's on screen as we're speaking. I can't believe I'm asking you about the date and it's on screen right now. Son of a bitch. Well, now I look like a moron. I blame you, Sham. You walked me into that one.
日に発売いたします。本作のストーリーは主人公クラウドとその仲間たちが宿敵であるセフィオスを追いかけ、魔法都市ミッドガルの外にある広大な世界へと足を踏み出すところから物語が始まります。今回のステートプレイではこのゲームの魅力を凝縮した最新のトレーラーをはじめ、特別な
Rise of the Ronin looks really good, but for a new franchise should try to avoid coming out against a pre-established major franchise. Because you're not going to be able to create a franchise from the ground up if you're competing against things that are already established. You need to give it room to breathe.
ゲーム紹介映像をご用意しています。また重要なお知らせがありますので、
Although, I don't want to make you mad, Sham, but in terms of what the two things are doing, the mood that I'm in right now, I think I would choose to play Rise of the Ronin first over Dragon's Dogma 2. Especially since if I wanted to play Dragon's Dogma 2, I would have to play the first one. I wouldn't just dive right into the second one. And that's a lot to catch up on. So I think I am more inclined to lean towards Rise of the Ronin if I had to pick one to play. Yeah, and you're right. There's a lot of competition now for games with that same vibe. Sekiro, Nioh, Ghost of Tsushima. And there's probably more as well that we're not thinking of. It's a popular style of game, like setting, lately, in the last couple of years. DD2 did its own thing. No, I can't. I have too much gaming OCD. I would definitely play the first one first. And it's not like it's a question of me being able to or not, because I actually do own Dark Arisen on disc. Like, I've had it in my collection for many, many years. So I could, it's not like anything's stopping me from playing that copy of it. I have the means to catch up. It's just that it's a bit of an undertaking in terms of time. I'd be basically Dragon's Dogma streaming for like weeks of just that one game. The other problem is I can't really afford to play DD2 or Rise of the Ronin. I can't afford to like play any like new release game that's full price. Like, it's just not where I'm at life at the moment. So even if I could, even if I did catch up with Dark Arisen, which I can play because I own it, I would finish it and then not actually be able to play DD2 until like a year or two from now when it comes out on Game Pass or something. Or if my life turns around and I suddenly actually have money to do things aside from eat the bare minimum and only just make my rent. You won't be playing either anyways. What, you in a similar money situation? You got rid of your Xbox. Oh shit. Is that money related, or did puberty kick in and you realize you liked girls more than Xbox? Wait a minute. Why am I pressing buttons when I could be pressing clits? Sham just kicks the door down, goes out to find some pussy. Money and lifestyle related. Yeah, fair. No, I get that. I've been struggling for a while. I haven't figured out how to orient the way my life's being led right now with how I'm doing work and stuff in a way that makes me able to do things again. I've been living on the only barely making enough money to get by anxiety for a few years, and it's kind of exhausting. Like, you kind of get used to the anxiety of like wondering if in the next 2 weeks you'll still be able to pay rent, and or if you're going to end up in a box and having to sell all the stuff I've already got that I've spent half my life amassing from doing jobs that I hate. It's stressful. And at some point, you know, your life's supposed to turn around in a way that like you're able to relax a bit and not be as stressed. You know, you're doing something you love and you're making enough money to be comfortable. Like, when does that happen? Does anyone in the chat know that? When does that part kick in? Because fucked if I know. I've been money comfortable, but I wasn't happy. Like, I want to know how you do the thing where you're actually happy with what you're doing with your life and you also have lots of money. How do you do those two together? It's getting sweaty. I knew this was going to kick in eventually. It's taken about 4.5 hours, but it's finally getting uncomfortable in the Oodie. Elizabeth's coming in to throw cold water on us. Hit us with the reality. You still going to root for it? It's really heartbreaking. Decided off games for the year. That could be beneficial though. Like, if you're struggling in a way that is just intolerable, sometimes it's worth cutting back on things that you would otherwise love to be doing in order to put more of your time and effort towards turning your life around and getting something different out of it. Because you can always come back. You can always come, like, for example, when I went to uni and then film school, I didn't game for years. Like, I walked away from it as well, because I was way too busy with schooling and work. Between the two of them, I never got to do anything fun. And I'm in debt from having gone to school. Like, eventually I have to pay off that tuition thing. But because I earn so little money, I'm under the tax threshold from having to pay it off. So it's just sitting there. Like, I don't even have to put money towards it until I earn enough money to be able to afford to put money on it. So that's good. It's good that Australia does it that way. That really helps me. The people who claim to live that life are liars. I sure hope so, because otherwise I'm very jealous. Only happens if you devote to nothing but work, which sounds miserable. See, that's what my problem was. I worked in the public service for the government, and I made so much money, but I was so depressed. I hated it. I didn't enjoy my job. I didn't like the people. Nothing about it gelled with me. The only thing that was good was that I had more money than I needed. So I didn't have to even think about rent or bills. That was automatically done. And then I had all this money left over to basically buy all the collector's editions of everything that came out, even if I had no time to play them all. I just did what I wanted. I was always there at midnight launch for every new console, like day one, because I could, because I can. I filled my shelves in the living room with Blu-rays because I could just buy any Blu-ray I wanted. Like every movie that comes out, just buy it, stick it on the shelf, turn it into a movie library. It's just exhausting. You've fallen for the idealistic life. Well, no, I haven't, because like I don't know what that is. That's why I'm asking. It's like, how do you do something that makes you money that you enjoy doing, where you can like live a comfortable life? I know there are people out there that do that. Like, I've met them. I know a guy who owns a company where it basically just runs itself now. He doesn't have to do anything except for sometimes showing up to meetings every couple of months. So he basically just married a hot Asian model with big tits, and they just go on vacations. Like, he's just on beaches all the time, just hanging out, drinking cocktails with his hot, big-titted wife. Sometimes they're in Italy. Sometimes they're in Greece. Sometimes they're in Amsterdam. Sometimes they're down in the islands to the south, whatever the fuck their names are. Australians love going to them. America occasionally, but not too often. Japan. I don't care about influencers because I don't want to be an influencer. I wouldn't be happy doing that. So when I see that stuff on Twitter and Instagram, it means nothing. Like, that's all just showmanship. Like, no one falls for that unless you're like a shallow idiot. The conundrum: be depressed with money or be happy with less money. The problem is you're fucked either way, because when you have no money, you're living in a constant state of anxiety and stress because you never know if you're going to be able to get by. And you can't actually do the things you want to do that cost money, or buy the things you want that cost money. Like gaming. If you're too poor, you just can't game because you can't afford the Xbox, you can't afford the games. It's like what you're saying about giving it up for a bit to work on yourself. It's like, sometimes the thing you're doing to have all the money is depressing because it's not you, and you're not, and you don't enjoy it. It doesn't make you happy, but at least you got the cash to keep you comfortable. And then sometimes you're not doing the thing that's making you depressed, but you're still also depressed because you have very, very little money to live and do what you want to do. So it's kind of a catch-22 sometimes. Mistake you made was not investing money into street pussy? What, you mean not being a pimp? I should have invested in a pimp business? You're going to marry an unattractive Asian and go on some vacations? Well, how are you funding the vacations exactly? Was it the Xbox? Did you sell the Xbox for enough money that you can afford a vacation and an Asian? You must have grifted somebody, because that Xbox must have been sold for thousands. Cocktails are gross, to be honest. Well, you don't have to tell me, I don't drink. At all. After your Brisbane trip, you decided to do Japan next year. No way you can with your current lifestyle to switch things up. So you've got a year basically to explore life and jobs and try to find like a new way of doing it that gives you more disposable income for your Japan trip. It's doable. Just keep hustling. Try stuff. Apply for jobs that you wouldn't think you could get otherwise, and maybe you'll get lucky and end up doing something interesting that drops some dollars on you. Or sell drugs. I think Elizabeth wants us all to turn to crime. She wants me to become a pimp, and she wants you to be a drug dealer. I have a feeling that Elizabeth secretly has a life of crime, and she's trying to pull us down with her. Whatever she's doing on the side. Selling poison milk to school children. Buy a budget laptop for your raps. Like a lower tier, smaller Apple laptop or something with GarageBand. Because those don't need to be particularly big or powerful. If you're just going to be GarageBanding some tunes together. You can get those on a budget really easy. Or you could basically blow all your money on a Apple Vision Pro and do all your music design in virtual space, Minority Report style. Neat.
番組の最後までお付き合いください。それではどうぞ。
Square Enix presents a game that takes 10 years to make.
Bring me the black materia.
And then pick up women and invest in Street Pussy. There is a flaw with Elizabeth's suggestion there. Street Pussy is not lucrative. It does not cost much. It is actually quite cheap. That's why it's Street Pussy. That's the definition of Street Pussy. It's not worth much. It's been passed around a little bit. You could impress Street Pussy with a fake Rolex pretty easily. Also, yes, I did have that turned up a bit too loud, I'm sorry, from the previous videos.
The beginning of the end. The celebration of the faithful. A watershed moment for all mankind.
Oh, that's neat. That temple was building itself.
Sorry we're late.
I don't remember that from Final Fantasy VII. Wait, what was that? Wait. Aerith did some kind of team-up mode with Barrett, where she put on sunglasses and struck a pimp pose. I want to know what the hell that was.
You're going to pay! Now, who wants to be the first lucky lady?
Hey, boss! Your guests are here!
What is happening? There are some wacky-ass side characters in this.
The knave returns.
I refuse to be upstaged a second time, my friend!
Is he fighting a motorcycle with a sword? Is that a sword fighting motorcycle?
Fill your hollow heart.
Kiss. Kiss him. I'm shipping Sephiroth with Cloud. I want to see some gay shit. Yo, they're not showing the death of Aerith in the trailer, are they?
I'm back.
Because we know it's coming, but I don't want to see it in the trailer. That's not the scene where it happens, but it worried me a little bit.
Key to our oblivion. Please. It alone
Jesus, this
can
man's
liberate
face is
us
ridiculous.
from this endless dream.
Passing through. You.
Who's that meant to be? I don't remember her.
Whew. Hey, guys!
They're getting some sun too, huh?
Yeah.
Well, Red, how do we look?
Huh?
Hot.
You should get yourself
Hot.
a reading!
It's gotta be
Sort of
hiding
wood.
some ginormous materia! Woohoo!
Ooh, there we go. Graphics. I just want to see, like, vistas. I want to see the environment as they walk around in it. That's the interesting stuff.
Hold this thing over right now!
You said that Sephiroth is your foe. I have a history with him.
I have a feeling the problem with your situation, Sham, is that a lot of people that you would watch on Twitch are going to be playing it. So you're going to not be able to go on Twitch for a while.
Wait, don't misunderstand. You'll need a way home. So when you're ready, I'll be here.
An emissary from Wutai is here. Sent by Vice.
I heard some... I've heard multiple people say that they have a hunch that they won't kill Aerith in the remake. Like that'll be a plot twist for all the hardcore fans.
Those we love. Those we fear.
I don't like that idea.
Genova would become anyone to fool her prey.
That's too big a story change to me.
I'm no fool.
Sephiroth! Hey!
No. Not you.
Here. Take it. This isn't about me, though. It's about saving the world. And you.
Aerith has really nice eyes. I've never seen anyone with that shade of green eyes before. I wonder if that's possible in real life, or if that's just a video game thing. Watching people play Dragon's Dogma 2 is what I imagine it feels like to be cucked. Maybe you should try it then, Sham. You never know. What if you find you like it? What if you're watching someone play Dragon's Dogma 2 and you kind of get aroused by the DD2 cuckiness of it all? And then you discover you've, like, a new part of yourself. You're like, you know what? I learned something from watching Dragon's Dogma 2. I kind of want a girlfriend, so I can make her fuck other men, while I watch from the chair in the corner of the hotel room. New Sham unlocked.
When spite and sorrow.
Oh, you went looking. Hang on. There. I've never seen a real human with that shade of green before. I've seen green eyes in real life, but not that kind of blue-green, not turquoise. Aqua? What would you call that? You keep seeing videos popping up the past 2 weeks. I mean, I'm a little bit over the videos myself, just because they all are kind of the same now. Like, I'm kind of tired of just seeing footage of DD2. Like, at this point, I just want to play it or move on. But that DD2 is the kind of franchise that does overmarket itself a little bit. Like, there's just too many videos and too many trailers. And it's all just people running around being RPG. Eyes are teal, though? Yours are blue-green? Oh, so yours are kind of... if it's blue-green, it'd be similar to this. Because I can see a bit of blue and a bit of green in there.
About me, though. It's about saving the world. And you.
No matter how you feel about Final Fantasy, they're always pretty on point with their graphics.
To feed the planet.
Ding. This guy's sweater is amazing. Got some Picasso going on. Oh, they're compensating for how much the first game on the market itself? Yeah, it was a bit of a cult classic. It was a bit niche. Not everyone knew about the first one. Probably would have made more money if it was better marketed. Probably wouldn't have waited so long for the sequel to come out. Hey, Sephiroth. There's some kind of next level finale going on here. We just saw the end of the game.
Waiting, Cloud.
You know what's impressive about the remake, though? A long time ago, my mind was blown when I saw the Advent Children film on Blu-ray. Remember when they made that Final Fantasy movie, CGI movie? Like, that movie on Blu-ray was incredible. Like, I wish we could have seen Final Fantasy look like that. And without even really thinking about it, we ended up getting our wish. Like, it was too late. Like, it took too long for them to do this. But when I really think back to it, it's like, this is what Advent Children looked like. And now the game actually looks like this as well. I can't believe we've come this far. Because I remember looking at the movie and actually genuinely thinking video games are never going to look like this. This is just too good. This is like film level. Games can't reach film level. And like, we're there. I've seen cutscenes from this this remake franchise that kind of look even better than Evan Children did, which is insane to me.
In Final Fantasy VII Remake, Cloud...
Also, Tifa is one of the most attractive women in video gaming history. I know people are like simps for Aerith, but I feel like I'm a Tifa guy, deep down. I'm definitely a Tifa man.
His companions triumph over destiny. Leaving the city of Midgar behind, they step out into an unfamiliar wilderness. It is here that Final Fantasy VII Rebirth begins.
You know what's funny? That big action scene they showed before, which looked like the finale of the game, that Sephiroth song, the orchestral piece that's playing during that, that's on my phone. I've got that song on my PC and my phone. Sometimes when I'm walking to McDonald's or doing something out in the world where I've got earphones in, it'll just randomize to the One-Winged Angel track, and then suddenly life gets epic and you start jogging. You just start running to it.
The stage upon which this ragtag band story unfolds is both vast and varied.
Look at that terrain.
The world is made up of multiple regions, all seamlessly interconnected.
Aerith is pretty.
The grasslands.
She has really nice eyes, but
located due
still
south
a Tifa
of
man.
Midgar,
Through and
this
through.
is where Cloud and a gang resume their adventure. The Junon
I like
region,
Tifa's fingerless leather gloves too. Something about it.
where a
I want her
metropolis
to
by the
punch
same
me.
name overlooks the ocean, a symbol of Shinra's military might.
Chocobo.
The Corel region.
The chocobos can seem to
The
climb
resort
cliffs
town
and...
of Costa del Sol
What the fuck?
adorns its northern shore, while the gold saucer stands as a gilded
What was that? A lunar
oasis
buggy?
above the
Aerith
Dust
had
Bowl
a
far to the south.
Aerith had a Segway.
The Gingaga region. Pay tribute to Zack by exploring his...
Oh, I think they're only saying it that way because they're comparing it to the original game, since this is a remake. I think the fact that it's region-based but interconnected is different from the original Final Fantasy VII, because the original was like consistent open world, but only because the graphics were really basic, and it was more like a map screen.
his
So it's a
hometown,
slight change to the formula.
or visit what remains of the local Mako reactor. The Cosmo Canyon region. Become one with the planet as you return to Red 13's roots.
I don't recall all
The
these
Nebel
locations
region.
from the original Final Fantasy VII either. I think this has got like
Take a
more
trip down
going on in the
memory
world.
lane with Cloud and Tifa.
Like, I really
stop-
don't remember visiting every single character's hometown, like, origin location.
By Shinra Manor, where Vincent rests in peace. Your
Oh my
adventure will
God.
even extend to the high seas.
I don't think we had that either in the first game.
There's more to do than simply
There's a lot of
walk
vehicles
around,
in this.
however. First, let's look at world intel. Assisting Chadley with his research will deepen his understanding of the world, allowing him to develop new materia.
Well, that's very Ubisoft.
This research takes many
That's very
forms,
Ubisoft of
such
Square
as
Enix.
wrangling chocobos, or playing with the Mooglets at their Mog stools. You may also come across sanctuaries brimming with knowledge of divine entities, or lairs inhabited by fearsome, unique foes. Chadley will also enlist your help in researching mysterious artifacts known as proto-relics. Each investigation is its own side story.
Wait, there's a
featuring
mini
colorful
game where
cast
you
of
get to play
characters, exciting new
the
mini-games,
pixelated old
and
school Final
ferocious
Fantasy VII
creatures.
characters.
Are you up for the challenge?
That's retro.
And once you recover all the proto-relics scattered throughout the world, there's no telling what new developments might be in store. Next, let's talk about odd jobs.
Damn.
These
Wait.
quests offer a deep dive into the regions of the world and the crazy characters who inhabit them. Next, let's talk.
Do you see the draw distance on that? The level of detail you can see from a distance is kind of crazy.
Talk about odd
That's
jobs.
nuts.
These quests offer a deep dive into the regions of the world and the crazy characters who inhabit them. As a merc, Cloud will
What the
accept
hell?
work from people he meets in his travels
Luring
and
chickens.
team up with his pals to solve their
Photography.
troubles. By helping those in need, he will also strengthen the bonds between him
Wonder if
and
you
his
can unlock fan
comrades.
service. Oh, you pretty much, yeah. In the previous remake, Final Fantasy VII remake part, yeah, you could change the costumes of the characters. Fan service is really there. Or unless you mean frog fan service.
Also strengthen the bonds between him.
If you're into reptids, there you go. There's little Cloud with his little Buster Sword. Oh, that's the whole team. There's Tifa. There's Yuffie. There's Cat Sith as Frog. That's amazing.
Him and his comrades. Each one of these odd jobs boasts a unique side story.
Froggy fan service for the
Some,
win.
like Johnny's questline, borrow aspects from the original FF7, while others highlight content
I don't remember Johnny in the
exclusive to
original
Rebirth.
either. I'm actually
You'll find
I've forgotten
all
so much
sorts
stuff
of
about
jobs
the
world over.
The original game.
And don't worry if you leave some for later.
Oh my
Story
God.
progression won't affect your side hustle.
Oh my god.
You can always go back to tie up loose ends. And this freedom to
You can play the
experience
piano
story
for a
how you
horde of
want
kittens.
is one of Rebirth's greatest strengths. While some
Also,
want,
do you notice the Ruby Red poster next to Tifa on the back wall? Wasn't Ruby Red one of the secret bosses or something that you could find in the overworld?
is one
To
of
challenge
Rebirth's
yourself?
greatest strengths. While some mini-games are tied to world intel and odd jobs, many are not. For example, popular ones from the Gold Saucer, such
wow.
as 3D Brawler, G-Bike,
There's a motorcycle
and Chocobo
minigame.
Racing,
Chocobo
are
Racing,
Final Fantasy
R-Type.
VII Rebirth 2.
You for real right now? Is this what's that game called where you play soccer with cars? Fuck. I'm so tired. Rocket League, yeah. Final Fantasy Rocket League, it's in the game.
Others improve upon their remake versions, while still more are completely new to Rebirth.
Yeah, this is all the Golden Saucer. If you haven't played
We've
Final
even
Fantasy
fleshed
VII,
out some of the mini games that were featured as part of the
it's like Wave Race but with dolphins. For those who haven't played Final Fantasy VII, there's a Golden Saucer theme park area in the game up in the mountains. If you go up there, there's like all these arcade games and mini games and gambling you can take part in. And the original had like all these different things you could play. Like there was a downhill snowboarding mini game, and there was a motorcycle one. Those existed. I haven't seen the snowboarding in this trailer yet, but I hope it's in there. I like the fact that the graphics, a lot of the mini games are you as the old polygonal original version Cloud with the pixels, with the big fat chunky pixels.
the original Final Fantasy VII's main scenario.
Is it a rhythm
Though
game?
this one is not in the original, I highly suggest you check out the card game, Queen's Blood. No matter where you are in the story, it's sure to both challenge and entertain you. Enjoy collecting all the cards and building your own unique deck.
They've got Gwent. Final Fantasy's got its own version of Gwent in the game. Where you collect the cards and play it against other people. Oh my god, we both said the same thing again. Jinx, you owe me 2 cokes.
He's planning to use the black materia, but I won't let that happen. He has to be stopped by Acetra.
Is this a scene where she dies?
While mini-games and map exploration are a big part of Rebirth's charm, there's more to it than just that. Rebirth provides a cinematic experience with even higher quality
Are you trying to
content
talk
and more of
Dragon's
it than
Dogma
Remake.
down in your mind just so you don't
This
obsess over it when it
installment
comes
follows
out?
Cloud and company after they escape Midgard.
That's
up
one way
through
to
their arrival at the
that's one way to get
Forgotten
over it. There's Tifa Booba. There's some Tifa Booba right there. Let me full screen that for you. Tifa Booba. Oh, it's right next to me. Wait, I can get it from here. If I just reach through this box. Oh yeah. I got a handful. Enhance. Wait. Can I sample? Right. Tastes like chicken.
We've taken painstaking care to depict how the group bonds during their journey.
You know what I just realized about myself? I can't actually stick my tongue out that far. I have a very tiny tongue. If I try to stick it out too much, I feel like I'm gonna throw up. It makes that gagging feeling in your throat.
One that ultimately decides Aerith's
Good thing Jay's
fate.
not here right now.
Once you finish Rebirth, I'm sure you'll
That got a
agree
bit
that
sus.
no other game makes you feel quite this close to its characters.
Not even him.
There's a lot of close-ups of Aerith's
for the
face.
graphics.
I think they're proud of it.
Rebirth makes full use of the PlayStation 5 and its SSD, meaning we could use much higher resolution assets than we could in Remake. And they will still load in the blink of an eye.
Good job.
Maintain a 60 FPS frame rate with performance mode.
Nah. I'm not a frame rate junkie. Give me graphics mode. That's the
Or
one.
prioritize 4K resolution with graphics mode.
Yeah,
Whichever you
I mean,
prefer.
it's the
Rebirth
one thing
has
you can
covered.
expect from Final Fantasy every time, no matter what. The graphics are always going to be next
Each
level.
character interacts with the world in their own way.
But to be fair,
Barrett shoots objects.
Dragon's Dogma is pretty damn good looking for what it
Yuffie
is.
swings across gaps.
Like, it looks like a next-gen game as well. Just in a different way. In a more
Tifa has her
grounded,
grappling gun.
in a more grounded way.
Red can climb along walls.
The Final Fantasy vibe is a bit more over the top.
Kate Sith grabs
It's a bit more
and throws
flashy.
items.
Which is not everyone's cup of tea.
And Aerith manipulates the life stream. Whatever challenges you face, your teammates will be ready to help you overcome them. Now for the music. We wanted to pay respect to the original FF7's tracks, but also challenge ourselves by matching the feeling
She
of each
manipulates the
scene,
Twitch stream.
which resulted in
No,
some
it's
truly
Tifa that's
innovative
manipulating my
arrangements.
Twitchy stream.
Like, for example, the
I'm
following.
gonna be manipulating myself later, make my own stream, you know what I'm saying? Heyo! Cancelled. Lock down the stream. Suspend him.
How was that? If you enjoyed what you heard, we recorded well over 400 new tracks for this game.
Holy shit.
So there's plenty more where that came from.
400 tracks of music? Are you kidding me?
Thank
How?
you for choosing Bronco Cruises. We
That wouldn't even
sincerely
fit
hope
on a
you
PlayStation
enjoyed your
disc
trip
back in the
with us.
PS1 era.
Your party's
There would just be a
bonds
CD
aren't just
of too
reflected
much
in the
music.
story, but through gameplay as well.
Hey, this tank reminds
The choices you make throughout your adventure will change the way your comrades feel towards Cloud.
You can date your comrades? That's new.
These feelings affect who will join
Oh my
you on
god.
a date in a
We can
gold
bang
saucer.
Tifa.
Something I'm sure many of you are excited about.
Goddamn.
In fact, even allies who weren't available in the original FF7 can now accompany you, provided you play your cards right.
I will play my cards right. I'll make sure of it.
The
I'll
saucer
cheat.
is
I'll use the
packed
internet.
with many incredible sights to see and things to do.
I ain't not getting that,
So
that
your
Tifa
outing there
action.
will no doubt be a highlight
I want those little
of the
pants.
game.
I want those little pants in my life.
Already have someone who you'd like to go with?
Yes. She's right there.
Cloud?
Well, we hope they feel the same way too.
Ooh. This is very anime, actually.
Your companions will share a bond not only with Cloud, but with each other as well.
I don't really want to fuck the emaciated lion.
Your party
That looks like it
level,
lives in a dumpster and hasn't eaten in
numerical
weeks.
expression of this bond
It's not really my
will
thing.
increase as you overcome challenges.
I don't think I'll be taking him on dates. Your dog
The
looks
higher
like he
this
needs
level,
medical attention.
the more skills will become available in your character's folios, a mechanic new to Rebirth.
They
By
added.
unlocking
Oh my
the
god.
skills etched in these tones, your characters will grow stronger and learn new synergy commands.
They added the ring sphere
Part of what makes
from
Rebirth's
Final Fantasy
combat
X,
so fun
Final
is
Fantasy
all the
7.
different character
That's new.
combinations. Switch up your team
They
to
should
fit
just
the
turn you down like
situation,
it's Cyberpunk
or even your
2077.
mood.
There's a skill issue, Sham.
Every possible party combination.
I feel like they
has
just
its
turned you down
own
because you
unique synergy
failed to
commands.
riz them. They probably can be romanced.
So once you find characters
The
that work
rejection
for you,
felt so real.
focus on
Well, you're not
tweaking
actually
their
selling the
skills
game
to
well
match
right
your
now.
combat needs.
I hope they leave that out of the
Don't be
marketing.
afraid to experiment. You can reset your folios at any time. With new characters and synergy commands at your disposal, Remake's satisfying hybrid of action combat and strategic planning has been made even more dynamic and engaging.
Jesus, the fights are so hectic, I can't really tell what's going on.
Experience all this and more in Final Fantasy VII
Team-ups are rad,
Rebirth
though.
on PlayStation 5.
本作のクリエイティブディレクターの野村哲也です。いかがだったでしょうか。広大な世界で描かれるクラウドたちの物語にどうぞご期待ください。
It could use more Tifa.
最後になりましたが、皆様に重要なお知らせがあり
Very
ます。
special announcement. Pre-order the game now and we'll ship you an actual Tifa sex doll worth about $5,000 with working and anatomically correct parts. Just make sure to wash her out when you're done.
本日よりファイナルファンタジー7リバースを先行してプレイしていただける体験版
Oh,
を
the
配信いた
demo's
しま
out,
す。
that's all. Boo.
この体験版では物語の重要なポイントとなるニブルヘイム事件が収録されており、クラウドやセフィロスを操作することができます。さらに今回の体験版では発売までの間にアップデートが入り、ジュノンエリアの一部を探索できる追加デモが開放されます。本作の特徴である自由度の高いエリア探索を体験してください。詳細な情報は公式サイトや SNS をご確認ください。ぜひこの豪華な体験版をお楽しみいただきつつ、本作の発売をお待ちください。
Every time I hear that harp sound in the background, you can't help but think Final Fantasy VII. It's so iconic. Steel Rising's New Game Plus is amazing. First to do it how I would. How's it different from most New Game Pluses? This trailer's going off right now. Oh, adaptive trigger. Oh, that's cool. I like how they're visualizing how it feels with the particles. That's clever.
Don't give up now, you guys.
That's really cool. Now with 3D audio. Well, most things have 3D audio. Except for that cheap shit on Steam. Can I romance a chocobo? Could we take a chocobo on a golden saucer date? No sale otherwise. Can you throw your companions off a cliff? You can run your chocobo off a cliff, I guess. And your companions will probably follow you. Affaptive triggers? That's up to you to provide, Sham. Affaptive triggers. So is the final reveal trailer the same as that trailer part of this at the start, or what are we talking here? Okay, wait, I'll give it a shot. If this turns out to be the same as that bit at the start of that state of play, then I won't bother. Gives you exclusive module for getting around faster. Max level extends. Soul multiplier goes up. 20 times multiplier. I think my problem is still the same though. New Game Plus is just the game starting over again from the beginning, which I just never liked. Like when the game's done to me. But at least they're putting like effort into the mechanics for the people who do want to do it. You know the Dragon's Dogma trailer where they kept changing weapons? Yeah. From a while back. You beat it, just have fun with it now? Oh, because they turned all the stuff like way up, the multipliers. So like you're just a demon to just fuck around and own the game. That's one way to do it. Make you feel like a powerhouse from the start. Destroy everything. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth adds new stuff because you can't spam items. Oh, hard mode.
Cloud, bring me the black materia.
Is this the same trailer that we just saw? Hold up. Yeah, this is the same trailer they showed at the start of the State of Play. I just saw someone else upload it as final trailer, so I was just wondering if it was different. Exactly the same. Tifa? Eris Amazing Eyes. Same shit. Is there any better shots of Tifa? I want to go out on a Tifa. One last Tifa. There she is, my baby. I'm going to take her and only her to the Golden Saucer. Everyone else, no. You don't get to come, ever. Golden Saucer is Tifa only dates. She's special. I like her leather skirt. Leather skirt's dope. New weapon and enemy placements. I don't even know what the new game pluses are like in Dark Souls either, though, because I didn't even do it there. Once the credits rolled, I was happy. I moved on. But it does remind me that I have to go back and finish what I was doing in Dark Souls 2. There was something I wanted to go back and clean up, and I just never got around to it. It's still installed to this day on my Xbox. I have to make time for that. One day. I have to make time for a few things that's still installed on my Xbox, like Dragon Age Inquisition, Mafia 3, Mass Effect Andromeda. Those three are halfway through and still installed from before I started film school. I really got to do something about that. Yeah, I know that FromSoft's Dark Souls stuff, they just get harder. They keep up with you when you New Game Plus. Which is, I think, what was interesting about, at least different and interesting about the Steel Rising thing, was that let's just make you too powerful so that you like can play through the game on beast mode. That's kind of a neat concept. Wrong one. Like, there's plenty of action games that I think have similar things where it's like, now just go back and just be an absolute god and enjoy the feeling of just tearing things up. But also, games like Dark Souls, whether you're overpowered or not, really comes down to build. Like, there's a lot of things that can be done with Dark Souls as an RPG. Like, you can break the game with, like, certain kinds of builds. I've heard people say that there's certain magic user builds in Elden Ring that can be pretty game-breaking. Like, you're just too good. Oh, boy. Na na na. Na na na. I think it's time to get a cold drink. Do some work, get some sleep. Dark Souls starts biting back at max New Game 7. Who plays through Dark Souls 7 times in a row? What the fuck? No way. I don't even do it a second time. You never New Game Plus in a Dark Souls game? Beat it onto the next game? Yeah, that's what I do. There's just not enough time to play all the games I want to play. I don't want to play the same game 7 times. I don't even want to play it 2 times. I've done it. I've seen it all. I've been to all the locations. I've fought the bosses. I've seen the ending. It has nothing left for me. I want the next thing. Me. You play max New Game Pluses in every Soul game? It's just such a time commitment that could be used. Like, if I played Dark Souls 7 times, that means I could have played Dark Souls once seen everything there is to see, and then played 6 other games in that time. There's now 6 games that I'll never experience because there's not enough time in my life to fit them in anymore because I played the same game 7 times. It gives me anxiety even thinking about that. It really stresses me out. You had to go to the 3rd cycle to platinum. Oh yeah, well, if you're trying to platinum or get full achievements on stuff, sometimes you're made to do it, but I still try to avoid it then. I'm just like, well, that's just going to be one that I don't 100%. I'm just going to walk away. I'm not that beholden to achievements anymore, but they'll make me suffer like that. I never used to be able to walk, but now I can. First place is the longest. You can get through it much faster. Yeah, it's true. I was exaggerating a bit when I said 7 New Game Pluses is like 7 whole games. But you could fit a couple of games in there, especially if it's shorter indie games. Like Peppa Pig and Friends. We would never have experienced the magic of the Roadworks if it wasn't for our time with Peppa Pig. Imagine if I played New Game Plus on Dark Souls and never had the time to play Peppa Pig. Some Souls games have awful areas to re-experience. Are you talking about the what's the swamp in Dark Souls? What's it called again? Hang on. I can figure this out. Jesus Christ, YouTube. Keep up. They really are throttling YouTube's speed of loading if they detect ad blockers. That shit's for real. All right, hang on. Where is it? Explain 12 break eggs. Punk. Outer Wilds. Blighttown. That's the one. Oh god, Sham said it. Damn it, I didn't even have to do the research. I could have just looked at the chat. We're fixing the road. Really? How long will it take? I don't know, Peppa. Would you like to help us? No, it's too blue-collar for me. I'm a celebrity. You fucking peasants. Be gone with you. Yeah, Blighttown is the worst. Every New Game Plus, you gotta go back to Blighttown. Every FromSoft game has a Blighttown-like area. It's a staple. The asshole area. The place where they make you feel bad, so that the rest of the game feels better in comparison. Cheap trick. Valley of Defilement is a better name, though. The Valley of Defilement is what they used to call my bedroom in college. I'm proud of that one. Need to get lessons from that guy that supposedly can sound like generic women? Why? I don't want to sound like a generic woman. I wasn't even trying to sound like a generic woman then. I was doing Peppa Pig. There's only one Peppa Pig and she sounds just like that. It is a she, right? I don't actually know what the gender of Peppa Pig is. Can't remember if that's a girl or a boy pig. Doesn't really matter. Oh, that was a that was a typo. Or an autocorrect. Genetic. I'm still stoked about my Valley of Defilement joke. Not gonna lie. Generic women. I actually genuinely believe that was not misspelled, though. I thought she was actually saying generic women. Because, you know, I know exactly what you mean by that. There are generic female voices that when you hear them, it's like, wow, that sounds like a basic bitch. And that's like that's an iconic sound. If you can copy that voice, it's like, that voice. A terrible femme voice. Are you talking about Peppa? But that's what Peppa Pig sounds like. Peppa Pig has a terrible generic femme voice. That's why I'm assuming it's a girl pig. Are you going to go on an adventure, Peppa? Yes, that. No one ever believes me when I tell them that there's a scene in the Peppa Pig game where your dad makes you toss his salad. I can't believe that's real. But Dad, I don't want to toss your salad. That's that's unfortunate, Peppa, because I'm your dad, and that's what you're going to be doing for the next 20 minutes. You have no choice in the matter. You're underage. You do what I say, child. Sham remembers the salad tossing. Everyone remembers the salad tossing. If there's two things people remember from the Peppa Pig game, it's the salad tossing and the roadworks. Make sure you cup the tomatoes. Get right under there. Give them a good squeeze. Yes. Spread the lettuce. So you can get to the good stuff in the middle. Ick. Don't play it again. On my next stream, should we just replay the Peppa Pig game? Let's do Peppa Pig New Game Plus. Let's New Game Plus 7 Peppa Pig. We'll build up our character. We'll get a good build going over 7 playthroughs. You've been watching Cobra Kai? Oh, that's on Netflix now, isn't it? Since YouTube Red gave it away. You don't play games again? I'll make an exception for Peppa Pig just to annoy everybody. Be worth it. Yeah, everyone talks up Cobra Kai. That show did really well, even back on YouTube Red. People said it was great. I don't think they could afford to keep making seasons, though, because YouTube Red just didn't make the money that it needed to. So Netflix was like, take this bag, we'll have it, and then we'll reap the rewards from your labor, from getting it established for us. Netflix are like gangsters. Taking your shit when it becomes popular, making all the money off it. Keep an eye on my schedule for Peppa. You're raring to go. There are actually other Peppa Pig games, though. There's a Peppa Pig World Adventures or something. There's one where you and Peppa Pig go on a vacation to like 4 or 5 different countries to learn about their cultures. I know that exists. It's not on Game Pass, though. Oh, you actually watched the first 2 seasons on YouTube. And now you have to continue on Netflix. That's exactly Netflix's plan. You fell for their trap, Sham. Oh, you're going to turn down dates and sex for another Peppa Pig stream? I feel like we're playing chicken here. I feel like we're playing chicken with this. We're just waiting to see who breaks first on the bluff. We're calling each other's bluff all the way to the point where we're going to end up just playing Peppa Pig again. Because no one's willing to pull out. Heyo. What she said. The teen drama stuff in Cobra Kai is cringe. Isn't it meant to be kind of like a an over-the-top, like, teen drama kind of thing from the 80s? Like, that's the tone they're going for on purpose? Do not pull out. No, I'm not staying in. That's how you get babies. We don't want these. They cost too much money. Why is the psycho bitch still here? You only just got here, Genie. Don't be so hard on yourself. Damn. No, that was a reversal. I should be in the WWE. That was right off the turnbuckle. Oh, God. I'm way too tired to be roasting people, though. I'm exhausted and sweaty now. I'm just trying to wrap it up. Look at myself. I know, that was a joke. I know you were talking about Sham. It's a weird contrast where the relationships with the adult characters are great and the teen romance can be kind of eye-rolling. Isn't teen romance always eye-rolling? Like, it's never not eye-rolling. Like, I haven't seen one, like, teen romance TV show that was not kind of eye-rollingly cringe. Like, that's the whole vibe. So it doesn't surprise me it's the same in Karate Kid. I should watch that someday because it's like, I'm from that era. Like, I saw Karate Kid, like, as a kid. And I've seen it a few times on VHS. And I have seen the sequels as well. 1, 2, and 3. And the one with the girl. Was 3 the one with the girl? Or was that like a 4th spin-off? Fuck, I can't remember. Hang on, let me just double check this. I want to get this correct. Karate Kid. No, I want to know the franchise, goddammit. Hang on. Whoop. Karate Kid 1, 2, 3, and the next Karate Kid. Okay, it is a 4th spin-off one with the girl. I thought it might have been 3, but I was wrong. Yeah, it was Hilary Swank. Hilary Swank was the young girl in Karate Kid 4 / next Karate Kid. I only remember one thing from that movie. It's when she does the tiger crouch jump, when she almost gets hit by the car. Like when Mr. Miyagi sees she has potential to learn karate, it's when a car almost runs into her on the street, and she does this little crouch jump to land on the hood. Nothing too special, but I just remember that scene. And then nothing else after that. For some reason, I don't know. I don't know if it means it's a good or a bad movie. No one really talks about the girl Karate Kid, though. Although nobody really talks about Karate Kid 2 or 3 either. It's just the first one that anyone actually gives a shit about. They have a character in Cobra Kai that's essentially a Discord mod. Perfect nerd character. In a good or a bad way. Because it can be fun to rag on the like Reddit mod / Discord mod archetype thing. Unless it comes off as mean and in poor taste. Like just bullying nerds kind of thing. There was a action movie that I actually had that issue with. I'm trying to remember what the name of it was now. It was a Hollywood action movie about a team of like badass soldiers or whatever. And throughout the whole movie, they're really rude and bullying to like the office nerd people that like run the missions and do the computer stuff in a way that was like really distasteful. Like it didn't make me think they were cool or badass. It just like made me cringe. Fuck, I wish I can remember what that movie was. It was so trash. It had the bit of that Expendables kind of vibe of thinking it's like so cool and badass for being like a dope action movie and whatever, but I just cringed the whole way through. I'm not going to be able to remember it now. I'll think about it offline. I hated that movie so much. I saw it in the cinema and it killed me. It's fun to root for him. His motivation is that him and his friend got bullied. His friend joined Cobra Kai and became an ass. Oh, so there were 2 nerds that got bullied, and they both joined karate, but one of them joined Cobra Kai and became a bully in his own right. There's a cool friendship character arc going on there. That sounds iconic. Oh my god, I just remembered something. I think Mark Wahlberg's in it. Hang on. Why am I getting shirtless Mark Wahlberg? Didn't ask for that. I might be able to figure it out from this. This is important to me right now. For some reason. Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch music videos. That's hilarious. Looking for action movies. Not Fear. It's After Boogie Nights. Amazing film. Big hit. Trashy but hilarious. Fun to watch. Three Kings. Good movie. Perfect Storm, Planet of the Apes, Rockstar. Truth About Charlie. Italian Job. Four Brothers, I Heart Huckabees. One of my favorites. Departed. Amazing. Shooter. We Own the Night. The Happening. Max Payne. Ew. Mark Wahlberg will never be Max Payne. I don't give a shit what anyone says. Lovely Bones, Date Night. The Other Guys, Entourage, The Fighter, Contraband. Oh, is it Contraband? Broken City. Two Guns, Lone Survivor, The Gambler, Mojave. Ted 2, Daddy's Home, Deepwater Horizon, Patriots Day. Mile 22. Mile 22. Got it. Yeah, this is the movie. A small team of elite American intelligence officers, part of a top-secret command unit, try to smuggle a mysterious police officer with sensitive information out of Indonesia. It's also got Iko Uwais from The Raid. It's got Ronda Rousey. Okay, so the military team of good guys, the main characters, like Ronda Rousey, Mark Wahlberg, all them, they act so fake badass in this movie to the point where they're just constantly bullying like other characters, like the nerds on the computers, and treating them like shit, like a jock would in a schoolyard. It actually made me angry watching this. Like, it was infuriating. Like, you're not cool for picking on the nerds. Just go do your goddamn job. This movie almost made me hate Mark Wahlberg. I'm not a fan, but I don't hate him either. It's Mark Wahlberg. Sometimes he's good. Sometimes he's a bit tryhard. It flips one way and the other. I've seen some really funny movies with him in it. Like, sometimes he can put on a great comedic performance. And I like those way better than his I'm a Tough Guy performance. Look at the tagline for this movie. Option 1, diplomacy. Option 2, military. Meet option 3, Mark Wahlberg. Fuck off. Get Bernthal for Max Payne? I don't know if I like that either. John Bernthal is so Punisher in my mind now that he's too intense. He's too aggressive for Max Payne. Max Payne, I want a little bit of that dark noirishness to him. Bernthal doesn't sell noir to me. He sells blunt force trauma. I want someone that is capable of violence and aggression, but their main demeanor generally comes off as like grizzled, traumatized noir detective with the fedora and shit. It's just modernized. I thought Payne was just Punisher. Oh, hell no. Max Payne? No way. Max Payne is a noir storyline with just way too much gunfights. Like, if you took the gunfights out of Max Payne, it would make a great noir film about a character that's struggling to hold their sense of reality together as they're dealing with, like, a drug that is also making people lose their sense of reality. Except instead of it being the drug that's doing it to Max Payne, it's his own tortured psyche that's constantly fucking with him. Iconic monologue, yeah. I think I would have been able to see Bernthal as a possible Max Payne maybe before he played the Punisher or Shane on Walking Dead, just because he has a tall, dark, and tortured look, kind of. But I think we've seen him in so many like bruiser, hardcore roles like that. I think it's kind of ruined the possibility of me seeing him as a Max Payne. But I will give you this. He would make a way better Max Payne than fucking Mark Wahlberg, which was nowhere near the right tone. That was miscasting like nobody's business. I feel like Wahlberg cast that himself, because I don't think anyone else would agree with that, ever. Kind of middle-aged. Yeah, in the first game, he does come off as a little younger, like maybe late 20s. but his iconic look is from 2 onwards, I think. Max Payne 2, I think, is perfect Max Payne. And that's when he looks kind of like late 40s, 50s, middle-aged. He goes through a bit of a transition between 1 and 2. Because there's a bit of a technology gap between those 2 games. So in the first game, it's more like a picture of a human face pasted on a basic 3D model. Like the graphics are just that shit. But he looks like a real dude, number 2. That's just far enough in gaming history to suddenly look real. Max Payne 3, I think, maybe went a bit too far. That's kind of like dystopian drug-addled Mexico noir, where he's like got the shaved head and all that stuff. Like that's a tone. It was interesting in its own right, but it's not what I liked about Max Payne. I like the traditional urban noir vibe of Max Payne's 1 and 2 more. Max Payne is Batman with guns? Where'd you get that from? You love Max Payne 3? No, Max Payne 3 is good. It's just that the vibe that I like most about Max Payne is what 1 and 2 were like. I like the more the nighttime urban noirness of that. And 3 did something different, which was still pretty cool in its own right. It's just not the perfect kind of Max Payne vibe for me. Like, it veered away from the thing that I normally associate with Max Payne as a tone. But it was good. It was fine. Like, I dug the experiment, at least, what they did. And yeah, as a mix-up, if you don't want to if they have no new ideas and they want to keep repeating themselves, they don't want to repeat themselves, then 3 was a cool way to go about it, to do something different. Because it's still a form of noir, but it's more like how Breaking Bad is noir. Like, number 3 is more like Breaking Bad than it is traditional Max Payne. What powers does Max Payne have? Oh, did you look up a character description and all that sounds like Batman? I can kind of see what you mean. I don't know where the mythology knowledge came from. That's interesting. High pain tolerance makes perfect sense, although he is popping painkillers pretty much constantly. Although you could replace police training with the League of Shadows training, same diff. Just police replaced with ninjas. You don't see plot armor there. Doesn't sound like Batman to me. I do kind of have to agree with that. I do feel like Batman is a bit of a Mary Sue. And I wouldn't actually care about that kind of thing if it was the fact that people on the internet are kind of douchebags about Batman. I'm kind of sick of the discussion surrounding Batman. Like, when you go on Twitter and people are talking about things like Suicide Squad, there's an obsessiveness with defending Batman that is kind of gross, because it doesn't matter. He's not real. He's just some fucker with dead parent trauma, like a million people in real life have, but they weren't massive pussies about it and decide to run around in a leotard and cry at night. Like, I don't know why people are so obsessed with Batman. Like, I like Batman. I like to watch the movies. I like to play the Arkham games. I have no problem with Batman. I don't like these fans that play Batman up like he's some god that cannot be touched. Like, they can't believe for a second that anyone can get one up on Batman, or that he can struggle in any kind of dramatic sense, because he's always supposed to be like winning at all times and undefeatable and the smartest person in the room and 10 steps ahead. And it's like, you know how fucking boring that sounds? A character that's so perfect there can never be any drama or chance of losing? How is that fun? I don't want that. And billions of dollars. Yeah, well, that's one thing Max Payne definitely doesn't have. He definitely has the dead family, though. At the beginning of Max Payne 1, he comes home and some drug-addled junkies have broken into his house and killed his wife and kid. So that's a little similar to his Bruce's parents' death. Weaponizing Kevin Conroy's death. Yeah, when they talk about Suicide Squad, they can be a little gross with their reasoning on hating the game. I saw some Kevin Conroy stuff about that. They need to get touch grass. I don't like telling people to touch grass because it's a bit too ironic considering who it is that's talking right now. But like honestly, those people need to touch grass for real. Like it's what I like Matt Reeves Batman. You know the Twilight guy. Excuse me. I have to remember his name. I'm forgetting all the names tonight. I'm doing a bad job. I like a lot of things about that Batman because I feel like that Batman isn't being played up as this unstoppable force. Like there's something very flawed and still figuring out the whole thing about him. I like the fact that he's kind of like got a bit of a goth emo thing going on. Like it's leaning more into the fact that he's an antisocial, like childish, whiny motherfucker. And I think leaning into that actually makes it work better. Because it shows him as being as mentally or emotionally flawed as it would require to be the kind of person that would run around in a leather bat suit beating people up. So I like where that's going. I want to see more of that. I want to see the next sequel to that and see how they develop that character. Because I saw some people saying, roasting that movie, saying things about how they don't like, they don't like the fact that he's whiny and that he does things like is mean to Alfred in the hospital about not telling him about his dad when Alfred just almost sacrificed himself for him. But that's what I like. I like the fact that there's an emotional immaturity to him that is a bit like a little kid that never grew up that's lashing out with violence at things. Where are all those people attacking Helldive? Well, Helldive is not part of the online conversation. That's the problem. People will be going to jump on the thing that's the popular thing that everyone's talking about. If no one's talking about Helldivers, then it's not going to gain the traction to be mad about. People want to be heard when they get angry about things. So there's no point in being angry about something that no one's willing to fight with you on. Like, Helldivers is at Helldivers, you know what I mean? What happened with this battle pass? I think it's just the fact that Helldivers has one and it's gratuitous. Like, it's one of those battle passes that's just trying to sap your wallet and locking all the good shit away against, like, more money tiers. Which is unfortunate, but the game looks okay otherwise. You played the first game. Yeah, I played the first one too. I played it with a friend, just the two of us. We didn't play 4-player, we played the 2-player version. The local co-op was hilarious. Especially the first time you realize that if you don't crouch or lay down in front of your friend, you can shoot you in the back of the head with friendly fire. I don't understand how making it a third-person shooter could possibly make it better, but I don't know. If it's a good game, it's good, regardless of genre. So I guess they can try whatever they want. You're up to 5 a.m. playing it. I definitely didn't play it that much, but we didn't even technically finish the game, I think. We just played it for a little while and got what we needed out of it, and we moved on. Okay. I'm going to take off. Overstayed our welcome. It's 12:59. I'm about to hit 1 a.m. Any second now. Yeah, here it comes. I'm not going to wait for it. I'll take off. I'm going to go work out my schedule for next week. All I know for a fact is the first 2 streams of next week are going to be Thirsty Suitors. And then I'll figure out what's happening on the weekend. It's more like 2.5D. Oh, are you talking about the new one? Oh, so you can go into first person when you're shooting? I didn't know that. I don't think I've seen footage of that, actually. I've only seen them running around in third person. Cool. Yeah, anyway. I haven't seen any the video reviews yet. I'm sure since the game is out now, they're going to be coming out any second. I might check out like whatever IGN says or whatever, just because I'd like to know what Helldivers is doing. I've got no intention to play it anytime soon, but as someone who's played the original, I just kind of want to see what people are saying. Sorry for staying in that little box for so long. I don't know why I left that screen like that. Hoping for Gears of War 1 and 3 in place. I did hear that they're considering bringing Gears to PlayStation. That's a good move. Gears is a great game. All of them. PlayStation fans are missing out. If they bring it out on there, Gears is going to get like a whole new wave of love. And they're going to be making a live-action movie at some point. They've been trying to pre-production that for a while. I want to see how they cast Marcus Phoenix. That's going to be interesting. I think casting Dom will be easy, but I'm curious about Marcus. Because, you know, that Bender voice is iconic. Joe DiMaggio. Crisp. All right. Good night, y'all. And whoever is still lurking in the background, there's a few people not in chat. Good night to y'all too. I'll be back Tuesday for Thirsty Suitors. And we'll see what that's like. Lester Pate? Coltrane? Nah, man. Get you know who for Coltrane. You know who I'm talking about. White Chicks guy. Dances a lot. Big and muscly. Was in Crackdown 3. I can't remember anyone's names tonight. My brain is gone. It's melted and sweated out of my brain. Out of my head. Out of every pore. I got no smarts left. Terry Crews. That's it. Yeah, Terry Crews for Coltrane. Hell yeah. I'll leave you with that. Perfect. I would enjoy every single second of that. Alright, good night. Catch you guys later.